Good morning. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, March 6, 2025. The time is 9:35 a.m., and we're meeting in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and on Zoom. I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing on the DC Housing Authority. The Council's annual performance oversight hearings provide a chance to check in publicly on every local agency to review whether it's using public resources effectively and faithfully, executing the legal mandates that the Council has laid out. Today is the committee's last hearing for this year's official performance oversight hearing season, but our oversight of DCHA happens all year round. In my first 2 years as Housing Committee Chair, we held the usual 2 performance oversight hearings and 2 budget oversight hearings, plus 2 special oversight roundtables in fall 2023 and fall 2024, and hearings on multiple legislative proposals. At our recommendation, the Council passed new laws to broaden eligibility for local vouchers, bring DCHA executive bonuses in line with other DC agencies, establish new accountability requirements, and mandate fund a new comprehensive annual financial audit. The first of those new audits should come out shortly. One reason my team and I spend so much time focusing on DCHA is that its work is really important. Between federal housing choice vouchers and our locally funded vouchers, DCHA helps cover monthly rent in private apartments for tens of thousands of families and single adults. DCHA is also a landlord for the thousands of people who live in public housing. And the other reason we talk about DCHA so much is that unfortunately the agency has a track record of struggling to keep up with those responsibilities. When people aren't making enough money to afford rent on their own and DCHA is late on its assistance payments, that can result in court records, mental health stressors, and even people losing their housing, not to mention economic hardship for landlords. I was proud to play a key role in negotiating a new temporary board of professional and lived experience subject matter experts in 2022. I was also pleased with the board's selection of Keith Pettigrew as the agency's new executive director at the end of 2023. In June of 2024, Director Pettigrew released a 3-year recovery plan, highlighting the operational changes that he and his leadership team viewed as critical to restoring DCHA to a state of good working order. The director has been clear that rebuilding the agency is going to have to be a gradual process because the gaps in its capacity were so extreme and happened over such a long period of time. I intend to spend part of today's hearing talking through the areas of the recovery plan that DCHA has prioritized so far, what's next on that list, and how the agency is monitoring its own progress. Of course, residents can't wait 3 years. They're relying on DCHA to provide the best services it can right now. Last spring, I helped DCHA and all other agencies in our committee jurisdiction hone in on a set of performance goals that meet what's called the SMART goals framework, meaning specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Based on residents' most pressing needs, DCHA decided to focus on increasing public housing occupancy, increasing voucher utilization, and decreasing the time it takes to move into a home once they have a voucher. DCHA did not satisfy all of its SMART goals last year. I don't necessarily mean this as a criticism, though. If you hit your goals 100% of the time, that means you're not setting ambitious enough goals. I do want to have a public conversation with Director Pettigrew and his team about what they've found under the hood. We all know that too many public housing units are still unlivable, and too many people with vouchers are still stalling out during the lease-up process. It's critical that everyone watching ends this hearing with a clear sense of what is going to change so that we don't see the same outcomes happening in 3, 6, or 12 months. Resident testimony is also a critical part of this conversation. In past oversight hearings, we've gotten helpful insights from people who receive housing assistance, from landlords that have a business relationship with DCHA, and from legal service professionals who see patterns in how well DCHA systems are serving their clients. Thank you in advance to everyone making time to testify today. There is still much work ahead of us, and I'm glad we're doing this work together. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call people on that list in panels. The order of names probably will not exactly match the order on the list because we are trying to make sure every panel includes a full table of in-person witnesses here in the room and then is rounded out with people attending virtually via Zoom. If you registered for online testimony but decided to come in person, please just come up and let us come up to the side table on my right and let us know. If you registered for online test, yeah. Um, when I call your name, if you're here in the room, please come up to the table in front of the dais. If you're on Zoom, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back into the hearing as a panelist, at which time you'll be able to unmute yourself. And again, for folks attending virtually, please listen out as I call the names on the panel. And when you receive a promotion request, please click that button so that we can get you on the panel. Uh, Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and the advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying in their capacity as ANCs will have 5 minutes. After that, we'll hear from our government witnesses who have 10 minutes to testify. I want to note that I see agency leadership here, including the director, which I appreciate. I think it's important for our agencies to be present during these hearings and hear what residents are saying, and for the residents to know that you're here listening. So thank you all for being with us today. For folks who work in the agency, I want to note sort of more deliberately than we have in the past because of what we're seeing, unfortunately, on the federal level. In these hearings, we tend to talk more about the things that are not going well, and we tend to hear from the people who are having problems, not the people for whom these agencies and their programs are working. But it is always important to note that there are a lot of people in every single one of these agencies working incredibly hard, and I want to make sure they know that we know that. Even though the good stuff won't be the primary subject matters of these hearings. So thank you all to folks in the agency at various levels and capacities for the work that you are doing. As a final note, you will see me looking down during much of the hearing and probably see my staff looking down. I take notes while people testify, so I'm not like scrolling the internet. I am listening to you and taking notes so that I'm catching everything. I don't want you to feel disrespected as if I'm not listening. My staff is either taking notes or working the technical aspects of the hearing. So that's that. So we'll get started with our first panel of public witnesses. We're going to do panels of 10 because we have about 80 public witnesses, and I want to make sure everybody who wants to testify can testify. So let me work through our first panel. All right, and bear with us. Every once in a while, we think we know who's here and who's not, and we may accidentally have 5 people at the table instead of 4. We'll work through it. Again, and some people who sign up to testify virtually may not be here or be here at that time. So let me try to get us to our first panel of 10. Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director with the People for Fairness Coalition. Robert Warren, Director of People for Fairness Coalition. Aquarius Van Gosri, who I don't see, but maybe is with us virtually. If you are, let us know. Susan McClanahan with the Fair Housing Director at the Equal Rights Center. Latilia Pittman, Yusuf Amusa, Charlie Vinson, Sunny Desai, Managing Attorney with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Ira Coates Jr., Staff Attorney with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly. McKenna Osborne, Policy Attorney with the Children's Law Center. And Eleni Christidis, Supervising Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Give me one moment. Somebody is with us by phone. How should we? Um, if you're on by phone, can you unmute for 1 second and let me know who it is so we know who's on the panel? Hit *6 to unmute. All right. Well, my team will work with you, whoever's on the phone, to figure out who it is. But we'll go ahead and get started. Rochelle Ellison, I see you with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Council Member White, members of the committee, and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm currently the Assistant Director and on the peer mentoring team at People for Fairness Coalition, where we meet our unhoused constituents where they're at in the community, place them into the HMIS system, and track them to a case conference at the cap table to be matched to support them to lease up. We believe housing is a human right and have a universal right to housing public policy campaign initiative. I'm an individual with 17 years of living on the streets, being chronically homeless with co-occurring disorders. Today, I have multiple years in recovery and reach back to help others on many different platforms. With the help of this oversight on DC Housing Authority and my advocacy and the passionate directors of DC Housing Authority, Keith Pettigrew and Anton Shaw, I was able to obtain the Federal Housing Choice Voucher after being on the waiting list for 16 years. My name came up, and I didn't think that was going to happen in this lifetime. I watched DC Housing Authority change a lot of lives to date. I have not seen the wait list open in over a decade and they have worked hard and are maintaining a steady flow of getting individuals and families the vouchers they need to have the foundation under their feet. I'm grateful to the individuals at DC Housing Authority, Director Anton Shaw, who works tirelessly and passionately in collaboration with me and others to bring Director Pettigrew's 3-year plan into fruition. I can collaborate with DC Housing Authority today to get housing insecure individuals into housing faster and out of the unhoused population. I've seen major changes with the 3-year plan that Director Pettigrew put into place. I have seen the growth with rebuilding community trust, redevelopment of properties, and can't deny the increased occupancy rates of public housing or the large number of families that have leased up to date. I haven't seen this much progress in years. Yes, there are bumps in the road and there's still work to do, but I'm grateful for this administration that has truly moved the needle and making a difference, and they are remarkable. Thank you, Director Shaw and Director Pettigrew, for being the change agents and truly caring about the DC residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Of course, as soon as I say the testimonies are usually going to be about the bad things, we got somebody saying things are moving in the right direction, which is what we want to hear. Robert Warren, Director of the People for Fairness Coalition.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a lifelong DC resident and someone who's actually family who actually have experience living in public housing at a very young age. And I can remember moving in public housing from Northwest Washington at the age of 8 years old, and getting and moving into public housing on Montana Terrace in Northeast Washington seemed like heaven to me. After growing up in an impoverished family, and I think my focus today, I really want to hear from the DC Housing Authority on how they are planning on actually rebuilding that public housing infrastructure. And I know we've had this conversation before, and I think the community members who live in public housing need to know and be involved in this process. I think what you would call diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that diversity of voices and community members need to take place. The equity associated with, long-term district residents and us being able to rebuild that public housing infrastructure, that plan needs to come forward. When in attendance last week at the mayor's budget forum, I think she made one line associated with public housing, and she did have a sheet of paper on the table outlining some things that she wanted to do. But her only reference that I heard concerning the public housing infrastructure or the properties was the New Communities Initiative. And as I have testified in the past to Councilmember Nita Bonds when she was overseeing this hearing, I believe the new community initiative to be racist and discriminatory towards Black folks in the District of Columbia. Based on the fact, if you're going to take public housing properties and use them as three-tier new community housing, where you want 30% AMI, 60% AMI, and then 80 to 100% AMI housing built, then that should be the process through all the housing in the city. So that's the reason why we're fighting to actually have what we call the universal right to housing voucher system, specifically for individuals in the city over the age of 55. Yes, there has been great work done with Chief Pettigrew and Mr. Anton Shore, and the work that the Housing Authority is doing overall. But I think far as the city and us being able to have a voice in those 13 public properties and how we're going to rebuild that infrastructure, right now, I think it's a weight game for district residents, where they're actually waiting for folks to die off and just bring in developers to redevelop these properties where there's no equity in it for long-term district residents. I would also ask you, Councilmember White, and I've asked you many times, to follow up with us on Barry Farms. We know that there's a senior building, there's a little portion of that property is now that they're actually building the building, and I guess they want to use that little portion as what you would call for returning people and senior citizens, which is fine. But for community members and long-term residents of Southeast Washington and young families to be able to stabilize themselves and actually get the equity, you know what I'm saying, third and fourth generation young families and individuals to be able to continue to live in those communities and not be pushed out or forced out due to economics, is where we need the discussions that we need to have. And I know those are hard discussions, but I feel like that the way the system is set up right now is not allowing that to happen. That true equity is not taking place. And we're up against it right now. I believe, with the new administration, and I think their piece is we want to have enterprise zones and kind of have developers come in and sell off properties and give real estate to them. So I would just hope that, he asked some hard questions of Director Pettigrew, and, what is the plan for us moving forward as a city to rebuild that public housing infrastructure and make sure that we're able to actually train up young Black folks to be able to work in construction trades and, to improve their lives and what that public housing infrastructure was meant for. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, Council Member, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren, and I will. I'll circle back on those specifically when I ask questions. You did remind me, as you went a little more than a minute over, that I forgot to say I'm going to enforce the clock, and I hate cutting people off, but generally each panel roughly takes about an hour. If everyone shows up, that means we'll spend about 8 hours, and people's days change, and so folks who are like, in the 60s, 70s, I want to make sure they can testify, so I will cut folks off. And our agency director has 10 minutes to testify. And as I try to say at every hearing, ain't nobody listening after 7 minutes. So after that, it's not for the people anyway. So I will respectfully pause folks at the appropriate time. But again, not to be rude, but to be respectful of everybody's time. Aquarius, are you with us? Okay. Susan McClanahan.
My name is Susie McClanahan, and I'm the Fair Housing Director at the Equal Rights Center. The ERC is a civil rights organization that identifies and seeks to eliminate unlawful and unfair discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations in our home community of Greater Washington, D.C. and nationwide. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. Today, I will focus on the need for DCHA to improve its rent reasonableness process and overhaul its reasonable accommodations process. First, DCHA's elimination of neighborhood-based payment standards and reimplementation of rent reasonableness assessments has made the lease-up process even more confusing for voucher holders and housing providers, because they lack any point of reference for what may be considered reasonable rent in a given neighborhood. Voucher holders often incorrectly believe that DCHA will approve any unit with rent that's within the citywide payment standard. However, DCHA determined 55% of units to not be rent reasonable in fiscal year 2024. The ERC has heard from multiple voucher holders who spent hundreds of dollars on application fees only to have unit after unit rejected by DCHA for not being rent reasonable. In mid-2024, DCHA hired 3 housing locators who can run a limited number of rent reasonableness assessments for voucher holders during their housing searches. While this is a positive development, few voucher holders seem to be aware of the resource. Additionally, should more voucher holders request assistance, it seems likely the housing locators would be quickly overwhelmed. DCHA ran 9,699 rent reasonableness assessments as part of RFTA package reviews in fiscal year 2024. If voucher holders inquired about 3 properties before deciding where to apply, each housing locator could be tasked with conducting about 37 rent reasonableness assessments per day. The rent reasonableness tool may also be riddled with erroneous data and inaccurately rejecting units. A PSH provider with access to the tool testified last year that it contained a troubling level of inaccurate data. Additionally, in a small sample size of 30 rent reasonableness rejections DCHA issued last fall, all 30 were appealed and 23 appeals were successful. If this trend holds more broadly, it would suggest that a lack of data or inaccurate data is resulting in many units being improperly rejected. DCHA must make it possible for voucher holders to better identify whether units likely to be deemed rent reasonable. As an immediate step, the agency should publish by neighborhood and bedroom size what rates are likely to be rent reasonable. Additionally, they should review the assessments conducted thus far for any patterns regarding whether units in certain neighborhoods are more likely to be rejected as not rent reasonable. Second, DCHA must also do more to ensure that people with disabilities have equal access to its programs. DCHA reports that it received only 403 reasonable accommodation requests in fiscal year 2024. This seems extremely low, given that about a quarter of HCVP and public housing households include people with disabilities, and it could be a sign that DCHA is failing to properly handle reasonable accommodation requests. Further, DCHA's ADA Section 504 office staff seem to lack even a basic understanding of the rights of people with disabilities. For instance, in response to a reasonable accommodation for a voucher holder to have additional time to complete recertification because they were hospitalized, ADA Section 504 staff stated, quote, "I cannot speak on the recertification process, for that is not my department." The ERC has repeatedly had to explain what a reasonable accommodation is when assisting clients. The challenges and delays can have harrowing consequences. In one particularly Kafkaesque example, the ERC spent about a year advocating on behalf of a client for approval of a live-in-aid and transfer to a larger unit. The unit transfer almost fell through at the last minute because DCHA not only canceled the client's RFTA package, but also terminated rent payments for her current unit, contradictorily claiming that they couldn't proceed with her move and that her move had occurred. The client's health deteriorated as she went without a live-in-aid throughout this year-long ordeal. DCHA must do a sweeping overhaul of its ADA Section 504 office to ensure that program participants with disabilities are able to receive the reasonable accommodations they need for their safety and well-being in a timely manner. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Otelia Pittman.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get the camera. Is it on? Did it come there? Okay, I have it. Good morning, council members. Good morning, council members. My name is Otelia Pittman. I am an Educate DC Parent Ambassador, and I am here today to share my experience navigating the DC Housing Authority system. As a mother in need of housing assistance for the past 14 years, I've been on the waiting list for housing assistance during this time. I've received no meaningful communication from DCHA. I've been left in the dark with no updates, no guidance, no support. Even when I've received communication, it has been incomplete or outdated. The DCHA housing portal, which is supposed to serve as a tool for applicants to check their status or provide updates, is riddled with glitches. It's difficult to navigate, and often it doesn't work at all. Despite submitting the required paperwork multiple times. DCHA has failed to pull my documents for review. The system is not only insufficient, but also completely unresponsive. My concerns, including trying to add my newborn daughter to my case, have gone unanswered for months. I've completely been in the dark about whether my daughter has been added to my case, and there's been no communication. It feels like the only way for DCHA to pay attention to you is if you're forced into a shelter, even though I should already be a priority case, in my opinion, because I am a survivor of domestic abuse and my family is in an emergency housing situation. Being in a shelter seems to be the only way for DCHA to make you a priority, which is very disheartening. In my experience, Native Washingtonians are overlooked while city transplants are considered first, which is unfair and only adds to struggle for families like mine. Furthermore, the overall communication from DCHA has been disgraceful. I've sent countless numbers of emails, phone calls, but there's been no response or delays. The housing conditions where I currently live are subpar at best. I feel like I'm dealing with slumlords, and it is not an environment conducive to raising a child. I urge DCHA and the city to take immediate action to fix these issues. Families like mine deserve to have safe and habitable living. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Charlie Vinson.
Good morning, members of the council and Councilmember White. My name is Charlie Vinson, and I am also an Educare DC parent ambassador, and not only a resident of the District of Columbia, but a multi-generational resident. My family has been a part of the city and employees of this city since my great-grandmother moved here in the early 1960s. I'm here to speak about the challenges of many families, including mine, faced with the current housing programs administered by the DC Housing Authority. There is a frustrating and inequitable gap in our housing system. As a lower middle class family in the district, it feels as though in order to live in the district and continue to stay here, families either need to be completely destitute to qualify for deeply subsidized housing or to be able to afford market rent, which is out of reach for many lower middle class and middle class families. Unfortunately, there is little in between. As a participant in the inclusionary zoning program, I have been on various wait lists and applying to lottery slots since 2018. The wait for affordable housing can stretch up to 2 years, and in the meantime, families are left struggling to find stable housing. The application process itself is another barrier. Each building requires a fee to apply, which takes additional money out of families' pockets to survive. The paperwork can be extremely cumbersome and overwhelming. There are frequent clerical errors delaying processing time, and the DC Housing Authority's backlog causes delays and confusions, leaving applicants stuck in a cycle of frustration. The current system is ineffective and leaves too many people, particularly middle-class families, without viable options. We need to make affordable housing accessible to a wider range of income levels. To that end, I recommend the following: expanding affordable housing options, create more affordable housing units that cater to a broader range of income levels, not just those at the extremes. Housing should be available to people with children, not just those who have double incomes and no kids. Clear the backlog and fix these clerical errors. The Housing Authority must clear the backlog of applicants and ensure that clerical errors are avoided. This will help reduce delays and provide clarities for families waiting for housing. And also improve information access. There must be better communication to the community about available housing programs. Information should be easily accessible, clear, and distributed through multiple channels, so all residents know all of their options. Families like mine are stuck waiting for housing with no clear path forward. The current system is broken, and the status quo is not working. We need more inclusive, efficient housing programs that serve all residents, including those just above the poverty line, to those with the highest income brackets. Thank you so much for your time, Council.
Thank you very much for being with us. Yusef Amusa. Okay, looks like you dropped off, so we'll come back to you in the next panel, or if you join before the end of this panel, we'll add you.
I can hear you.
Oh, there
Yeah.
you are. There you go. Right at the buzzer.
Good
Welcome.
morning, Council. My name is Yusuf Amusa, and I'm an Educare DC parent ambassador, and I'm also an Educare parent of 2 kids. Today, I would like to speak about the challenges families like mine face with affordable housing. Housing has really been difficult for us right now in DC because it has not been accessible, and the current housing options in our city fail to meet the need of all families. Affordable housing also comes with significant trade-off. For instance, to get a good house, definitely there must be like a school, a mediocre school next to the good house. So it comes with a trade-off for many of us. The housing units that are available are far from ideal. They lack the space that a growing family needs. And they are often located far away from quality schools. As a parent, I'm forced to choose between affordable housing and high-quality schools for my children, which that has been the case for like 2-3 years right now. This is an impossible decision that no family should have to make. Additionally, the areas where affordable housing is located often suffer from high crime rates. My family and I have felt unsafe in our own neighborhood because security and investments are lacking. It's hard to thrive when the environment around you doesn't feel safe or supportive. It is painful to feel like we, the families who need affordable housing units, but make much money for the district housing program, but not enough to afford market rent, are being forgotten. Our neighborhood often feel neglected, and our needs are not fully considered in the city's development plans. It seems like we are left out of the conversation about progress in DC. The system forces families to make stressful decisions between housing and education, between safety and space. We shouldn't have to choose between these basic needs. I simply ask the council to consider us when developing housing programs, consider the needs of families. Affordable housing should be close to good schools, offer enough space for families to live comfortably, and ensure safety in the neighborhood. We need housing that truly supports our families and help us build a stable future. These are my testimony, Council.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate you being with us. Sunny Desai with the, oh, I'm sorry, no, Charlie Benson testified last, right? Yep. Sunny Desai with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I'm the manager of Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. This year, LCE celebrates its 50th year serving the DC community. Regrettably, my testimony today will focus on some of the same shortcomings that I highlighted in the last oversight hearing in October 2024. My colleague Ira Coates Jr. will highlight our specific client stories. First, DCHA has only made marginal improvements in customer service. We continue to find it difficult to get answers to relatively straightforward questions. According to DCHA's responses to the pre-hearing questions you posed, it seems that call center staff are answering more than 100 calls a day and seeing more than 20 people in person per day. And these are averages, and I tried to be as conservative as possible based on the numbers provided. This seems like a recipe for disaster, and perhaps there needs to be more staffing added to the customer service center. We're also dismayed by the customer service that residents received at in-person events. DCHA recently started in-person meet and lease events for voucher holders. It's not a bad idea, but it's poorly advertised and poorly executed. LCE staff attended 2 such events with a client. Upon arrival, our staff found the event to be quite chaotic. It was difficult to know exactly where to go and whom to talk to. There was no seating for seniors or people with disabilities. The room was overcrowded. All the while, DCHA staff that were present did nothing to guide people to the right places. Luckily, through our assistance, our client was able to find housing at the second event, but I cannot imagine how a person without assistance would navigate such an event. Second, the lease-up process continues to be plagued by delays. There are bottlenecks getting transfer vouchers, getting RFTAs processed, and getting inspections done. Further adding to the delays are the frequent denials of rent reasonableness assessments. The data DCHA provided, which Ms. McClanahan earlier highlighted, showed a 55% rejection. That number hasn't gotten much better. As best as I could tell from their responses, currently the rate is 40% of the assessments are initially denied. That's thousands of denials, hundreds of thousands of lost application fees. Third, DCHA's reasonable accommodations process is still out of compliance with the Fair Housing Act. DCHA migrated the ADA 504 office to the Office of General Counsel, but that in and of itself is not an accomplishment. There's no indications of a plan to get RA requests processed more expeditiously. This requires not just responding to the request, but actually resolving it. DCHA, again, provided some data regarding the reasonable accommodations process, but I question the reliability of it. For example, they indicated that in FY24, all RA requests were resolved, but LCE submitted an RA request in May of 2024 and just received a response 2 weeks ago. That request has yet to be resolved. Finally, DCHA also indicates that of all the outstanding violations left from the 2022 HUD report, they just need to make some changes to the admin plan and the ACOP plan, and those remaining 9 open items will get resolved. However, one open item is the reasonable accommodation violation, and those require not just changes to the ACOP and admin plan, but a overhauling of the process, including keeping a log of when each RA request was accepted and when each RA request was denied. There was no data provided regarding how long it is taking DCHA to process RA requests on average. Clearly, this committee needs to dig deeper, continue your regular oversight, continue to demand full answers and firm deadlines, and hold DCHA accountable. We are still rooting for DCHA to succeed. As you said, the work is really important. Many of LCE clients need DCHA to succeed, but there's still a long way to go before we can say that it's functioning adequately. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ira Coates with Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson White, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ira Coates Jr., and I'm a staff attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, or LCE. Earlier, my colleague, Sunny Desai, shared numerous DCHA failures, and I'm going to share a few client stories that support his testimony, like stories of clients who have died while waiting for adequate housing. Now, imagine being an 80-year-old bedridden individual who has suffered numerous strokes and was recently diagnosed with cancer. Your home is infested with mold, and your landlord's only solution to this situation is plastering over the problem. You request a transfer of your Section 8 voucher to a mold-free unit that accommodates your health needs, such as a single-floor apartment, instead of the 3-story unit where you currently live. DCHA fails to respond to you, and after waiting for a year, you turn to LCE for help. For the next 9 months, you and your attorney make repeated attempts to contact DCHA, but DCHA staff do not respond. Then after suffering another massive stroke, you finally hear from DCHA, but not with news that your transfer was approved. Instead, DCHA places you on a waiting list for a virtual transfer briefing, with only a vague promise of contact within 30 days. Another 60 days pass, and despite multiple follow-ups from your attorney, DCHA remains silent. And then tragically, you no longer need the transfer, not because you found safer housing, but because you passed away. This, in fact, is not a hypothetical, and is a true story of one of our LCE clients. Far too many of our vulnerable clients face similar delays due to systematic failures with DCHA. Clients who deal with lack of timely DCHA inspections, like Ms. G, a 65-year-old woman who was unable to move into her new housing after being on the waiting list for years due to DCHA's failure to inspect the numerous units she had been approved for in a timely manner. Ms. G was forced to put her belongings in storage and now lives with family as she still awaits transitional housing. Clients who are dealing with improper lease-ups, like Ms. A, a 65-year-old voucher holder who moved into a new apartment in June of 2021 through DCHA, and 2 years later, discovered that her lease-up had not been completed properly, and she now owes her landlord $78,000. Despite the help of LCE, there has still been no substantial response from DCHA to address this debt. And clients who also have been dealing with the overall lack of communication and structure within DCHA, like Ms. N, a 64-year-old resident of public housing in a development with severe housing code violations, so much to the point that DCHA themselves applied for a Section 8 demolition of the building and has been sending residents mandatory transfer notices for health and safety reasons. However, DCHA failed to provide any support or assistance with this relocation, and Ms. N is one of the last residents at a property that has now been deemed to be uninhabitable. She was moved into a hotel a month ago due to lack of heat and still has not had any relocation support. This situation has been ongoing for more than 2 years. These are just a few of the many stories from residents who face these challenges who have had legal counsel. Imagine the stories of those who have not. No one should need legal representation to maintain their housing. I sit before you today as someone who, despite my polished appearance now, experienced firsthand the devastating consequences of the flaws and inadequacies within government housing agencies. As a teenager, these failures left me living on the streets of Virginia for 2 years until committees like yourself helped to create change. I firmly believe that meaningful oversight can drive lasting, positive impact when the work is done effectively. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. McKenna Osborne with the Children's Law Center. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families who are trying to provide their children with a safe, healthy, and stable place to call home, but cannot afford market rent in DC. DCHA's mission is to provide quality housing options for families like these and other low-income residents in the district. The written testimony I will submit shortly for the record details how poor conditions in public housing and administrative delays in the voucher program are undermining DCHA's ability to fulfill its mission and preventing district families from attaining housing security. In my remarks today, I will focus on the experience of a different group of Children's Law Center's clients, youth aging out of foster care. Children's Law Center attorneys serve as guardians ad litem for children in the care and custody of DC's Child and Family Services Agency, CFSA. When youth in foster care reach the age of 21, they age out of the system, meaning they are exited from CFSA's care, and CFSA is no longer responsible for providing them with a place to live. Navigating the transition from foster care to independent living is full of challenges for youth, and one of the biggest is finding stable housing. This is the first time most of these young people are renting an apartment and paying bills on their own, and it's a moment when they are particularly vulnerable to homelessness. That is why the federal government created Family Unification Program vouchers, or FUP vouchers. FUP vouchers provide youth exiting foster care with up to 5 years of rental assistance and supportive services. In DC, DCHA receives funding for FUP vouchers as part of the Housing Choice Voucher Program and partners with CFSA to distribute them. CFSA helps eligible youth submit a FUP application to DCHA, and then DCHA treats them like any other Housing Choice Voucher, reviewing the application for eligibility, issuing the voucher, and requiring FUP recipients and prospective landlords to go through the request for tenancy approval process before signing a lease. The district recently removed barriers that prevented many of our clients from even applying for FUP vouchers. In the past year, all of our clients who were interested in FUP successfully submitted a voucher application. However, that has not translated into more of our clients having stable housing in place before they exit foster care, the entire purpose of FUP. We believe this delay is due to delays in the application review and lease-up processes, and the unique challenges faced by foster youth trying to rent an apartment for the first time with the added administrative burdens of a voucher. More information is needed to fully understand this problem, identify the root causes of delays, and design effective solutions. To that end, Children's Law Center asks this committee to convene a joint hearing or roundtable on FUP vouchers with the Committee on Youth Affairs and invite both DCHA and CFSA to participate. We are committed to working with both agencies and committees to ensure that district youth can reliably use FUP vouchers to secure housing before they age out of care. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Eleni Christidis with Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Chairperson White and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a supervising attorney at Legal Aid DC in the Housing Law Unit. Legal Aid's housing unit represents low-income DC residents, including residents of DCHA's public housing and housing choice voucher programs. My written testimony will go into more detail about 4 areas where Legal Aid feels DCHA is not serving its residents. These are DCHA's emergency regulations, its rent reasonableness process, public housing preservation, and customer service. Each of these topics, and really any of the topics that witnesses have touched on today, deserve its own oversight hearing. My testimony today will focus on why the council must pass legislation to put guardrails on DCHA's disposition of public housing, and why the permanent DCHA board must be independent of the mayor and include resident elected commissioners and a legal services representative. First, Legal Aid remains concerned that DCHA is moving forward with repositioning plans that will benefit private developers, dispose of public housing for less than fair market value, and disadvantage or displace current public housing residents. Legal Aid's review of the Section 18 applications DCHA submitted to HUD in July 2024 shows a general approach to swap the subsidies first and deal with the demolition or potential tenant displacement later. DCHA's approach is problematic for a few reasons. First, even though HUD requires DCHA to show it consulted with local government and residents, DCHA held just 2 meetings with residents at each property, and no meetings with council members, their staff, neighborhood ANCs, and other stakeholders prior to submitting the applications. Second, DCHA is approaching the redevelopments as a 2-step process, where first HUD approves the subsidy swap, and then later the property is substantially redeveloped, but without the scrutiny that HUD would have provided if DCHA were demolishing or rehabilitating the properties all at once. By doing it in this way, DCHA is sidestepping providing HUD with detailed environmental reports and tenant relocation plans, but it also won't be under these requirements later once the properties are disposed of to an entity that is not under direct HUD oversight. We are also concerned that DCHA is not seeking to fill vacant units at properties it intends to reposition, increasing vacancies and worsening conditions in safety, and pushing a dwindling number of residents out before they have a guaranteed right of return. Lastly, DCHA is not required to report to anyone the status of their Section 18 applications, what feedback HUD is giving DCHA, or when an application is approved. The council can ensure more transparency, accountability, and fairness in the disposition of DCHA property by passing legislation to put local safeguards in place, such as more notice, council consultation and review, and public hearings before a HUD application can be submitted, requirements for built first strategies and 1-for-1 replacement of units codified into law, and an absolute right for public housing residents to return to the redeveloped property, and to receive robust relocation counseling and assistance if they must be temporarily or permanently moved. Legislation is necessary to codify residents' rights and create a clear and consistent process, regardless of any future changes in DCHA leadership or in the composition of the board. This brings me to my second point. More transparency and accountability from DCHA will not happen without a truly independent, permanent Board of Commissioners. After HUD's 2022 assessment, the council created a 2-year temporary STAR board through emergency legislation. The STAR board has already exceeded its original term without a comprehensive agenda to reform DCHA. The Mayor's Rental Act would let her select the permanent board, set members' initial terms, and appoint all future board members forever. This degree of mayoral control over an independent agency is a non-starter. This committee must introduce its own legislation for a permanent board with resident elected commissioners who can reflect the views of residents and be directly accountable to them, and a position for a legal services representative who can provide knowledge of local law and landlord-tenant issues to ensure DCHA actions and policies comply with local requirements and give the broader advocate community a voice on the board. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Before I forget, Ira Coates, can you submit a copy of your testimony electronically?
Yes, I have electronic.
Thank you so much. I think that's it for this panel. Okay, excellent. All right. I'm going to try to keep my questions brief, and I'm going to ask you to try to keep your answers brief. And I won't ask questions to all of our witnesses, and that's not an indication that I didn't appreciate your testimony. Sometimes it's just clear enough, and I don't have questions. So Don't have questions for you, Rochelle Ellison, but I do appreciate your testimony, because folks who have been following the work of DCHA or the Housing Committee know that you are not shy, and when you think things are going well, you'll say it, and when you think they're not, you'll say that too. Even the people that you love and get along with, and I appreciate that. So thank you for your testimony, and I'm glad you're seeing progress. It is important to hear that perspective, particularly from somebody with your lived and professional experiences. So thank you very much. Robert Warren, the question around DCHA, how they plan to rebuild the public housing infrastructure, which is something that's came up from a couple witnesses. I'm going to be asking them this directly today. So we will both be getting clarity on this. You know, the reality is the federal government is not investing what they need to. And we know that they're not going to. Therefore, what do we do? And we need to get some clarity on where the agency is heading with respect to public housing infrastructure and long-term planning. So I will be asking that question. Per your request on an update on Berry Farms, I actually asked Dimped, the deputy mayor for planning and economic development, last week about Berry Farms specifically. So we'll follow up with you on what they said. But actually, let me tell you now, they don't know. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, but after they entered into agreement with the developer, time went on and the cost of construction went up, and now nobody seems to know how to cover the gap. So that's where things are. And I think we asked for a timeline, and I think the deputy mayor owes us some follow-ups, which we will share publicly. So we'll give you an update, but I don't think you'll like the update any more than I do. And maybe the director, if the director has any additional or different information, can share that with us with respect to Berry Farm. Susie McClanahan, do have a couple questions for you to help me understand some of your concerns a little bit better. When you say 55% of the rents are not rent reasonable, and you talk about both the slowness and inaccuracies, where are you seeing that in particular? Is it like the size, the number of bedrooms, amenity, cost of rent compared to market rent? Are there specific things that are generally causing the rent reasonableness issues?
So there's first off the lack of transparency, in that housing providers and voucher holders have no idea what might be considered rent reasonable until it actually goes through a rent reasonable assessment, during the RFTA package process. And the tool, which is provided by affordablehousing.com, is actually only available to DCHA, although DHS and some of the PSH providers have essentially a mirrored tool that they also have access to in order to assist with their clients who have vouchers that are administered by DCHA. I don't personally have access to the tool, but what other folks have shared who do is that frequently, since it's just kind of scrubbing information from the internet, the information that will be input either for the specific property or for comparables will be wrong, and that will throw off the calculations, which then means that a unit that may actually be rent reasonable is thus denied. And so a landlord could then appeal that denial and may prevail, but it puts the impetus on individual housing providers to actually go through an appeals process in order to address bad data. Because our understanding is that there's been no systemic approach to actually cleaning up and verifying the accuracy of the data within the tool itself.
It seems like our process now, which was terrible, is in line with what the rest of the nation is doing. Is that your sense? And if so, do you have a sense of whether like our results or our process are different, or are other jurisdictions having the same issue?
So the rent reasonableness assessments isn't required by HUD, but the way that DCHA does them is not mandated by HUD. So many other public housing authorities will essentially have their staff pull their own comparables and just come up with a rental range that would be reasonable. and then see if the rent falls within that compared to like 3 other nearby units. DCHA is using an automated tool that simply determines whether a specific number is rent reasonable or not. There are also other for housing authorities. For instance, actually, the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership has an online tool where voucher holders can just input an address. And based on the neighborhood and the bedroom size, it will tell people what a likely rental range is that would be approved. And so they can make a more informed decision before they apply to places by checking this tool, which is not something available to voucher holders in the district.
All right, let me do this because what you articulated is not my understanding, but I want us all to be on the same page. I'm going to ask the agency has plenty of time, and I won't attach this to their 10 minutes. But if we've heard several concerns about rent reasonableness, including the specifics that you just gave, if DCHA could give us a 2-minute primer, what these witnesses are saying that's correct, what's not correct. We'll keep that to 2 minutes. It won't count against your time. That'll help us get on the same page and figure out where to go. So, because I do still hear frustrations about rent reasonableness, including from the landlords, less than I was maybe a year ago, but still some. And I want us to just kind of be clear. One of the other things I want to be clear about is how our process compares to best practices. So thank you for raising this. But one other thing for my clarity, the rent reasonableness, does that impact the inaccuracies? Does that impact application fees, people's application fees?
So by the time a rent reasonableness assessment is run, generally, there are exceptions, for instance, at like meet and lease events, or if a voucher holder does know to contact a housing locator and have an assessment run in advance. But the assessments are generally run after an RFTA package is submitted, meaning that a voucher holder has already been approved by a housing provider at the time that a rent reasonableness assessment is run. So if that property then is denied, they've already paid that application fee and they lose that fee then. So many of our clients have applied at multiple properties that get rejected ultimately for rent reasonableness. And so they're losing $50, $100, maybe even $200, depending on how many adults are in their household at a time while applying to these properties.
All right, that's a huge issue, and I doubt anybody would disagree. So let's work through that. And so we'll get the response from the agency today, but then we will figure out what to do about that, because I mean, most of us can barely afford one $100, $200 application, much less more than that, and that'd be pretty demoralizing. So we'll make some progress on that today, and then some more going forward. One other thing I want to say, well, actually, one more question for you, Susie McClanahan. Did you say that there were about I don't remember the exact number, but 400 some reasonable accommodation requests reported last year, and that seemed low to you?
Yes, that was the pre-hearing response from DCHA. It was 403 reasonable accommodation requests amongst public housing, housing choice voucher program, and waitlist individuals on the waitlist, I believe.
And did that seem low to you?
Yes, about a quarter of public housing residents and housing choice voucher program participants have a person in their household with a disability. And we're talking about, more than 10,000 people or households. So the fact that only 400 requests would have been submitted seems extremely low. And if you haven't actually seen, the Washington Post covered this morning a letter that DCHA received last August from HUD, a letter of noncompliance with Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, where they found that staff frequently failed to properly log reasonable accommodation requests, and I believe they may have been tracking them like in an Excel spreadsheet. And so requests are lost, they're not properly handled, they're not being properly identified as reasonable accommodation requests, which is a major concern. And so our concern is that that number is an undercount.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. We'll make some progress on that today. Otelia Pittman, thank you for being with us today. You say you've been on the wait list for 14 years with no meaningful communication. And Okay, yeah, I know some of the parents may have had to go. We'll make sure you're connected. We'll confirm that this the DCHA waiting list and not a different one, and if so, we'll make sure you're connected with the agency to get an update. We can't bump anyone up or down, but we can help you get clear communication. It seems like we've connected you with DCHA before, so we got to find out what's happening. Um, Charlie Vinson, also a parent, thank you for being with us. Several of the, your recommendations are, I think, right on point about the IZ program, which is under the DHCD, and, the need for more affordable housing options, more multi-bedroom units, more information that is clearer and more available is important. So I very much appreciate you being with us. And Yusuf Amusa, also a parent and educator ambassador. The notion of having to choose between affordable housing and good schools is simply not fair. And the only affordable housing being in places generally with high crime rates, also just unfair. And we have to focus on two things. One is public safety, because every neighborhood should be safe. And different ideas like housing covenants that I've really been pushing for some years, so that we have affordable housing in all parts of our city, and residents don't have to so consistently make that choice. Sunny Decide, thank you for your testimony. Many of the things that you touched on, if not all of them, are things I'm going to be asking questions about today. Certainly HUD report updates, the delays with leasing, and rent reasonableness issues. We'll go into some detail on those with the agency. Those things are not where they need to be. And while the agency is improving in many places, there are a lot more places it needs to improve. So we run toward those things and not away from them. And Ira Coates, thank you for lifting up the experiences of your clients. People living in bad conditions, dying, waiting for a transfer. And I do want to know more about the requests, the transfer requests. I gotta understand what. Well, let me actually add. Well, no. I want to understand what's taking so long. Yeah, like where do you have a sense, either of you or Sunny Decide, a sense of what's making those take so long, like where the sticking points are?
I think the initial sticking point is just knowing who to contact to get your request going. A lot of clients come to us saying, I have a housing specialist, but or I talked to somebody a while back, I just don't know who that person is now, or emailing somebody and not getting a response back initially. Oftentimes our only recourse is to escalate things to Anton Shaw or even Nicole Wycliffe, or even copy you on some emails, to be honest, to get an answer.
Okay. I appreciate that. I mean, that's, at least partially sort of a systems fix and an issue that is fixable. And while I respect that you can't fix everything at once, this is something that is important and fixable. It shouldn't be hard to find out how you make that request, or to get updates at reasonable points. So let us work with the agency collectively on that, so that we can have a clear answer, and at least a starting point for resolving that, and then we'll work to relatively quickly understand what the permanent recommended fix is going to be. McKenna Osborne, specifically on the administrative delays and the voucher process, and the application and lease-up process. Do you have thoughts on where exactly the delays are happening?
So my testimony was specifically about the FUP vouchers
Yeah.
for foster youth. And, it takes a very long time both for applications to be approved and then also the entire lease up process. And CFSA and our attorneys do not have clarity necessarily on where in the approval process the delays are. You know, are there, especially for FUP vouchers, you know, are there some unique aspects of youth applying who maybe don't have as much recent evidence of income or have different sources of income that are causing particular delays? Or is there a difference between having communication between CFSA and DCHA? And what we'd really like is for DCHA to have a special process for FUP vouchers with one point of contact or one team who has expertise in this particular area and this particular population, because we're talking about, you know, 30 something applications a year or less. So we should
Okay.
be able to get those moved through the process faster. And then for lease ups, similarly, you know, these are young people who are applying for apartments, and that has its own challenges. And so a housing navigator, housing locator who can work specifically with them would be helpful.
That makes sense. And generally, I mean, these youth often won't have the same support that other young people going into the housing market for the first time. Let me push it back a little bit against your idea of having a hearing. We need government to work more quickly. Hearings are not efficient or particularly effective at many things. I think a meeting would be better. If there was a meeting, who would need to be there to make it productive?
Well, we would be very open to a meeting, and representatives from CFSA, and their team that is working with youth aging out on FUP vouchers, the DCHA Housing Choice Voucher team, and anyone that they think would be responsible or has a role in processing those FUP vouchers. Children's Law Center would really appreciate the opportunity to participate and be part of the conversation. And we can certainly also identify other stakeholders who have worked with youth through the FUP voucher process about their experiences.
Okay, if you would follow up with us to let us know your recommendations,
Absolutely.
but I would want to keep it tight
Mhm.
in order to make it as productive as possible. So I want to sort of reduce duplication of who's at the table.
Absolutely.
And you let us know, and then we'll work
I will do
together
that.
to set
Thank
up a
you.
meeting. Thank you. And Elena Christidis, thank you for your testimony as well. The issue of repositioning properties is something we do need clarity on. You know, I am thinking through. I'm considering a requirement for Bill First, which I think is already a requirement. Yeah, and this notion of not seeking to fill units in properties that they're working to reposition. Let me ask the agency about that, if that's happening, if so, why? And then we will go from there. And with the DCHA board, we will be introducing a bill on that very soon, and we will. We're intend to work with the mayor and DCHA. You know, I don't know if our ideas are going to overlap 100%. They won't 100%, but it will have community representation. So look forward to seeing something on that very soon. And yeah. So thank you very much to this panel. Very much appreciate you all being with us. All right. Daniel Del Pialago, Margaret Morton, Kenneth Council, Beatrice Evans, Linda Brown, Donna Towns, Patricia Malloy, Tiffany McPherson. Don't think we see you virtually. You in the room. Regina Rivers, Pena Washington, and Ronald Smith. All right, we will start with Daniel Del Pialago. You can begin your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, council member. I'm sorry, one second. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Pialago, and I work with Empower DC. Part of our work focuses on supporting public housing residents and voucher holders to organize for what they need and deserve as district residents and renters. Today, I'll share some of concerns we've identified about the DC Housing Authority and some recommended solutions that both public housing residents and voucher holders have developed. There are quite a few more issues I would like to speak on. You've heard some of these from some of our colleagues, and you'll be hearing some more from the tenants we work with. We appreciate that Director Pettigrew has made some changes to redirect this wayward agency, but at the ground level, tenants, both public housing and voucher, are still dealing with many of the same issues that we bring up at these very hearings year in and year out. Number one, repositioning the Section 18 applications. We have done outreach at the properties that DCHA submitted these applications for to HUD, and overwhelmingly the tenants that we spoke to have no idea what has happened so far and what will happen if these applications are approved. When we met with tenants about this potential change to their properties, we heard the following. If any relocation is to happen, tenants want a codified right of return. This has been a reoccurring ask for tenants at properties that have undergone relocation and demolition over the past years. Tenants do not want to take on financial burden of having to pay utilities if these applications are approved, as were laid out in DCHA's Public Housing Subsidy Conversion Handbook. Long-term affordability needs to be codified in regulation as well. Section 18 does not guarantee that properties will remain affordable. Tenants want to be involved in what will happen. They want to be official partners in the planning of what will happen on their property. Under Section 18, public housing residents will not have the same rights they do now. It will be easier for this agency to dispose of its assets. Without actionable protections, we risk losing this much-needed affordable housing stock. Much more communication is needed as to what will happen if these applications are approved. As just, tenants have not heard anything since the news dropped this past summer. Conditions, year in and year out, we raise this as an issue. Unfortunately, we continue to hear about these issues. When maintenance is deferred and or performed incorrectly, it puts at risk the physical and mental well-being of housing residents and their families. It also has the disastrous result of putting much-needed housing stock in the district at risk of demolition and disposition. Several tenants have shared that although the work done in their units related to tickets they've submitted, that the work has been poor and has to be redone. This calls into question who is DCHA contracting with and are they qualified to do the work they've been contracted for. Public housing residents are requesting that qualified professional contractors perform the work in their units so it is done correctly and will not require multiple returns to work on the same issue. As you've heard, vouchers, this past year, we started working with voucher holders and those in the voucher process. We have a core group of voucher holders who have helped to detail some of the larger issues that exist, which we'll share here. I'll also add that we meet on a monthly basis with Director Pettigrew and Director of the Voucher Program, Anton Shaw, with voucher holders and those in the process so we can troubleshoot their individual issues and the more systemic ones, and we are very thankful for those meetings. It has helped quite a few voucher holders. The voucher process from beginning to end is a difficult one. There is a lack of communication, information, and support. Understanding rent reasonableness is very difficult, and as a result, people apply to places that the voucher will not cover, so they end up losing money and time. People who receive voucher withdrawal letters report that there is no information on the letter on who they may call if they feel the decision has been made in error. Keeping in touch with housing specialists is very tough. They are hard to connect with, and often do not respond to requests for help. Throughout the application, lease up and recertification, the voucher program does a poor job of retaining information submitted by people in the program. This creates delays that can cut into time people have to lease up. It puts people who need to recertify at a risk of having to pay market rent because research aren't done in time. As mentioned, we are thankful that leadership in the agency has made itself available to hear about individual and systemic issues, but the staff that carries out this work really needs to improve. Vacancies. I just want to share that we have visited quite a few properties doing outreach, and I shared in my testimony pictures of the testimony. I'll highlight Greenleaf Senior that has, close to 85 vacant units that we identified. I mean, there's whole wings of that building that are vacant. I just can't, often we hear DCHA will say, certain units are taken offline, but they're still vacant. There's still people living in those properties next to vacant units, which, create safety issues, create health hazards, because, leaks happen, stuff happens, rodents start taking up residence in there. So we are really, really concerned that vacancies is still quite an issue that people have to live with. I was recently at Richardson Dwellings, and there's whole courts that are vacant, that people, one person living in the court, or whole vacancies, and people are just, not living in conditions that are conducive to being healthy, and just, a place that you want to come home to. So we
I
really,
apologize. You're about 2 minutes over.
my
So I'm
apologies.
gonna ask that you conclude briefly.
Thank you. In closing, I just want to make sure that this agency continues to this continues its oversight, and we want to continue working closely with the Housing Authority. We appreciate the meetings that we're having, and there is some positive stuff happening. We just want to be able to build on that.
Thank you very much. Margaret Morton, and actually, before you start, let me, Regina Rivers, please accept promotion so that when we get to you, you will be able to testify. And right now, we'll go to Margaret Morton. Margaret Morton, you can begin your testimony. I can see that you're here, but I can't see you, and I'm not hearing you yet.
I'm.
Oh, excellent. Okay, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulties over here, but good morning. My name is Margaret Morton, and I'm a former Berry Farm resident. I have been denied the right to return. This has been a 8-year process, and I have been waiting 8 years, and I have been very engaged in what's going on. I've attended most of the meetings because I wanted to return home. I never gotten comfortable where I was relocated at, and I'm being denied because of my income, not because of my annual income, but because of COVID-19, we were given additional income during that time, which that income is no longer on the table. And but they still are denying me. I was interested in moving into the Ashbury building. This has been a nightmare, you know. I've lost sleep, can't sleep. I'm reaching out to people, not realizing that I'm texting and doing all this stuff 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, because this has been very disturbing to me. You know, I grew up in Berry Farms. I was living in Berry Farms when I was 6 years old. but I got my own place over in Berry Farms. And if I could live down there, when it wasn't so beautiful, when it was ran down, it seems like now that they built it up, now I'm being denied the right to return. And that's what I was afraid of, because we heard rumors of how this had happened at other housing uh, uh, developments. When they go in and they rebuild everything up, then most of the people don't even get the right to return. I'm a living witness of that, because it's happening to me. And my annual income is 70,000 a year. I have added my granddaughter on my lease, because where she was, they were having problems with mold and stuff, and it's been all on the news, channel 7. My granddaughter has asthma, so she cannot stay there. So since that time, I have put her on my lease. I was told that I was eligible to come back with my granddaughter on my lease. I went and add her at the Ashbury, only for them to come back once again and say I don't qualify. I have been getting to run around. People that I need to talk to have made themselves very unavailable. And it's just frustrating. I am a senior. I'm 61 years old. My health is not the best. I suffer a stroke during COVID, but this stuff, I mean, something really needs to be done, because people just passing the buck. Our ledgers don't make sense. Our rent statements are not on time. I have gotten money from ERAP that DC Housing just took it upon themselves just to take it all, whether I owe it to them or not, which I didn't owe it to them, because I made arrangements to pay my rent and to get caught up. And after I did that, when the ERAP came through later on, months later, after I did that, they took it all anyway. So it's a lot of problems.
Ms. Morton, thank you for being with us. One other thing I should mention relevant to you. The other thing I asked the deputy mayor for planning and economic development for is a breakdown for all the new communities, which would include Berry Farms, the promises made to each family in terms of a right to return, and where things are for each family. I just want to note, as much for everybody else as for myself, a lot of this happened before any of us got here, but everything that's happening right now is happening on our watch. And this is still a city with primarily Black leadership, and most of the folks struggling in this city are Black. And that's a tough reality, and all of us in positions of power share the responsibility. So I don't think it was anybody's intention for COVID assistance to affect determinations, but I also don't know the situation here. So we will work between you and the agency to get to the bottom of it, to make sure that's not the issue. And if it is, then we'll look to see how we navigate it. But I appreciate you being here. Just wanted to flag that following your testimony. Let me go to Kenneth. Counsel, are you with us? I think you are with us virtually.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councilman White, I'm not going to be long, because what I'm hearing is almost within my testimony, but I want to put facts that's down there. The staff has changed tremendously down at DC Housing Authority when I was commissioner. I see things have worsened instead of gotten better. I'm going to give you factuals, and the factuals mean receipts. There needs to be a forensic audit done, period. Money is coming through, but it's not reaching the residents. You walk these properties, it's deplorable. Factual. Richardson, They're moving the residents out. They're moving them out. Harvard Towers, they're moving them out. They're giving them letters telling them that they are eligible for a voucher. Why would you share that if they're already housed and you're not housing people that are homeless and need to be sheltered? I don't understand it. There are things where people are calling me from staff and people that are being bullied and actually being treated nasty for them because they're the ones that want to be honest and truthful of what's going on. You're talking about mental health on a rise. It's on a rise in that agency, and money is slipping away behind the door. The new present ED came through the door and paid amount of money to what was flagged when I was a commissioner. We put them there. A disclosure, I was over audit and finance. And even as far as the finance department today, they're being bullied. They were even told by, I believe her name is Heather, I can't think of her last name, to destroy stuff. Something needs to be done. As you know, before we were removed, I and 3 other colleagues were removed. 1133 was sold. Still no paperwork to prove it. We had land to live and build on where we're renting 4 floors out of Metro's new headquarters. Why? That shouldn't be. Fact, you have someone over there at Arthur Caper Sr. It burnt down. It was done over. Someone needs to go and inspect that place. The seniors are having floods and management's doing nothing about it. They are afraid to speak out because they're afraid of being put out. A lot of these properties, they are emptied out. When I left when I was put out, well, I ain't gonna say put out, but we were removed 2 years ago, there were 52 properties. To date, they have removed 19 out of their portfolio. How do you do that? Nicole told us, meaning the leadership at the Block by Block on the 22nd of August of last year, that they were putting applications in and they would respect us to come back and tell us. They don't tell us anything. They give you a letter, it's twisted, you don't understand the language, but if you sign off on it, and they're getting people that are already housed to take a voucher. It doesn't make sense. My recommendation is that a forensic audit is done because money is not reaching the residents. Little as getting a doorknob, a window, a refrigerator. The money's there, but it's not reaching the residents. It's going elsewhere in other hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Beatrice Evans, who I see is with us. Miss B, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Councilman White and members. My name is Beatrice Evans, and I'm here today to speak as a resident of public housing, as a neighbor, and for my community. I live in a 100-unit public housing senior building that is less than 20 years old. However, the building was built with inferior material, and over time, everything breaks. The property management has changed 6 times in 6 years. Personnel rotate from one property to another. The attitudes changes with the management and usually not for the better. This third party mismanagement with its inconsistencies cause a lot of trauma in our homes. Staff are rarely in the office for a full day, if at all. They're either at court or another property. People have appointments to come to the office. No one's there. The new clerical and maintenance staff are not introduced, and they change even more often. Recertification notifications are haphazard. You get a second and third before you get the first one, which is making a very confusing environment. There's an ambulance outside of my window every day. Only 5 seniors have moved out of this building, and I can't count the number who have died in their apartments or gone to rehab and never come back. There's so many empty apartments, and they stay vacant for long periods. One's been vacant over a year now. 3 tenants died last week. As a matter of fact, one died last night. But my 83-year-old neighbor, who has lived here over 10 years and has paid his rent on time, and he's maintained a very nice apartment. However, he's getting a little forgetful in the last 6 months, and he's flooded his apartment and the one below him. Management response, it was, if he does this again in 45 days, we'll evict him, as opposed to offering some resources. And this has added trauma and mental frustration to not only him, but his son. And there's a veteran of the Vietnam War. He's been in the building and he can't read or write. And he had to seek legal assistance because the management didn't offer him an advocate, knowing his situation. He's living without electricity or other human needs. This veteran's check, his veteran check goes to his back rent. And there's no one in the office to give him an appointment or to even get a rent history. Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna unmute.
Well, in conclusion, I really want to thank DC Empowerment for educating me about public housing and helping us to organize residents of public housing. I also want to thank Ms. Tammy Rogers of DC Housing Authority, who has been very accountable and who's been making a difference in dealing with this management. She gets results by enforcing the regulations and responding back, being accountable, and also educating the tenants on the process of how to get things done. And but as a whole, we as renters, tenants, core groups, tenant association, we want more and better communication and education, and we want more support for our office to maintain our own homes, keep them health and safety. We need more oversight from DCHA and I guess HUD to ensure that the developers maintain and manage our homes with dignity and respect. I'm a native Washingtonian. I've lived in, been in touch with Ward 7 since 1960 when I came from Ivy City to Lincoln Heights, and now in Triangle View, which was formerly Started Terrace. And I intend to continue to advocate for my community. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. B. Linda Brown.
Good morning, Commission, Council Member. My name is Linda Brown. I am a resident of Greenleaf Senior, where I live with my daughter who has multiple disabilities. I am a member of Empower DC, and I've been advocating for years to improve public housing. I can appreciate that DCHA's leadership is trying to improve the agency, but today I would like to share what I see as some of the main issues that this agency still has. First, DCHA has a serious communication problem. For example, my property is one of the 6 properties that DCHA submitted a Section 18 demolition disposition application for. This was this past summer, and to date, we have not heard anything about what is happening with these applications. I know that under Section 18, we will not have a right to return, guarantee long-term affordability, and in general, will not have the same rights as we did as public housing residents. We also heard that it is very likely that if this change happens, DCHA will pass on utility costs onto the tenants. We do not need another financial burden. DCHA board approved a subsidy conversion handbook. However, this handbook is not self-explanatory and have not been explained to the tenants. It lists some rights, but these rights are not legally enforceable rights. We are just to assume we have these rights, but if DCHA decides to change these rights, they can just go ahead and do so. Let me say that for years, we have heard promises such as we're going to redevelop the property to improve conditions. But it seems that especially after new administration, those plans go out the window. A new plan is presented and our living conditions are the same. It seems that although new plans arise for our properties, the same tactics that disempower us are still used. Little in the way of including our voices and our ideas, and little to no communication. The only reason I'm aware of these plans to change the subsidies on my property and how Section 18 works is that from Empower DC. This makes me ask how DCHA ensures that they communicate their plans effectively to tenants, aside from a one-time meeting, which outreach is DCH doing to communicate? What besides outreach is DCHA doing to communicate it to residents? Public housing residents would be well served if we receive some basics and regular maintenance. As in my apartment, I would appreciate a new coat of paint and my ducts are clean. This will go a long way in letting me know that the agency is not about neglecting properties for their own gain. Moving forward, I need to know that public housing residents' basic human rights are not violated. That any rights we are told we have in writing and enforceable by law, such as a right to return if we are relocated, such as guaranteed affordability for our housing, and such a right to basic repairs and maintenance. This past week, I attended a launching of the Congressional Public Housing Caucus. I was able to speak with Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver, who is leading this work. There are plans to introduce new legislation to give public housing residents more autonomy and self-determination. I want the council and housing authority to know that I and many others are working to improve this valuable housing that so many district residents depend on. I am willing to continue this work. I know other public housing residents are willing to continue, and I hope that we have the support of the council and DCHA to make sure we can really truly turn around this agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you're here with us today. Donna Towns.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioner White, Director Pettigrew, and all members that are present in this meeting today. My name is Donna Towns, and I've spoken on many of these hearings in the past, but it doesn't seem like anything has changed for me. So I would just like to say that, oh boy, the Park Martin managers, they need to be monitored, like for their duties, like doing repairs, doing inspections, doing recertifications, and things of that nature. Because although I submit my recertifications in, they're not processed. And then when they're a new manager, it takes over for this. The new manager gives me a notice for recertification. All I have to do is get a new income statement and a new bank statement and submit my recertification. This manager, Miss Littlejohn, she did nothing the whole time. But then after a year, she gives me a 30-day notice, the court 30-day notice, because I didn't recertify. I've been trying to make appointments with her 3-4 times. I'm gonna submit the whole documentation to y'all. But the DC managers, they need to do a better job, because what they've done to me is ridiculous. Now I want to go to the unlawful eviction. Ms. Diallo, she needs to know the HUD regulations and the rules and the laws. If you're gonna move somebody or you're gonna try to get them evicted, you give them a 30-day notice. Give them something to let them know. But no, she deceived me, telling me my stuff was going upstairs temporarily, but it's been permanent. It's permanent now, and I lost all of my property. So I'm looking for closure to this issue, in which I deal with every day. Every day when I come into this building and I walk past my old apartment, I get upset. I mean, I get disappointed and I get sad, because what was done to me should never have happened. I followed my tenant obligations, but the managers don't follow their employee obligations. So I just want to say I'm looking for closure, because this is 2025. I've been speaking on this for the longest time. It's messing with my mental health and my physical health, having to walk up and down these steps. I just want to get closure to this. I want better management. I just want things to do better. So I'm going to close now, because I repeated this stuff so many times. There's no need for me to continue to repeat it. So I would just like, I would thank you for the opportunity to have the opportunity to speak today. And I look forward to hearing from one soon towards a resolution to the issues in which I endure. I thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Now I'll come to you after we finish with this panel. Patricia Malloy, you're up next.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember White and committee members. My name is Patricia Malloy, a former Lincoln Heights resident council president, and chair of Lincoln Heights Richardson Daughters New Community Initiative. On April the 22nd, I was relocated to the Strand residency with a project-based voucher. For 2.5 years, Lincoln Heights have not had a resident council. Residents are still calling me as of today with issues and asking me to explain letters they might receive. Also about the development of the property. Is Lincoln Heights still a new community? I am asking DCHA and the council what plans are being put in place to make sure information is explained to residents that don't have resident council leadership. Board of Commissioners are too busy passing resolutions, with some properties being aware of them. Each month, I've asked questions, and I would like to receive answers. How are the properties being informed that do not have membership? Director Pettigrew informed me that I will continue to receive information in order to help the residents. If it wasn't for Daniel with Empower DC, I would not be kept informed as to what housing is doing. I am also a member of Empower DC. I also attend the meetings twice a month with Empower DC. My next concern is vouchers recertification.
I am a project-based voucher here at the Strand. 28 families from Lincoln Heights under the New Community Initiative was relocated to the Strand. I am very puzzled to find out why we received our recertification package. In bold letters, it said second attempt. What happened to the first attempt? I was told that the mail system probably was late. I believe the packages was never sent. DCHA system has flaws in it. What measures are being put in place with all this new technology? Who's monitoring it? Also, on the Board of Commissioners, who represents the voucher population? Voucher holders in this building have a lot of complaints. So do I. But I rely on Daniel with Empower DC to try to get some of my answers. I've been told in Board of Commissioners meetings, because I speak every month, that I will be receiving packages in regards to Lincoln Heights or changes. Director Pettigrew, I heard what you told me. Whoever you are relying on to send that information to me is not getting to me, and I'm very disappointed. For 44 years, I have represented Lincoln Heights very well. They have no representation, no programs. Who is doing anything to make sure that their rights are not being violated? I'm only here to say, one day, I might be in one of you all seats. I'm not planning on it, but DCHA have a problem with keeping promises and communication. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malloy. Next up, we'll hear from Tiffany McPherson. I don't think it's here. And Regina Rivers, I believe you aren't able to speak right now, but we have your testimony. So I appreciate your testimony. We'll read it, and it will be part of the record for this hearing. And Panya Washington, are you with us?
I'm here.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, and I appreciate this meeting. Thank you so much. I have problems. I got a voucher, my first voucher in August. It is just now getting to be used. It took me 7 months to get this voucher to the point where I could use it. And I chose to stay where I live mostly because it was cold and I didn't feel like all this running around because my neighbors are all looking for places and they get dragged through the mud and then get turned down. I have a problem with housing and the new buildings that are being built. I feel discriminated against. You all need to send somebody to a lot of these buildings, not somebody with a suit on, but maybe a ordinary looking person, and see and hear what they tell you when you come in and ask, hey, do you have a 1 bedroom? I have a granddaughter that has master degrees, 2 of them. She got an apartment over here off of Rhode Island Avenue where she lost her job through no fault of her own. Of course, y'all know people are losing their jobs. Anyway, her apartment complex would not let her re-up her lease. She was paying $1,400 a month. She lost, so she tried to redo her lease. They told her she couldn't pay 14 no more. She now got to pay 22 for an efficiency. Plus, she had to pay all these amenity fees. So she had to end up moving out, moving back home with her mom. You know, these apartments are way too expensive. I chose to stay where I'm at now. And it took me 7 months to get this voucher working, thanks to Daniel. He helped me tremendously. Is it going to take me 8 months to find a new place? Because should I start looking now so I can move March of next year? That's how bad it is out here trying to find a place with the vouchers. And if you don't have a voucher, I don't qualify for, not having a voucher. But you all need to send some people to these apartment complexes and hear the discrimination that I hear. Okay, and I've been to several new ones, and it's ridiculous. So, and as far as housing go, yes, the communication with housing is horrible. That's all I really got to say. Thank you.
You have said a lot, so thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Ronald Smith. Can you hit *6? I think you're on the phone, and we want to unmute you.
Good afternoon, Mr. White and everyone else on the line. This is Ronald Smith. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm from the Greenleaf Senior Apartments here in Southwest Washington. I've heard a lot of testimony from a lot of people, and a lot of what was said concerns me. I was on the waiting list for some 20 years waiting for a voucher. When I finally got voucher, it was replete with all kinds of errors. First off, they did not indicate on the voucher, despite the fact that I had been granted reasonable accommodations. They didn't put that on there. So when me and my wife received the voucher, she tried to get a correction right there on the spot with Ginger McAllister, but we were put off and put off and put off. Okay, so we used the same voucher. We went to an apartment. We was accepted and whatever like that. Okay, by that time, Wayne Waller discovered that he found the reasonable accommodation. So now we withdrew the one bedroom apartment, right? Okay, so now we had put up what you call a leasing of fee, $50 a piece. So we lost that. We applied for another apartment, right? Okay, the voucher said that it was for $4,000. The rent that I applied for was $289, but now they say that was not rent reasonable, and I didn't have any clarity or any understanding of that. And I'm sure that many other people are faced with the same things that's with these vouchers. I was told that I had a specialist, which no one had ever given me a specialist name or anything. To cut to the chase, my time ran out on the voucher. So they gave me a 2-month extension. Okay, now again, my time is coming up. The voucher expires again in April. So I found another apartment, but the delay is housing making the inspection. That's the greatest delay, and I don't understand that. I won't burden y'all with a whole lot of talk, because, like I said, a whole lot of things that have already been said includes myself. So I just think that they need to get a panel or something together to, keep people, advise people fully about what they're up against for these vouchers. It ain't no cut and dry thing. It's not that easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. I really appreciate your testimony in this entire panel. A lot of disappointment and frustration in this panel, and there's some common themes. So I want to make sure we talk about it and get to resolution. And if we don't, like Patricia Malloy said, she might come from my job. So we gotta make sure we're making progress. So
well, they need to have more people. Excuse me for 1 second, because I want to recognize these persons. They need to have more people like Anton, and also Daniel. Man, these guys, man, if it wasn't for them, man, I wouldn't know where to turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, while you're here, Mr. Smith, can you say a little bit more about the delays with the inspection. Is this something that delayed you in your process?
Yes, sir. One of the apartments that I applied to, right? I was granted by the rental agency, but now the housing never got around to making their inspection, right? Say 3 weeks passed, they had not made an inspection. This is when they came up with the thing about the rent reasonableness. You know, I don't know whether that was why they didn't make the inspection or what, but you know, what is the point in getting me a $4,000 voucher if I can't spend $289 out of it?
Yeah. No, I hear you on that loud and clear. I'm going to ask the agency some questions about that. You know, it's important that we have inspections, and it's important that we make sure the rents are reasonable. You know, but we also know that it's an incredibly difficult housing market. So we have to get things right on the government end. And it sounds like things are falling short for you and for some others. And we'll work to make some progress on that both today, but also going forward. And in Ponca, Washington, somewhat similar sentiment. It's expensive out here, and they're also. I'm hearing from you. I've heard from others. Discrimination in the application process. Can you, Ms. Washington, say a little bit more? Like, is it possible that you know, you or your daughter went somewhere and they say they didn't have any one bedrooms, and you thought they really did, or what? Why do you say there's discrimination?
Well, when we went to these different apartments, yes, the people working at the front desk, the ones that show you the apartments, they tell you, yes, we do have a one bedroom. However, it runs 2,800 a month. You know, we have a efficiency that is 1,900 a month. You know, this is what they do, and then they start naming all the other fees that you got to pay. So I'm like, well, and then when you ask them questions, they act like they kind of like antsy and really don't want to answer you because they know up front already that they're not going to rent that apartment to you, voucher or no voucher. And my granddaughter did not have a voucher. She was paying straight up cash.
Okay.
So, you know, they saw this pretty little black girl come through the door and they put their guards up. And that's the guards on the shoot. We went to 13 buildings, 13 of them.
If you would send us the names of at least some of those, so we can check with there's an organization that does some work on anti-voucher discrimination, and may have some thoughts on this as well. And I want to be able to get a little more information on this because again, this is something that I've heard from people. It's not the first time I've heard this statement. So I appreciate you putting it on the record. And again, if you're able to recall the names of some of those buildings, then we'll look into that.
I will. Banner Lane was definitely one of them. Aviso Real Estate Company over. I'm gonna write it down and give it to Daniel and let Daniel send it to you.
That'll work. I appreciate it.
Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. Patricia Malloy, and there were several others, and as I look at my notes, I'll recall who they were specifically. But yeah, DCHA leadership is here. There's a lot of concerns in this panel about lack of information and from residents. And I will get into some of the specifics, but that's something that we need to be taking serious notes about. The for the and you know, this notion that you got a second attempt letter before getting the first one, that sounds similar to some of the other concerns that we heard from some of the other residents. So that is something we're going to have to hear about from the agency to understand what's happening from there, and then more importantly, what they're doing to fix that. Donna Towns. I am sorry to see you back at our hearings. When I didn't see you at the last one or two, I was hoping things have been resolved. I do remember your testimonies, and I know this is difficult for you. The thing I don't recall though is and you may have said it, but it's been some time, being told you were being moved temporarily, but then it turned out to be permanent. I do know there was a move, and you lost belongings in that, which I'm really sorry about. Um,
Uh,
but
the,
go go ahead.
Commissioner White,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean Council Member White,
Yes.
I tell you, on May 30th, that Miss Diallo asked me to come there to sign a lease for go upstairs temporarily, and half my stuff gonna be down there, then and half gonna be there because at that time we were going. This is the lead abatement, first phase of lead abatement, and on June 2nd we were going to go to a hotel. So she conned me, she deceived me. She told me my stuff was going to go up there and stuff was going to be down there temporarily. And while I'm in the hotel, they're going to do the lead abatement and then they're going to remove that mold and all of that stuff from my bathroom ceiling, in which I've lived with from August 2018 up until May 30th, May 31st, 2019. In August, that's when Miss Diallo first came to Park Morton. She did nothing the whole time. And this is why I say that the managers should be, I don't know how to say it, but what they do, there should be documentation. And if you look for documentation with Miss Diallo, you will find nothing. But I will say I was complying with paying my rent. I did my recertifications. I kept asking her when they're going to fix this ceiling. And she deceived me on the 30th to sign that. But really, when you're going to transfer somebody, you have to
Miss
let
Towns,
them
Miss
know in
Towns,
advance.
Miss Towns, I don't want to open up this one because I know from our previous discussions how painful this is. I want to get to a resolution, and I need to understand from the agency why it wasn't resolved. I thought it had been resolved. So, so let me find out from them why it hasn't been resolved, and let's work to a resolution on this.
Okay, council member. I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
I spoke at the meeting on October 20, October 22, 22nd, and 2024. So it hasn't really been that long since I last spoke. But I've spoken many times previously.
Um, Linda Brown, thank you for being with us. Again, lack of communication and clarity, and that causes anxiety. This is around where people live. I believe the response when we dug into this last year from the Housing Authority, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that they had to submit these Section 18 applications on a certain timeline, but that didn't mean they were going to move forward. It gave them the option to move forward, and that could take years. But there has to be an understanding around the lack of clarity and the anxiety that causes residents. And when we're hearing this many people say, there's a lack of communication and still customer service issues, the agency has to take note and figure out how to address that. So. I'm hearing you loud and clear on this, but let me ask you, since I have you and the agency is here, what information do you think would be most helpful for you and your fellow residents?
Actually, I think if we knew what was happening at the time it's happening in real time, it would help a lot. When people have the information, they can make more informed decisions about what they can do. But if they don't have the information, they are continuing to try to make decisions based on what they think is happening and what is actually happening in real time and reality. We all know that changes are taking place, but once you solidify that information, it would be best if you share it with the residents, or if the resident council is there, to make sure they have that information, so that information is related to the residents, and to make sure that they understand in the language they can understand. I mean, a lot of this, it's like, how would that affect you in your real life? It's like, I know where it's on paper, but how does that affect going forward in my everyday life? When you're talking about Section 18 and this demolition, what do I need to plan for? How do I provide for my family going forward, needing to find housing accommodation for us, especially in my case, for my daughter who is disabled? What kind of accommodations in DC do I need to look for?
Yes.
To make sure that we have secure housing? I can't wait till the last minute.
And let
like
me ask you, do you think the best way to communicate with residents is through the resident council?
I guess since I'm told that's what they're there for, part of that is to explain what is coming down through DCHA, to pass it on to the residents. And that's why they're elected, to make sure that the residents understand what is going to happen to the housing that they're living in.
Okay.
Yeah, that I think that
and-
would be feasible.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And then the other piece, I just want to make sure nobody missed it, is the language used, right? Like Section 18 doesn't mean anything to the average person. Put it in language that
They
people
will
speak.
understand what does that mean.
Yeah,
If you're
what
going
does
to
it mean to them?
if it
Yeah.
means tearing down the place where you live, then say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me ask you one other thing, because somebody mentioned Greenleaf Senior. Are there a lot of vacancies in your building?
There are 200 and so apartments, I think, in Greenleaf, and it's 100 and something that are vacant.
Okay.
And part of that is the reason why I'm here in person today, is because I was supposed to testify virtually, but in the basement, the wires for the Wi-Fi in the basement, they are they're not, they're torn to pieces.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let us then find out from the agency the
Yeah.
status. But I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry that you needed to be, but I appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Ms. B, I just want to highlight something you're saying, very similar. Customer service. What I'm hearing from you is that it hasn't improved, at least not enough, in terms of being able to reach people and the clarity of communications. We're hearing this from multiple people, so I'm inclined to believe it's still an issue. And the agency has made some changes, and so we need to understand why those changes don't seem to be translating enough to residents. The other thing I'm hearing from you is many times the maintenance can't do the job, is that accurate summary of your maintenance concerns?
The maintenance, it's they're changing too much. We don't know who's coming in. And so that trust is lost there. And there is a problem with them not doing a complete job. And they don't suck up all the water, or if the ceiling falls down, don't come back and clean up all the debris that they've left and things like that. And that's because it's more so about the third party management. E&G manages this property along with 11 others, and 4 of them right within. Our manager is managing 3 properties right now: Milestone Senior and Glencrest. And she's in court. She's not in the office. They put signs. They leave out anytime. They're not there for a full day. Those other properties come here to pay their rent and to do other things like recertifications. And they're standing outside in the foyer wondering where the staff is when they have an appointment and they're upset. So I get to see all of this because I'm right here on the first floor. But people are knocking on my door first thing in the morning and late at night. Like I said, 3 people just died last week. 1 died last night. I mean, soon as I open the door, we got a neighbor who was just moved to another apartment and they haven't given her a mailbox key in over a month and a half. And so people don't know the process. Like I said, you got people who can't read or write. And, you know, thankfully, we got a few people who look out for each other. And not only am I protecting my neighbors, this is my home and I don't intend to move, and I'm advocating for it. Just stay right here.
You all have a resident council?
I'm the president of the Tenant Association for this building and Milestone Senior, and I'm helping to organize through ETAP, Elder Tenant Association Presidents and Presenters, other senior buildings in Ward 7. Miss Karen Settles and Janice Brooks is a part of that.
Okay. Well, as the Tenant Association president, let's see how we can work to smooth communication with the agency. So like people, you know, if you need a mailbox key, that shouldn't be too hard for people to figure out what the process is for that. Who's
Well,
the
they
point
just
person in your
ignore them
building?
because they're not there.
Uh,
They don't take the time. Several people have to wait weeks and go back and back just for something simple as that.
Do you all have a point of contact at DCHA? Is your
Yes.
building managed by DCHA or is
Yes.
it contracted out?
I've just met Tammy Rogers just about a year now, her and Nona Eve. And since Miss Rogers been on the job, things are happening better, but we need more education, more communication from, she's teaching us what the process is before we have to get to her. I'm transferring that information and educating the tenants about how to get hold staff accountable. And the same thing is happening in these other senior buildings, Capital Gateway and Milestone and a few others that E&G manage.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be best if the director or Ms. Heath have the appropriate person touch base with you to start to work through what would be a good, easy, user-friendly way for people to be able to, you know, make requests, get complaints directly to the agency.
Well, Miss Rogers comes to our tenant meeting. She's will be at Capital Gateway next week, and she answers the phone. You can text her. She gets back in touch with you. Right now, I'm seeing the main problem is management, how to deal with these attitudes, these half answers, these, you know, just the mental state of it, where you get people who, instead of offering a resource, they should be more knowledgeable. They're so mean about talking to your 83-year-old neighbors who've been a tenant for over 10 years, or people who can't read or write, and you can't, you just tell them, well, you back on your rent. I mean, the attitudes are horrible for the most.
I hear you. I'm at about 20 minutes and questions on this panel, so I'm gonna move a little quickly. But I do want to just, you know, say, Ms. B, I hear you on that, and this is something I've heard from a lot of residents, and I've shared this with agency leadership. They are aware of this, and I can't remember the specifics of the discussion in terms of what they're doing there, but they're here listening, and so we need improvements there. Kenneth, Council, let me ask you a couple questions. Look, a couple people said financial documents have been destroyed and deleted, so I'll put that question to the agency on the record so we all get an answer at the same time. With regard to bullying in the finance department. Can you be more specific?
The staff is doing their job and they're doing best business practices, but when they refuse to do something unprofessional, they're bullied. They're threatened, they're bullied. You have a room full of all females at certain ages. They're threatened for their jobs. They need their jobs. And what's happening now, they really need their jobs. So they don't know which way to go, but they know the integrity. When I was there, both shops ran well. I can't think of the other, your colleague, he's over human services. He reminds me of the late Commissioner Frank Lancaster. He likes numbers. Frank Lancaster, mentored me and how to make sure that the numbers are running correctly, and they never are. Even now, the recovery plan.
I want to make sure we don't duplicate the testimonies, and we got a lot more folks.
Okay.
Let me say this, you said several times in your testimony we need a forensic audit. I required that by law. It is late by about a month, but it's almost finished, I believe. So DCHA is now getting the same audit as other DC agencies, so we should learn a lot more soon. The last thing I want to ask, and I've got to keep moving. You said there's no documentation of the sale of the old headquarters. What do you mean specifically? Because there is documentation, but I guess you're saying there's something or some things missing. What can you be a little more specific?
How it all went through, who was at the table and who it was given to. When I was on that board, we never saw documentation. It was only by word. There was no paperwork. So if you have paperwork now, that's been made after we left. So I don't know where that paperwork came from. There was never paperwork given to me as a commissioner at large when I sit on that board. If you look at the testimonies, I asked every month, where was the paperwork?
Didn't the board have to vote on that?
The way that it was done, it was really sold up underneath of us. Even I'm getting phone calls
Wait, no, hold on. Did the board have to vote on that?
What, for the sale?
Yes.
We had to vote on it.
So the board approved it without
not vote.
Didn't vote or voted no?
Right. Some of us voted no. That's why it was not supposed to be sold, because the way it was presented, it didn't sound right.
Is
But
there something we could find in the minutes for the meetings that would give some documentation to that?
Absolutely, it should be. But there's no documentation. If you remember the oversight you did.
No, I hear your claim. I'm gonna try to get to the bottom of it. If you would, just as a follow-up to us, just email us like roughly what meetings we look at, and we'll look at the minutes for that, and hopefully start to find a paper trail. And also, let me just ask the agency to send us documentation. So this is coming up in a public hearing, so I just want to make sure we resolve it in a way that's transparent. So I'm going to ask the current board and agency leadership to send us documentation of the sale. And Mr. Counsel, if you follow up with us to let us know roughly when that was discussed by the board, roughly when we might find something in the minutes from board members indicating that they don't have the documentation they need, that'll help us get to the bottom of it.
Gladly.
I appreciate it. Ms. Morton, we spoke right after your testimony, so I'll ask the agency to follow up with you on that, on the income issue, and then Daniel Del Pialago, thank you for your testimony. A lot of what you mentioned was echoed by other witnesses. And one question for you, though, for the issue you mentioned around repair work being poor, is there any concentration of the issues that you're seeing, or is it just more or less equal across the properties, the poor work repairs?
You know,
To be fully transparent, I don't have like the data or the numbers or to see what's been on each properties, but it is a theme that we continue to hear from many tenants that repairs are done poorly, that they have to come back out to redo repairs. And oftentimes folks are not sure like who are the contractors that are doing this? Are they qualified? So those are the themes that we hear.
Okay. I appreciate that. All right, and let me just note that Ms. Rivers put a note in the chat about an inspection issue. And I'll read it because the chats, I don't know if they make it into the record. Ms. Rivers said, I had an inspection scheduled for March 4th, 2025. The inspector, Mr. Franklin Tucker, called and said he was running late to inspect my apartment, and if I wasn't having any problems, I've passed my inspection. I asked for paperwork and was told I can get it from my apartment complex. So I wanted to make sure that was on the record since, Ms. Rivers, I know you have an issue that won't allow you to speak right now. Now it's on the record, and we can get information about that as a follow-up. Let me thank this panel for being with us. Truly appreciate your testimony and participation. And keep us posted on the various follow-ups as well with the agency. I've asked the agency to follow up with some folks, so please keep us posted so we can assist as necessary. So we'll move to our next panel. Denise Pullen, Lori Leibowitz, Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, Sabrina Rhodes, Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First with Pathways to Housing DC, Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association, Eleanor Hart, Chair of the Housing Group with DC for Democracy, Salimawit Halu, Amanda Eisenhower, Associate Manager with Housing with the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, Deborah Campbell, Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Let us first see who is here that I called. All right, some folks missing, so let me keep moving a bit. Virginia Ginger Cabrera, Clinical Director with Woodley House, and Sheila Tyson, member of the Legislative Committee with the Metropolitan Women's Democratic Club.
Rick is that. Hello, council member. Oh, shuffled around a little bit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter. Give us a couple. Give us a minute, please.
I'm gonna
ask you to mute in the meantime. All right, we'll get moving with this panel. We'll start with Denise Pullen. Welcome. Oh, I don't think Denise is here. Lori Leibowitz.
One more minute to say good morning. Good morning. My name is Lori Leibowitz. I am the director of a new medical financial partnership at Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance and an award-won resident. While DCHA's current leadership is more responsive to advocates than past leadership, DCHA's performance on the ground has not improved appreciably in the past year. And that lack of improvement is having serious consequences. In 2024, more than 120 DC residents died homeless, and more than 100 of those people had been matched with housing vouchers. They could have been in homes if it wasn't taking an average of 380 days to go from being matched with a voucher through DHS to lease up with DCHA. DCHA's inefficiency is literally costing lives. On a less momentous scale, I've had 2 clients in the past few months lose income and need an interim recertification to lower their share of the rent. In both cases, one in public housing and one in the voucher program, my clients heard nothing, not a word back from DCHA for more than 2 months, despite many emails. Eventually, I emailed senior leadership on their behalf, and both times interim recertification was processed within 2 hours. I'm grateful for senior leadership's intervention and consistent responsiveness, but that cannot be how the agency functions. These delays have consequences. The client with the voucher was being threatened with eviction and considering applying for ERAP when the recertification finally came through. And the client in public housing couldn't help pay for her godson's funeral because she was so determined not to get behind on her rent. She paid DCHA with all of her savings and had nothing left for this family emergency. I am similarly disheartened by the continued state of disrepair in public housing. There were more vacant units and more units offline in January 2025 than there were in September 2024. The Health Justice Alliance continues to get referrals from our medical partners for people living in unsafe conditions in public housing. There's still mold and there are still severe infestations. I have a disabled client who rarely leaves her house. She tells me that the exterminator only comes to her public housing unit 1 out of every 3 times that the property management puts a notice on her door about a scheduled extermination. I wonder if DCHA is paying the exterminator for all of these treatments or just 1/3 of them. I've also seen DCHA contractors repair major cracks in walls by painting over them and replace the same cracked tiles twice in 2 months without ever looking for an underlying problem. After enough ineffective repairs, people stop asking. They learn to live with the mold and infestations until their pediatrician asks if they have any idea why their child's asthma is getting worse. I will end with a positive note and a few concrete suggestions. I've really appreciated the opportunity to work with DCHA's Office of General Counsel to try to improve the new agency regulations. I'm hopeful that the new versions will be more tenant-friendly and will better align with local law. When the new proposed regulations are published, I encourage this committee to work with DCHA staff to ensure that all public housing residents, voucher holders, and applicants are informed about the changes and that those who wish to comment on them have the opportunity to do so. Because of the lack of significant improvement in key areas of DCHA and concerns about DCHA contractors, I recommend the following. 1, a more independent board with some members not chosen by either the mayor or the council. We need a board that is willing to ask questions, scrutinize contracts, and hold the agency accountable to its promises. 2, when the council is asked to approve DCHA contracts, it should review them carefully and ask questions about the quality of the services the contractors have provided in the past. 3, this committee should hold more regular oversight hearings where the agency only testifies about its progress and plans on key issues, including public housing repairs and voucher processing timelines. Finally, given that DCHA is planning to redevelop all or most of our public housing units, I strongly recommend the council pass legislation that protects the rights of public housing tenants during and after redevelopment. We've had too many DCHA directors come and go to be able to count on the promises of any director, no matter how much we trust him to follow through while he is here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle with Pathways to Housing DC.
Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. Since the last DCHA oversight hearing, we've continued to experience challenges that hinder our clients' ability to meet their housing needs. Rent reasonableness continues to be a major challenge to housing clients. According to the DCHA, about half of units submitted are rejected. One significant issue is that rent reasonableness is highly variable. Recently, we had a unit that was not rent reasonable, so we worked with the landlord to accept the lower amount and update the RFTA. However, when we reran rent reasonableness so we could submit the certification to DHS as required 8 days later, it had increased by $261 and was now higher than what we initially submitted. Then 10 days later, the DCHA reviewed the RFTA and indicated that the rent reasonableness amount was now $313 lower. For another client, there was a discrepancy of $444 between what we determined through affordablehousing.com and what the DCHA determined 23 days later. This client's voucher expired as a result. Nearly 4 months after we submitted a request to add totaling time on his voucher, it was approved this week. Due to this and other issues in the housing process, he is still seeking housing 2 years after being assigned to the PSHP. DCHA responsiveness and coordination across their departments is another major concern. One of our clients was re-experiencing homelessness, and as of April 2024, our staff were in contact with the DCHA on his behalf to request a transfer voucher. When DCHA staff informed us that the client's recertification was due, we submitted it in May 2024. Staff continued to follow up with the DCHA regarding a transfer voucher, but were informed in December 2024 that the client's voucher was terminated in June 2024 due to having sufficient income to pay full rent and not receiving assistance for 6 months. The termination notice was mailed to the client's previous apartment in July 2024. However, the recertification we previously submitted indicated that he was homeless and using the Pathways address as his mailing address. It also provided his current income of $749, far below what he would need to pay full rent. Due to the DCHA not mailing the notice to the provided address, the client missed his opportunity to appeal the termination. DCHA staff told us that he will need to apply for another voucher through DHS instead of taking any accountability for their inappropriate actions, which have extended his homelessness for 11 months and counting. Even when the DCHA uses the correct mailing address for inspection and recertification notices, mail is proving to be an unreliable means of communication. We have many instances of clients not receiving mailed notices at all or receiving them months later, resulting in non-compliance and missing the appeal timeframe. We have directly experienced this with notices mailed to Pathways by the DCHA. However, when notices have been sent by email, we have reliably received them in a timely manner. My written testimony has additional details on other areas of concern. To ensure that voucher holders receive safe, affordable, and dignified housing, I urge you to compel the DCHA to honor the rent reasonableness certifications that PSHP providers generate from affordablehousing.com. Reestablish a fully transparent system where PSHP providers have real-time access to LRSP application statuses. Compel the DCHA to offer email alternatives to mail notifications. Reestablish a streamlined and electronic means of requesting transfer briefings. Ensure that the DCHA provides a list of staff contacts, including supervisors for escalation, on its website, and ensure that the DCHA provides all current client forms on its website. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association.
Morning, council member. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for holding this oversight hearing on DCHA. First, before I start complaining, let me thank you for the hard work that you and your staff are doing as it relates to DCHA as well as oversight for DHCD. It has been a welcome reprieve for housing providers who had suffered from post-traumatic stress syndrome. There were so many anti-landlord measures coming through that you guys are doing the hard work. Similarly, let me thank Director Pettigrew for his work, his openness and accessibility. We understand you're dealing with systemic problems that cannot be fixed overnight. And this is a very difficult and often thankless job with pressure coming from landlords, the media, tenants, the council, his own board, HUD, members of Congress. So with all of that said, thank you to you both. Now let's get to the issues. I'm not going to be repetitive in the fact that you're hearing from tenant organizations, nonprofits about some of the same problems, particularly the lease up time. We still have problems with inspections and the fact that we can't get a very specific window. People have to take 2 days off to deal with inspections. Rent reasonableness, we haven't implemented now. We clearly have to reform it. We appreciate the willingness to look at what other jurisdictions are doing in that regard. And I think we're going to find that there are some options. We understand we're under pressure to get it in place. It's here. Now we got to tweak it and fix it. And we want to work together on that. Similarly, I'd like to now direct my attention to really what is the most important issue impacting providers today. and that is this new process of redetermination. Essentially, under pressure from HUD and required by law, the agency is redetermining leases. In other words, they're looking at a lease and sending a letter to a provider saying, hey, after our review, we think that this needs to be reduced 20, 30%. You have an opportunity to appeal, but it's going to take effect in 30 days. This is very problematic. So, now you have basically a lease, let's say whatever, a year long, and the agency is contacting you in the middle of your lease, telling you're going to get a 20, 30% reduction. This is a very serious problem. It's going to be a major disincentive to providers participating in the program. And while we're very clear that we cannot discriminate against people because of their source of income, these kind of administrative problems, administrative burdens do actually provide a defense to just outright accepting tenant voucher applicants. So, I mean, when you add it all up with the lease time, the inspection time, with the difficulty in reaching staff when you're dealing with a problem tenant, and now with the fact that your rent that you agreed to and contracted to can be reduced 20%, 30% in the middle of the lease term, it's a very valid defense. We want to get that fixed. We think the proper way to do it, if you're going to make that change, do it when the lease ends, and then give the provider an opportunity to decide if they want to stay in or not. The reality of the matter is, even if the provider wants to get out, it's still going to take them, a year to get that tenant out of there. But they shouldn't be forced to we're not Ukraine here, right? Shouldn't be forced to take whatever we get in the middle of the deal. A couple other things we'd like to put on the agenda to moving forward that would be very helpful in recruiting and having providers stay in the program and provide adequate services. One would be the expansion of the insurance fund. This is a program that was run by DHS. I think CNET was the provider. We think that needs to be opened up so that all individuals who contract with the agency are able to receive some compensation when their units are damaged upon tenants moving out. I think it's a $5,000 limit per unit, per contract, but it's a very serious problem, particularly when many landlords in these older buildings are capped on what they can charge, what they can do as it relates to increasing the rent to pay for the turnover. And then secondly, we want to explore what other jurisdictions do as it relates to the tenant paying their portion of the rent. We want that portion to be paid to DCHA, and then DCHA just pays the landlord directly. We think that would be much more beneficial. It's done in other jurisdictions. It's done with some DHS clients right now. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Eleanor Hart with let me actually, a couple things. If you haven't yet, Sayla Mawit Helu, please accept promotion so we can hear from you when I call you. And I'm going to add Kate Coventry from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute and Betty Gentile, whose name I'm actually going to pronounce correctly today, Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist with SUM Incorporated. So with that, let me move to Eleanor Hart with DC for Democracy. Welcome.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy, often called DC for D, is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 200 members. My testimony will highlight three related concerns. What expectations can we have for the 3-year recovery promised in the plan developed by Director Pettigrew? What is the timeline for achieving the outcomes? 2, oversight needs to be more frequent and more rigorous. The Housing Committee should consider having DCHA present progress reports and updated timelines at quarterly roundtables. A properly constituted DCHA board should begin serving as soon as possible. Since expediting the appointment of a properly constituted DCH board could help fill the need for effective oversight, and the recently introduced Rental Act has been referred to this committee, I will comment on the section of the legislation about the establishment of the DCHA Board of Directors. The inclusion of a public housing resident and a voucher holder on the board is a welcome improvement over the Star Board. However, tenant representation needs to be strengthened, and legal services and labor should also be represented on the board. The legislation includes, as it should, the requirement that all members appointed by the mayor be confirmed by the council. However, the legislation exempts people who have served on the Star Board from the requirement of council confirmation. DCHA's accountability needs to start with the board. The public deserves to hear from all appointees. Former members of the Star Board undoubtedly have valuable insight that should be on the public record. The legislation includes a tenant's bill of rights. It's a good idea to include a bill of rights, but the legislation fails to include a right of return in cases of renovation or redevelopment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Okay, Salem Maywit, hey Lou, I think you're with us now. Yes. All right, you are unmuted, but we're not hearing you. All right, Salem Maywit, hey Lou, if you can hear me, excellent, excellent.
Hello, how you doing? This is Salem with Hailu. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin your testimony.
Okay, my name's Salem with Hailu, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm writing to formally raise urgent concerns regarding the mistreatment, threats, and ongoing housing issues my mother, Hillary Tunega, has been experiencing under the management of DC Housing Authority. She has been a resident of Garfield Terrace since 1999, making her one of the longest standing tenants that's left. Despite this, she remains one of the only 6 residents still awaiting an appropriate unit offer, despite her clear and urgent need for stable and accessible housing. Additionally, my mother has been unfairly denied the opportunity to apply for a housing voucher. She was informed that the voucher list has closed in 2013. However, multiple other residents were allowed to apply as recently as 2020 and 2024. We were able to receive their vouchers as of September 2024. This situation is deeply troubling. Despite living in the same building under identical circumstances, only the Ethiopian residents, including my mother, were denied the opportunity to apply for a housing voucher, while others were granted access. This collective exclusion is not only unjust, but raises serious concerns about discriminatory practices within DCHA policies. Furthermore, she serves as the primary caregiver for her mentally ill son, while also managing her own significant mobility and health issues. Instead of her receiving the necessary support, she was forced out of Garfield Terrace due to a lack of heat and placed in a hotel. Despite being displaced, she was told she was continuing to pay her full rent for a 3-bedroom apartment, while other displaced residents were informed they would not have to pay the full rent until they moved into their new units. To make matters worse, she has been falsely reported as owing thousands of dollars in rent, when her balance at one point showing as high as $10,000, despite having receipts for proving her payments. Despite multiple efforts by her attorney, and myself to resolve the issue, the incorrect balance remains. Each time she inquires about the matter, she is assured it will be corrected, yet no action has been taken. Even more disturbingly, rental office management has repeatedly threatened to force her onto the street. This harassment and intimidation are unacceptable, particularly given her vulnerable condition and the fact that she has consistently paid her rent. No resident, especially one who is disabled or caring for a mentally ill family member, should be subject to such inhumane treatment. I'm calling for an immediate investigation into the following concerns: why she was denied to apply for a housing voucher when our neighbors have been able to apply after 2013. Why her rental balance has been falsified despite proof of her payments and repeated attempts to correct the error. Why is she required to pay rent while displaced when other residents have been excused from payments? And why she has not been provided with an appropriate unit offer despite her family urgent needs? Why is her rental office manager repeatedly threatening her with eviction despite her legal right to housing? The treatment my mother is receiving is not only unfair, but appears to be targeted discrimination and abuse. I request an immediate review of her situation and a written response outlining the steps DCHA will take to rectify these injustices. The very purpose of this housing voucher program is to ensure equitable access to safe and stable housing for those in need. However, in her case and the other Ethiopian residents, the very individuals who should have had equal access were denied a lifeline that others received without an issue. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Amanda Eisenhower, Associate Manager for Housing with the DC Bar Pro Bono Center.
Hi, Councilman Ward. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit discombobulated because I'm going to the hospital with my friend. So please bear with any sound or quality issues. But I did want to get this testimony in. Good afternoon, Chairman White. My name is Amanda Eisenhower, and I am a tenant support specialist at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the District of Columbia. I provide non-legal services to tenants who need help applying for financial assistance and resolving disputes to preserve their housing. The most consistently frustrating aspect of my work is attempting to resolve issues with DCHA on
All right, Amanda Eisenhower, we lost you, but here's what I recommend. You can remain on this panel if you want. We'll be going for at least a few more hours. So if it'd be easier for you to go a little bit later, what's easier for you?
if the signal is bad, I'm going to be at the hospital, so now would be easier. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now. If you pause again, what I'll do is to ask you to turn off your camera, and that may help. But for now, we can hear you. So go ahead and pick up where actually toward the beginning.
Okay, sorry about that. So the most consistently frustrating aspect of my work is attempting to resolve issues with DCHA on behalf of tenants. While the change in leadership professes big aspirations for reforming how DCHA administers programs, tenants must confront a Kafkaesque bureaucracy for simple tasks like obtaining transfer vouchers and completing interim recertifications. My testimony will focus on just a few of the frustrations encountered by my clients as we have tried to navigate the DCHA system. By far, the most consistent issue my clients face with DCHA is the sense that our emails and phone calls are merely sent into the void. Generally, the first 3 emails or so to a housing specialist are completely ignored, but you have a slightly higher chance of getting somewhere when you copy the supervisor. However, the supervisors constantly change, and DCHA removed the page in its website where it maintained a directory of staff that you can escalate to for each program, making finding the right person often a months-long process. Getting things done largely requires sharing information among advocates about which staff members are genuinely helpful, only for them to leave or change positions after just a few months. For example, it took over a year for one of my clients to obtain the voucher she was eligible for because of delays in multiple DCHA departments. My client, a public housing resident eager to move because of the constant shootings on her block, needed her ledger to be corrected to obtain the letter of good standing required for a voucher. It took 9 months and numerous calls and visits to the rental office to obtain an updated ledger and a new letter of good standing. It then took another 4 months for the voucher team to process the new letter of good standing and finally issue the voucher to my client. Perhaps the most egregious culprit of non-responsiveness, however, are DCHA's third-party contractors. DCHA outsources numerous functions to NANDK, most notably its housing voucher program. After waiting months for a response about an inaccurate eligibility determination, my client and I finally got an appointment in person at the H3 headquarters to correct the issues, where we learned that she is far from the only applicant to get no response to her inquiries. The staff told us the only contact given to voucher applicants, the email applicant@dchousing.org, is essentially a black box. DCHA staff do not have access to communications there, and most inquiries are completely lost. A supervisor also told us that she spends the majority of the day correcting mistakes made by NAMK, most of which are never caught unless the applicant has relentless self-advocacy skills. It is incredibly concerning both that DCHA staff are wasting precious resources redoing the labor of contractors that we pay for, and that applicants who have waited for decades to become eligible for vouchers are losing their chance due to mistakes made by our contractors. If DCHA is going to continue to outsource this crucial work, it cannot do so without real oversight and accountability. Once my clients obtain a voucher, however, their fight is far from over. Successfully leasing up a unit has become such a Herculean task under the new rent reasonableness and RFTA process that many folks here have talked about. And many of my clients are on the verge of running out of extensions on their voucher placement deadlines after fighting so hard to get the voucher in the first place. As my clients discovered the hard way, most landlords are unable to hold a vacant unit for the 2 or more months that it can take to complete the current lease-up process, including the rent reasonableness determination. Nor can tenants make informed decisions about their time and resources when applying to units, because rent reasonableness calculations are not available to the public ahead of time. These challenges are most striking for tenants whose vouchers are designated for 3 or more bedrooms. Few apartment buildings in DC have 3 or 4 bedroom units, so most tenants must apply to single-family homes. Yet, because the rent reasonableness algorithm seemingly doesn't take into account square footage, single rent DCHA. I know wanted to rent out their townhouse to a voucher tenant, but because of the rent reasonableness algorithm is so skewed, they would have had to charge a rent over $500 below their mortgage payment. One of my clients in this situation has been searching for an eligible unit for over 9 months with no luck. The deeply flawed rent reasonableness algorithm and tedious lease-up process make it incredibly difficult for tenants with vouchers to compete in the city's already tight housing market. I have clients who have been to multiple meeting lease events hosted by DCHA only to have those units fall through when landlords get competing offers that move faster than DCHA can process the RFTA packet. This is especially concerning considering DCHA's sudden push to nearly eliminate public housing through demolition and disposition agreements. Tenants have been promised tenant protection vouchers, but there's no guarantee that they will be usable under the current market conditions, given the DCHA's late fee voucher process. And I'm over time, so I can wrap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have your written testimony. So thank you. I'm glad you were able to make it. Deborah Campbell, you with us? Okay. Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place, which has served more than 5,000 participants in homeless services last year. We work with DCHA and DHS to house clients through tenant-based and site-based permanent supportive housing and federal vouchers. Speaking with our housing team, our ability to get clients housed is still affected by a lack of timely communication via both phone and email, inconsistency in follow-up, and process challenges with eligibility and getting people into housing. Emergency voucher transfers are still not being processed for months on end. Last year, we came to you with a story of Mr. X, whose heart surgery was delayed by doctors while he waited for a stable place to live. This year, we have the story of a vet, Mr. C, who lost his wife to COVID and came to us with his young son. We housed them through our SSVF program, hoping he would receive his HCVP voucher approval and be able to remain in place at his current residence. While waiting on his RFTA approval for 5 months, Mr. C's son also passed away from COVID, and his SVF maximum of 9 months rental assistance ran out, resulting in his inability to pay rent. He has, having lost his wife and son, been repeatedly re-traumatized with the threat of eviction while waiting for his RFTA approval. This should not be happening to our vets. In Maryland and Virginia, after RFTA submission, housing takes 1 or 2 months, but in DC, it's taking 6 to 9 months. We have worked hard to push this process along, including attending a boot camp with HUD, VASH, and DCHA for a full day at the VA Medical Center, but unfortunately, nothing came of our collaboration. Communication challenges have continued. We have contact information for housing specialists, but there's no evident recourse when they or their supervisors are not responding. We would like an Excel sheet with the housing specialist's clear chain of command for escalation beyond immediate supervisors when necessary. We understand that overworked employees at DCHA are working overtime hours to try and accomplish more. Rather than pay overtime rates and risk employee burnouts, we suggest outsourcing DCHA functions in several areas. The local voucher eligibility process for PSH, housing inspections, and even payments to landlords could be outsourced. Originally, DHS oversaw the entire local voucher process, so we know that these aspects can be managed outside of DCHA, and it would bypass the long hiring and training wait times we have been experiencing. 6 to 9 months is just too long to stay unhoused while awaiting approvals. An outside vendor could also create a database of pre-approved rent reasonable apartments. According to DCHA's own data, As much as 50% of available housing has declined in the rent reasonable process, but in Virginia, housing authorities have pre-approved groups of apartments, resulting in expedited housing. We have long advocated for a housing portal that allows all stakeholders to track and assist in the application lease-up process. Any outsourcing will expedite the process and reduce strain on DCHA's current employees. Please consider these solutions to help us get more people housed faster. Thank you, Chairman and Housing Committee members, for helping us serve our most vulnerable residents.
Thank you very much. I'll make sure you get on the panel, sir. Don't worry about it. Virginia Ginger Cabrera, clinical director with Woodley House.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Ginger Cabrera, and I am the clinical director for Woodley House. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony today. Since 2023, Woodley House has been certified by the Department of Human Services to provide case management for permanent supportive housing clients. Through PSH, we work with both DHS and DCHA to help individuals and families break the cycle of chronic homelessness. In 2024, Woodley House worked with 100 total households, including 196 individuals in our PSH program. By the end of the year, we had helped 27 of those households secure stable housing. It brings us no pleasure to say that DCHA has made it significantly harder for Woodley House staff to get our PSH program participants into housing. We are deeply concerned about the time it takes for DCHA to approve housing vouchers. Many of our clients wait months or even more than a year for their housing voucher to be approved. From Woodley House's perspective, DCHA's voucher approval process takes place in a proverbial black box. By the time voucher application is submitted to DCHA, it has been thoroughly vetted by both Woodley House and DHS. Still, the DCHA approval process may take several months, and DCHA may ask us to submit the same information multiple times. We have no dedicated point of contact at DCHA to offer any insights or updates on a pending voucher. The delay in voucher approvals is frustrating for both Woodley House and our clients. When our clients grow understandably irritated with the delays in the process, they take out their frustration on our staff, which further complicates our ability to support them through the rest of the process. Even more disconcerting during these delays, our program participants may be at risk of eviction from their current residence. They may become the victims of domestic abuse. They may face additional threats to their health and well-being. Tragically, we've lost 2 active participants in Woodley House's PSH program as they have passed away in the past year, one of whom was waiting for voucher approval at the time of their death. This is already a very vulnerable population facing even greater risk of mortality the longer their housing situation remains unstable. Currently, 27 of our PSH households received rental assistance through DHS's Rapid Rehousing Initiative. Now that Rapid Rehousing funds have been zeroed out, we are racing to try to help these families find housing as soon as possible. But the DCHA voucher approval process remains a bottleneck. I'd like to share an example of one PSH client family who's been residing in a 2-bedroom unit thanks to Rapid Rehousing. Our client declined to renew her release because she knew that we submitted her PSH voucher approval package and we expected to receive her voucher soon, but the voucher has still not been approved, even after many months. Her landlord's also been charging her monthly rent of approximately $6,000. Without the Rapid Rehousing subsidy, she can't afford anywhere near this rent. The client is facing a final order of eviction, and this could make it even harder for her to secure housing in the future. Woodley House's case manager has accompanied her to landlord-tenant court as we seek a stay on the eviction for this family. Still, we've heard nothing from DCHA regarding her voucher approval. We want to be clear that housing vouchers do work. When DCHA approves a voucher and Woodley House helps get that program participant into a home It is truly a blessing for many of these individuals and families, especially those who have faced long-term homelessness or instability. A new home is profoundly life-changing. We hope that the committee will ask tough questions of DCHA to help determine where the voucher approval process is breaking down and what will it take to get moving in a more consistent and rapid basis. From all of us at Woodley House, we appreciate the committee's time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sheila Tyson with the Legislative Committee at the Metropolitan Washington Democratic Club. I don't see you right now. If you come within the next few minutes, we'll get you on this panel. If not, we'll get you later. Kate Coventry, Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy for the DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
Chairperson White, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry. I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. DCFPI envisions a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring, as outlined in Homeward DC 2.0, DC's Strategic Plan to End Homelessness. DC has made some great strides towards this vision, but voucher implementation delays are undermining progress. And Black residents are the ones who bear the brunt of these implementation delays. Nearly 76% of unaccompanied adults counted in the district's 2024 point-in-time count were Black. This is the result of the enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism, such as racist zoning and residential segregation, redlining, restrictive covenants, and practices barring federal employment that for years prohibited Black families from equitably accessing the housing and employment markets. To help the district get back on track to achieving the goals set out in the strategic plan, this committee should require, at minimum, strongly encourage the Department of Human Services and the DC Housing Authority to quickly review and issue the 750 permanent supportive housing applications for DHS clients currently in process at DCHA, and require the agencies to issue timely and regular updates, including developing metrics that will be reported on a monthly basis to the general community so that stakeholders can monitor implementation. Implementation of vouchers is falling short with significant human cost. In FY 2024, 756 individuals exited DC's homeless services system to permanent housing. This represents just 8.6% of the 8,768 individuals served by the homelessness system. This is the lowest number of exits, as well as the lowest percentage housed since the initial implementation of Homeward DC in 2016. And the current average time from being matched to a voucher to lease up is 380 days. That's more than a year. To put this in perspective, Homeward DC 1.0, the first strategic plan to end homelessness, included a target that by 2020, any household experiencing housing loss would be rehoused within an average of 60 days or fewer. District leaders must treat these implementation delays seriously because they have real costs for the individuals experiencing them, such as not knowing where they're going to spend the night, struggling to receive needed services like medical treatment or counseling. As they wait on a voucher, the residents who are unhoused are often forced to stay in places that are unsafe or make their illnesses worse. And this is occurring amidst the threat of an executive order that will lead to more encampment clearings on National Park Service land. DC must reduce wait times to reduce these human costs. DC, it's not clear exactly what is leading to the current implementation delays. It's an opportunity for this committee to interrogate to help identify the main drivers. DCFPI encourages the committee to require, or at least minimum work with DCHA, and to ensure that they approve or reject all currently pending local and federal voucher applications and issue all vouchers by June 1st, prioritizing those that have been pending longest, and reduce the match to lease up time for all DHS households to 90 days or fewer by December 1st, with a focus on increasing the pace each month. This is a good preliminary goal as the district works towards rehousing all households in 60 days. To approve all pending applications, the agency should implement a sprint to the finish, bringing together decision makers in government, service providers, and individuals with lived experience to systematically investigate issues that arise and quickly develop solutions. A coordinated effort is key because only by acting together can we improve the lease-up process. The district should be prepared to hire new staff or redeploy existing staff to meet the need. Leadership at DCHA and DHS should monitor progress of the stakeholder recommendations and the sprint. This includes developing metrics and publishing them monthly to the general public. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I don't think we've been rejoined by. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Betty Gentile, Senior Housing Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist with Some Inc.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as a Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at Some Incorporated. Some is a nonprofit dedicated to breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness in DC through essential support, transformative services, and systemic change. We are members of the Fair Budget Coalition, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For nearly 4 decades, Some has been at the forefront of affordable housing, and today we operate more than 1,300 units across the district, serving single adults, families, veterans, and seniors. The DC Housing Authority has been and remains an essential and highly valued partner in our housing development efforts. We sincerely appreciate Director Pettigrew's leadership and vision in strengthening DCHA's performance. His dedication has brought tangible improvements, placing the agency on a stronger foundation. We look forward to future discussions with the committee and DCHA on securing LRSP funding necessary to align the Housing Production Trust Fund in the FY26 budget. To revitalize DC's affordable housing pipeline and meet the mandate that at least 50% of HDPF funds support residents earning 30% or less of FMI, we urge HPTF funding of at least $100 million and robust LRSP support. We urge the committee to thoroughly evaluate the mayor's proposed rental act, which raises the income threshold for project-based LRSP from 30% to 50% FMI, to assess whether this change could intensify housing insecurity for our lowest income residents. While expanding eligibility may seem to increase access, we are concerned that it also risks diverting limited critical resources from those who need them most, often longtime DC residents and native Washingtonians who have spent years struggling to secure safe, dignified housing. Many qualify only at or below 30% FMI, making deeply affordable housing their sole option. Since 2021, Some and other nonprofit housing providers have met with DCHA nearly monthly to address persistent barriers to affordable housing. While these conversations have fostered collaboration, critical challenges remain. Excessive delays, inconsistent communication, and misinspections continue to disrupt timely housing delivery. These issues are not mere administrative hurdles. They impose significant financial strain on nonprofit providers and make it more difficult for residents to secure housing. For instance, these efficiencies have compelled Some to need costly loan extensions, accrue additional interest costs, and delay the disbursement of critical developer fees. These dollars would be better spent by Some in providing additional services in our community, including more affordable housing. Additionally, these challenges put providers at risk of appearing financially unstable to lenders, potentially compromising critical partnerships and future development opportunities. Ultimately, the burden of navigating these obstacles drives up costs without expanding housing opportunities or improving resident services. Additionally, our asset and property management teams must divert time and resources from ensuring high-quality, supportive housing to navigating avoidable bureaucratic challenges. We appreciate DCHA's willingness to engage at all staff levels despite these challenges. We also recognize the value of the online portal as a tracking and accountability tool. The foundation exists to build a stronger, more impactful collaboration. However, to improve performance and outcomes, we recommend the following: invest in staff capacity and training, increase staffing and comprehensive training will improve efficiency and ensure consistency in communication and process execution, improve communication and accountability. Timely responses and clear uniform messaging across all levels of DCHA are crucial to reducing delays and frustrations and enhance process transparency. Standardized protocols for inspections, application processing, and payment timelines must be consistently followed to eliminate unnecessary obstacles to housing stability. DCHA's effectiveness is essential to increasing the availability of and access to deeply affordable housing in DC. We urge the committee and DCHA to continue working closely with nonprofit housing providers to strengthen processes, reduce delays, and ultimately serve more residents in need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. And Betty Gentle, one day my brain is going to get it right. It's too simple. So I apologize, but thank you for being with us.
You're not the only one. I don't.
It seems too simple, and so look, I'm sorry, and I just knew I had it right earlier too. But I'm going to get it. But I appreciate this panel. Appreciate your testimonies. We're starting to hear some similar things that we're hearing from previous panels, which is important to hear. I'm also hearing, in addition to some of the DCHA specific things, Betty Gentle, some concerns and requests for things that we look at as we examine the Mayor's Rental Act. So we are examining that. And then some of the things you testified about are the delays and inconsistent communications that are holding up our DCHA voucher processes. We will, and applies to multiple witnesses from this panel. We're going to ask a good number of questions around these issues when we have the agency up. Kate Coventry, I appreciate your testimony. And we are going to get clarity around the voucher application process and those like roughly 700 voucher applications, and and the timeline obviously is something we're focusing on, and I do have a number of questions about the timeline and why it is where it is. For Ginger Cabrera with Woodley House. One question for you. I hear your testimony around how long the vouchers are taking, the frustration around often being asked to submit the same information multiple times, not having a point of contact at the agency to help navigate these challenges. And then you mentioned the families who are trying to find their way out of the rapid rehousing issue. There are a lot of these folks that are still not housed despite having vouchers. So the approval issue, I think, is not one of the issues there. But are most of these folks stuck because of the difficulty contacting the agency or multiple requests for the same paperwork, or is there something else happening there?
It's a combination because the funding for rapid rehousing is zeroing out. So we have these folks who are in the process of transferring to PSH vouchers, and we're waiting on the vouchers to be approved, and that is taking a long time.
Oh, it is in
Some
the
of-
approval process.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I guess assumed that they were automatically approved, because that
No.
was, okay, all right. Well, I do have some questions about those families and why they are stuck and why that's taking so long, but I wanted to clarify while I have you. But do appreciate your testimony. Lynn Amano, thank you for the discussion around particularly vets getting housed and your recommendation for outsourcing some of the functions of the housing authority, like the PSH inspections and payments, as two examples. Amanda Eisenhower, another person testifying that it's hard to resolve issues with DCHA, and that it's too bureaucratic. The processes are too bureaucratic. A lot of systems and process issues coming up today. We I don't know if we need a different person in charge of systems. I know that's a significant part of the 3-year plan. But I am concerned about a number of system and process issues coming up today. And more testimony about the rent reasonableness issues. Selamay with Hailu, thank you for testifying on behalf of your mom at Garfield Terrace. I think you said she has a lawyer. Is that right? And regardless, I'm sure you've asked these questions to the agency around why she couldn't apply for a voucher, concerns around falsification of the document and having to pay rent while others didn't. What's been the response that your mom has gotten so far?
There's no response, to be honest. They just keep telling her that she's not able to apply. My father and her applied years ago in the 90s when we first moved in Garfield, but my father was the head of household then, and he's deceased. So she's having a hard time getting updates on if that's still if that application is still valid or if she can reapply. They just keep telling her she cannot reapply. Her lawyer is getting the same answers, and so am I. But our neighbors have already been granted the chance to reapply, so we don't understand what's the difference between her and them. Why is their situation so different when they're going through the same, similar situation? Getting kicked out of your apartment that already had his own troubles, but at least she was able to adjust. And now she's getting put out into a hotel and being told something different than everybody else all the time. Doesn't make sense.
Let me let's connect you all in the agency along with us to just understand what's happening and why. These are questions that shouldn't be too difficult to answer. So I feel like I'm missing something here. Want to get up to speed. So we'll connect with ideally with your mom, us in the agency to get to the bottom of it, or since she's not here, or if you could send us her name, then I can go ahead and send an inquiry. So if you would follow up with us and let us know her name so we can get some answers on that.
Sure. I'm working with Mr. Daniel. Can I send it through him, or do you have a direct?
Somebody in my office. With Empower DC?
Yes.
Yeah, you can send it to him and ask him to send it to us.
Okay. Well, I don't mind sending it directly, but I don't have any information for someone in your office.
Housing at dccouncil.gov is the best email address to just send it directly to us.
Okay.
Yep, housing at dccouncil.gov.
Okay.
Excellent. And we'll get some answers. Eleanor Hart, thank you for your testimony. We do a lot of oversight. Everything, I will say that, there's been a couple of requests for more hearings. Hearings are not always the most productive way to move things. But I do hear you on this, and we try to, create metrics and key performance indicators with our agencies and for the larger agencies to meet with them monthly, so that the public hearings, where we're doing more like sort of airing and expanding issues, there are other tools that we use to move those issues along, to get under the hood, to have longer conversations. So I hear you and do appreciate your testimony. In terms of your question around the progress over the 3-year plan, I'll let the agency answer that, but the preliminary answer is that there is an update from this month or last month, last weekend. So we'll make sure you have that. And to your question of what's the timeline for implementing the 3-year plan, it's 3 years. So they got to get it done. They're giving us updates, and I have some questions about that as well. Dean Hunter, quick question for you on the rent reasonableness tool. How that's the first thing you mentioned in your testimony. How is it working for your members at this point?
People still have problems with rent reasonableness. You heard the same testimony from the activists and the tenant activists that, there's no certainty of what the rents are going to be. This is in fact causing a lot of problems as it relates to the lease time. We understand it's new. People are adjusting to it and working with it, but we clearly have to drone down. And I do believe that it can be done more efficiently if we start looking at what other people are doing.
And the redetermination happening in the middle of leases, are you talking about like the correction from, it was a big, dust up over excessive rents? Some landlords are being overpaid, some underpaid. I think the general consensus is like, should be market rate. You might have a slight disagreement on that.
No. But the issue, Councilmember, just like rent reasonableness was implemented, and we feel there's a bias based on the political pressure to push the rents down. So we believe the agency automatically defaults to a lower rent. The problem is, the tenant doesn't know that, the landlord doesn't know that while they're trying to put the deal together. But this recent thing was mandated by HUD that they go back, look at existing leases and change the leases if they felt the lease exceeded what it should do. We don't have a problem with that. The problem is the way it's being done. It's being done in the middle of the lease term. In other words, if you're a landlord and you contract with DCHA to house that tenant from January to December that year at $2,000, in March, you're getting the letter, sorry, it's not $2,000, it's $1,700. And that's going to take effect in April. And that's a big problem. That's a really big problem, particularly right now when you know that providers are already on the verge of bankruptcy. 25% of our members, respondents of our survey, said they couldn't pay their bills. You heard the testimony of Director Donald. I'm sending that to the entire council regarding the district's portfolio. We can't make those kind of dramatic decreases in the payments in the middle of the lease term.
I hear you on that. I think DCHA is responding to a mandate from HUD on that one that they determined that about 5% of leases, it was like a little more than 2,200 were over rent reasonableness. But I think it's a HUD mandate, but I'll let the agency speak to that.
One more thing, we agree, but just it doesn't have to be done in the middle of the lease. Just say when your lease is up, this is going to be your new rate. And again, we can look at what other people are doing. That's the issue. Thanks.
Okay. And then just on the last thing, the recommendation to have tenants pay the agency and not the landlord. Have you made this request to the agency?
Yeah, we have talked to them about the insurance as well as this. And Mr. Pettigrew is really open to looking at things. And I think, again, if we approach it from the perspective of looking at what other jurisdictions are going to do, we're going to find the best practice.
Okay. I'm all about best practices. Thank you very much. Will Doyle, thank you for your testimony. More concerns about rent reasonableness and requested the rent reasonableness determinations from affordablehousing.com be honored. They do, I think, need to be verified, but let's look into that a bit more. And then concerns, this is another communication concern with recertifications being sent for this person to the wrong address, which caused them to lose his voucher. If that's accurate, that obviously is very concerning to me as it is to you, particularly if the agency is having these types of communication issues. So let's work through that with the agency. Obviously, going forward, we have to understand what their process is for issues like that. And Lori Leibowitz, the concern around needing senior leadership in order to get recertifications done, that's that shouldn't be necessary. That is at very least a systems problem. The agency, you say, is more responsive, but on the ground it doesn't feel a lot better. That's an important note for all of us. It's not about what we're doing, it's about how it's having an impact on the people that we're serving. So thank you for raising that issue. You offered testimony, like some others, about ineffective repairs. So that's a concern. I'm hearing more about that in this hearing than we have in a couple hearings. And then you made some recommendations around what you call a more independent board. Can you just tell me very quickly what specific concerns do you have about the work the current board is doing?
I think my concern, I think everyone on the board is working very hard. I think a number of people on the board are extremely busy with their day jobs and don't have the time and energy to look deeply into things. And I'm, I don't have any firsthand knowledge, but I'm hearing secondhand a lot of concerns about DCHA's contractors. It's unclear to me that the board is really scrutinizing those contracts and, how and I do know DCHA is employing a lot more contractors than they have in the past. And so, you know, I haven't seen when I've watched board meetings, a lot of discussion, a lot of scrutiny of those contracts. And just overall, again, you know, when I talk to senior leadership, things get done and you know, and we get answers, but no one at a even at the like supervisor, no one who's not above the supervisory level at the agency is responding to anyone on my team or to any applicant or voucher holder or public housing resident. And, you know, I see people on the Zoom all, you know, when Dean Hunter and Lynn Amano are both nodding their heads at what I say.
Unacceptable. But the reason I'm going to go back to, and I want the housing authority to hear that, but I want to go back to the board because we are going to be, you know, discussing a board, and we're going to be introducing something. You saw what the mayor introduced, and since you raised concerns about the board, did you see more scrutiny of contracts with the previous iteration of the board?
I did. I
Okay.
saw discussion of it at board meetings in prior iterations of the board much more often.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much to this panel for being with us. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. After our next panel, I'm going to take a very brief 15-minute recess because, like most people, I'm human and have to cram food down my throat and use the restroom. So with that, we will move to our next panel. Sabrina Rhodes, Terry Terrain, Michelle McDonald, Detrice Belt, Detrice, that's what I said, Sandra Banks, Rachel Weiss, supervising attorney with the Neighborhood Legal Services Program, Christina Lynch, Nikisha Green, Nikita Whitley. Let me pause for a second to see who of those folks are here, because I think a number of them we don't see virtually. All right, let me keep going. Euphrates, Nero Bennett, Tom Brown, who I do see, Abby Sipek, Chief of Staff for Everyone Home DC, Shannon Slowey. And if I call your name and you're here, please come up to the witness table. Shannon Slowey is the program director for the site-based permanent supportive housing Community of Hope. Pamela Hall, housing program director with Community of Hope. Sheila Davis, director of special projects with Jubilee Housing, Inc. And Tyrell Holcomb, vice president of external affairs with Jubilee Housing, Inc. All right, and please accept promotion. If I called your name, you'll see us requesting that you accept promotion. Please do that. Sabrina Rhodes, we will start with you. Sabrina Rhodes, you are with us. If you can hear me, please unmute.
I can hear you.
Excellent. There you are.
I'm sorry, I'm having tech issues.
No problem.
You ready for me?
Ready.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the ANC commissioner here in Ivy City, 5D02, and also the community organizer with Empower DC. I'm also a DC native. I'm here today to speak on behalf of many residents who rely on DC Housing, the DC Housing Authority, and housing stability. I'm grateful to the DC Housing Authority for having the resource for me and my family to have housing that I can afford, but DCHA have a lot of work to do. Our city is known for its government formalities, Pennsylvania Avenue, the monuments, and the federal buildings that define the nation. Yet beneath this image, there is a housing crisis that remains unseen for many. There are people who live in actual communities here, and many are living in hazardous conditions that shouldn't be in 2025. DCHA is failing the very people it is meant to serve. Too many residents, particularly voucher holders, face insurmountable challenges like we heard today due to the lack of accountability and enforcement against slumlords. We see landlords neglecting their properties, violating basic housing standards, and yet continuing to receive rent payments from DCHA with no consequences. The system allows this cycle of neglect to persist while tenants suffer in unsafe and unhealthy conditions. Thousands of DC residents are in desperate need of housing vouchers, yet many who receive them are still left without adequate housing. Families are forced to live in units that are not properly maintained, with landlords ignoring the need for crucial repairs. Everyone deserves access to a clean and safe environment, yet tenants continue to endure mold, leaks, pest infestation, and structural hazards that go unaddressed. The lack of urgency in addressing these issues is unacceptable. There are many residents who secure a new, safer apartment for their family, but DCHA's failure to process transfers in a timely manner resulted in the danger of losing the unit. Despite repeated follow-ups, paperwork is delayed for months, leaving residents stuck in an unsafe home with no options. Stories like this highlight the systemic inefficiencies that cause real harm to the people DCHA is supposed to protect. To make matters worse, tenants must take time off of work, often losing wages, to go to the DCHA office in person, only to be disrespected by security and staff. And instead of receiving the help they need, they are met with delays, missing paperwork, and further obstacles. And if they attempt to escalate their concerns to a supervisor, the process only gets worse, moving even slower, leaving them trapped in limbo. One bright spot, I must say, in this broken system is that Empower DC, the organization that I'm with, efforts to engage with the leadership of the voucher division. Director Shaw is amazing. Director Shaw will work with each individual person as if you're the only person that he's working with. So he's doing a great job. But one individual can't fix the entire system alone. We need an entire team of people who are willing to ensure that DCHA functions effectively for those who need it most. And there's a little bit more, but it'll be in my written statement. And I appreciate you accommodating me and letting me testify today.
Absolutely. Glad to have you. Thank you. Terry Torian. Hit *6 if you would, Terry, and that will unmute you.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. And listening to a lot of the testimonies today, I have some of the same concerns. And one of my biggest concerns is the multiple requests for the same paperwork. This was in October of 2024. I received a request for a reexamination packet. I supplied all the necessary documentation that was requested by the DCHA. And no, but it took nearly 6 months for the paperwork to be processed. And If it wasn't for the fact that I went to my veterans counselor, I think I would still be waiting. And I'd just like to go ahead and give my testimony. I am testifying about the mismanagement, disorganization being conducted at the District of Columbia Housing Authority. It appears to me that the issues are compounded together with no oversight and no accountability. From my experience with the District of Columbia Housing Authority, it appears to me that the ineptness is so pervasive that when one complains to a higher authority, such as the DC City Council, certain people at the DCHA retaliate. An expectation of professionalism and prompt processing of a client's document for application and or change of income, residence, and reexamination should not take 6 months to process, as that was the case with me. The lack of skill necessary to perform the duties at the DCHA to me is missing, and as stated, there is no accountability. I sent my reexamination documents by certified mail, walked them to the local office, and emailed them. And had it not been for my veterans counselor, maybe I would still be waiting for them to be processed. This shows a lack of competence. The other issue is calculation of rental payments, which at this time I continue to fight to get the specialist to recalculate, because her calculations of my rental payment is almost as much as my income. Maybe the supervisors need to be checked, as there appears to be no performance standard that the DCHA is governed by. To me, a thorough inspection of the DCHA should be conducted, but not at the cost of families that rely on decent, safe, and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Michelle McDonald, I don't think you're with us. Dietrich Belt. Detrice Belt, that's what I said.
Yes, Detrice Belt.
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Detrice Belt. I'm a former Berry Farm resident. I was displaced in 2019. I'm also the Berry Farm Tenant and Allies Association president and a member of Empower DC. Since I was displaced at Berry Farm, I have been staying at the residence of Hayes. I still have no idea when I'll be able to return to Berry Farm. The redevelopment is moving very slowly. I'm concerned that it will still be many years before I'm able to return. Because of this concern, I have been trying to get a voucher when my name came up on the voucher wait list. This has been a very confusing and frustrating process. Last year, towards the end of October, I received a voucher application withdrawal notice. The notice stated that I had not submitted certain documents. I was confused at this notice because I was not aware of the documents they were requesting. I checked in about this with Mr. Anton Shaw at the monthly voucher holders meeting Empower DC has with Mr. Shaw and Mr. Pettigrew. Mr. Shaw was helpful, and we began the process of getting everything needed to move forward with the voucher process. However, this past month, I received the same withdrawal notice, now stating I was missing extra documents, and it also said my social security, Detrice, is illegible on card. Yes, social was misspelled on the letter. I'm now even more confused as to why another document is needed and that the DCHA does not have my social security information already on file, as I'm a public housing resident. This process is so difficult, it makes many like myself just want to give up and let the voucher go. I think DCHA needs to do a better job at communicating what is needed and in a more timely manner. For example, neither of the two voucher application withdrawal notices I receive have a phone number, email, or a name of a person I can follow up with. How am I to dispute what they are telling me if I have no one to follow up with? Moving forward, I suggest DCHA include who to contact if a person feels that these withdrawal notices are not valid. Also, being clear on what needs to be submitted would be helpful. As mentioned, I am now being told I'm missing more documents than in my first notice. Lastly, I want to share that I am also unsure what will happen with the storage space I was given when I was displaced from Berry Farm. My current unit is smaller than what I had at Berry Farm, and my belongings are still in storage, but I don't know how long that will last. I want to make sure my belongings are secure. Thank you. It's Detrice Bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Detrice Belt. Um, Sandra Banks. Rachel Weiss. Oh, wait, Sandra Banks, you are here. Please unmute. Sandra Banks, if you can hear me, please unmute so you can begin your testimony.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can begin. Thank you.
Okay, yes. My name is Sandra Banks. I live at 359 Ridge Road, Southeast, Washington, D.C., zip code 2019. And my problem is my Section 8 voucher that was promised to me on November 2023. I sent all the paperwork on time. I even made an appointment, went down to the main office, and it said 10 days. I did not hear anything else from them. And then from them until April of 2024, which was the 3 bedroom. And I had been calling constantly, and my income was for 3 bedrooms, because the 3 people, because my uncle passed away. So now they wanted to relocate me, tell me that my voucher made too over income. I don't understand that. And then they did that real late, and the deadline had passed by. And then the next problem is about the transfer unit. They want to send me to somewhere worse than what it was. No explaining why. It's an environment. They ready to send me to an environment that's worse than the one I have. And the other one is my rent payment. All of a sudden, my rent statements and payments are not showing up or noted. And I want to understand that. The last one, I haven't even received it. I told the rent manager and everything. They have not got back with me yet. So what is the issue? What is the problem? How can we fix this? And plus, I'm the only one living here now in my unit. So what is my next step, sir?
Let me do this. I will have my team get your contact information, and DC Housing Authority is in the room right now. So we will ask them who you can contact, and that you will be able to contact somebody directly. If you have issues or if the ball gets dropped, then let us know, and we will.
Or can they send it to my email so I can get back with them? Because I am an elderly lady. And I do want to be, do my research.
We're gonna make it easy on you, ma'am. We will jump on the phone with you to get your information. Whatever your preferred mode of communication is, that's what we'll use. We have your email address. We're going to talk to DCHA. My goal is to not have you back at one of our hearings saying that it didn't work. So we'll close the loop with you today, and we'll try to make it as easy as possible.
Okay, so they have everything, the email, and they're gonna call me, correct?
I know we have your email. Do we have our phone number? We have your phone number. So yes, you will get a call from someone at the Housing Authority. And if you don't, you're going to give us a call, the Housing Committee.
Okay, and what is that number?
It is.
Wait a minute, let me get my email. I lost it.
We're going to email it to you, ma'am.
Okay, do everything to me right then. I can talk to them verbally.
No problem. All right, so we should be
issue.
able to close this loop.
Okay.
All right, but if
Thank
there's anybody
you.
else who needs our number, it is 202-727.
Wait a minute. 202
727.
767.
No, ma'am, 727.
Oh, 727.
8270.
8270. Yes,
And that's
I
the
have a lot
housing.
more to talk over.
All right, we got you. We look forward to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Wait, that was Sandra Banks. Rachel Weiss, supervising attorney with the Neighborhood Legal Services Program.
Afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rachel Weiss, and I'm a supervising attorney at Neighborhood Legal Services Program, NLSP. NLSP is a nonprofit law firm that has provided free legal information, advice, and representation to low-income DC residents on civil matters, including housing for 60 years. NLSP's housing law unit assists low-income DC residents with maintaining safe, affordable housing. NLSP often works with and across from DCHA. NLSP has written testimony on challenges we have seen with DC Housing Authority's customer service, lack of access to the hearing process, and the Housing Choice Voucher Program's lease-up process. Today, I will focus on DC Housing Authority's lease-up process and customer service. Since the pandemic, DCHA's voucher lease-up process has been slow and lacked transparency. The first stage of the HCVP lease-up process is DCHA ascertaining whether the monthly rent is rent reasonable, which is the maximum amount the DCHA will pay. If the monthly rent a landlord charges is not rent reasonable and the landlord does not agree to lower the monthly rent, or the landlord does not convince DCHA that the landlord is charging a monthly rent that is reasonable, DCHA terminates the lease-up process. Currently, the rent reasonable monthly rent levels are only available to voucher holders after they have become the first stage of the lease-up process, and DCHA decides what is rent reasonable on a property-by-property basis. Prior to the pandemic, DCHA publicly posted the maximum rent reasonable monthly rents for each neighborhood. Without similar guidance on rent reasonableness, voucher holders now frequently waste both their time and money applying for properties they find out are not rent reasonable only after investing application fees and weeks of their time. The second stage of the lease-up process is an inspection, and the third and final stage of the lease-up process is execution of the housing assistant payments contract, which allows the participant to move into the property. Prior to the pandemic, the entire lease-up process took a few weeks. Now a DC HCVP participant is lucky if the lease-up process takes 2 months, and the lease-up process can take as long as 4 or 5 months. The slow lease-up process makes it very challenging for participants to successfully relocate and causes many prospective landlords to select market rate tenants, not out of discriminatory animus, but because they are ready to move in. Participants in our client community would benefit from DCHA incorporating systems that, one, add transparency to what rent reasonable monthly rents are, and two, speed up the HCVP lease-up process. The other thing that I will just briefly mention is that though our clients have consistently reported positive responses to the walk-in customer service center on 702 H Street, our clients also regularly report not receiving responses from DCHA when they reach out to the main number, their case specialist, and other DCHA representatives. And there is a need for DCHA to implement new protocols for providing timely responses to our clients. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being with us. Christina Lynch. All right, don't think you are with us. Nikisha Green. No, Nashika Green. I don't think Nashika Green is with us. Again, if you are joining virtually and I called your name for this panel, please accept the promotion. There's some folks we see in the waiting room. Nikita Whitley, don't think you're here. Euphrates Nero Bennett, don't think you are here. Tom Brown, welcome.
Thank you all. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am so honored to be here, but I'm sad that I have to be here. And I believe you're well aware of the subject matter. We have some leaders from the Kenworth Courts Committee. I'd like for the Kenworth Courts to stand, if you would. We have the current President of Resident Council, Ms. Herring, who you'll be hearing from shortly, past President of Resident Council, Mr. Carl Smith, we call him GQ affectionately, who'll be sharing part of my time. This is the worst of times for the community we call Kenworth Courts. And the shirt asks quite simply, Kenworth Courts cares, but do you? And I'm here to report based on a signed affidavit and a lawsuit along with the Warrenton Group against the Housing Authority and the Michaels organization. I believe you have had a copy sent of my signed affidavit along with all the other members of this committee and other members of this council. It is fraud, waste, and abuse has occurred. I've experienced an attempted bribery by an employee of the Michaels organization, to be named Nick Bracco. John O'Donnell, the president and CEO of the Michaels organization, had a meeting with myself, members of the Warrenton Group, and a couple of members of his staff, in which he basically suggested a contract for non-working performance be nodded and accepted in the Kenworth Courts, where we rejected the notion that we would even sign on for something like that. There have been so many atrocities, but one of the biggest ones has led to the loss of life and hope in the community. Workforce development is the area of focus. We were brought on board into this project in about 2019, I'm sorry. I had to sit down with the gentleman who represented this project for the Michaels organization, who I mentioned earlier, asked me if I would allow $80,000 of a contract that was committed to our organization to be directed to a young lady who we learned was associated with him personally and the organization professionally. I rejected that offer and let it be known by the former director and members of the board of DC Housing Authority. The other atrocity was there were jobs promised, and this is where the hope lies, and it's a tragedy. Councilmember White, you know me. I've been serving this community for more than 2 decades, and usually when people see me in these rooms, it's for solutions and offerings and initiatives. Today, there's a problem. DC Housing Authority is also part owner in this deal. And they kept taking the posture, Andre Gold and even the current director, Mr. Pettigrew, of not understanding that you own 1/3 of this deal. You were supposed to do right by the residents of Kenworth Courts. You're not just an agency oversight in this particular deal, unique deal, 3-way partnership ownership. They took the last 3 years and kept pushing back and saying the Michaels organization and the Warrenton had to work it out. No, you're the third partner owner in the deal. And they took a back seat. And as a result of that, jobs were promised. We had young people go through our workforce program that were excited, transformed before the eyes of these people here, these young people. Jobs were promised. And then all of a sudden, a demolition started. The young people were excited some more. We fought to get them on for about 4 or 5 weeks. One young man was the leader of not only the community, talking about Tubby, who was so impressive, the Housing Authority offered him an employment opportunity, but he's now dead. And there's a couple other young people who are now either incarcerated, displaced, or no longer with us that were part of this same group. This is just a small sample size in a couple of minutes, but I'm gonna ask GQ to just get a few seconds as a former resident council who's been there from the beginning. You're gonna hear from Ms. Herring, who's the current resident council, who has a lot more to share. I don't know, I just need.
He go ahead and get a full 4 minutes. Like
Bless you for
Absolutely.
that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman White. I'm Mr. Smith, past resident council president, resident of Kenworth Courts community for 30 years or more. Like Mr. Brown has stated, we are very upset with the Michaels group, who I was a part of the beginning build for the Kenworth Courts 166 rebuild. And we were told that our residents would have it basically 10 to 20% of the jobs coming from this site. But we were let down and told that they basically just bamboozled us and told us, okay, go to the website, which was never set up, go to the app, which was never set up. I was also a part of the Fontroy building who trained people in basic construction. So we were certified to work on construction sites. When my people came to the site they were denied any type of information or gave the wrong information about hiring, and they hired quote unquote other ethnic races. And it was very upsetting for my residents to see this, because they were proud to work on this site, and probably after the rebuild to have their family members to walk by and see the progress and stuff, and to be let down and they were never hired. It was very upsetting for a lot of my residents. And they were coming to me like, what happened to the jobs? And I had no answer for them. So this was something that, that we felt was very unfair to our community. And as right now, you can see, the progress, but we're still having issues right now over there with people coming to the site. Our residents were guaranteed, the people that left the site were guaranteed to come back on. And the other promise was the people in the community, the first option to move back, where I'm seeing people from any and everywhere on the site. So, and it's very upsetting, and they don't have the proper maintenance for the new site. And it's just upsetting to see that the buildings are being built, but they're going down already.
Well, if I could just close in 30 seconds, because I want this on the record. The Housing Authority has to answer, along with the Michaels, for the millions of dollars that disappeared under their oversight that never trickled down into the project. And there's been no answer or accountability from Housing Authority of the millions of dollars that were allotted and released into this project. And to that end, Training Grounds itself, my organization, with over a year of work, was never paid from the project. And there's other subcontractors, minority local businesses, who still unpaid from the project, and millions of dollars were supported in public funding in this project. And I'm going to close with what I believe is the most important part that we have to investigate further with this lawsuit already in place. I'm asking the city council to get more engaged and the Housing Authority to be accountable to the fraud, waste, and abuse that has occurred in this project. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And I have a couple follow-up questions at the end of this panel. Abby Sypek, Chief of Staff with Everyone Home DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Abby Sypek. I'm a Ward 6 resident and the Chief of Staff at Everyone Home DC. Founded in 1967, Everyone Home DC works with individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness. We envision the District of Columbia as a thriving and diverse community where everyone has access to safe, comfortable, and affordable homes. Every year, we work alongside hundreds of households to prevent and end homelessness through our homelessness prevention, street outreach, day center, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. Today, I'm going to focus on the work of our PSH team and its experience with the DC Housing Authority on the administration of LRSP vouchers. We are a relatively new PSH provider, so our team has extensive experience with the current housing navigation process. We launched our program 2 years ago, and today our team works alongside 93 households, and 41 have leased up in a unit with their voucher. We know that we as a system can do better at getting people into housing quickly. Internal data from Everyone Home DC shows that people in our program average 279 days from program intake to lease up. System-wide PSH data is even higher, taking an average of 380 days. Before I share our recommendations, I would like to thank the Housing Authority's leadership for its clear commitment to collaboration, as demonstrated by their responsiveness and engagement with the homeless services community. Our team appreciates the work done to simplify the LRSP application and recognizes current work happening to remedy other persistent challenges like verifying the non-receipt of child support. And we know there's still work to be done to resolve ongoing issues more broadly in the income verification category. We are grateful that DCHA and DHS consistently look for ways to improve the housing process, and I believe that we're all motivated by the same goal to get people into housing quickly. We know that everyone has a role to play in improving the process: PSH providers and participants, landlords and district agencies. And there's no single solution that will instantly fix these lease-up times. In the spirit of collaboration, Everyone Home DC, along with partner organizations, recommends that DCHA and DHS conduct a sprint to approve or deny all pending LRSP and HCVP vouchers by June 1st of 2025, holding an in-person review with an external facilitator to examine the voucher process with DCHA, DHS, PSH providers, and participants, landlords, to develop recommendations to reduce the amount of time between assignment and lease-up to 90 days. And a commitment from DCHA and DHS to develop and report on metrics to the community that track progress towards reaching the goal of reducing the time from assignment to lease-up to 90 days. People who are connected to housing are waiting sometimes more than a year to move into a unit. It feels particularly important to underscore the real human impact of these wait times against the backdrop of increasing hostility towards people experiencing homelessness, including a federal administration that is actively threatening to clear homeless encampments, along with major cuts to federal agencies and programs like HUD and Medicaid. These threats, coupled with the evergreen harms of unsheltered homelessness, like facing deadly temperatures, being targets of violent crime, perpetual sleep deprivation, and the risk of one's belongings being thrown away, all mean that people living outside are in vulnerable situations, and we know the solution is to move them into housing. We cannot be satisfied with current wait times when we know there is a human cost to these delays. DCHA has proven that real and substantive changes that improve the voucher process are possible. Now's the time to double down and act with urgency. We as a PSH provider are committed to accelerating the process to do what we can to quickly get more people home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Shannon Slowey, Program Director with Community of Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Shannon Slowey. I'm here to testify about my experience working with DCHA as the Clinical Director of Permanent Supportive Housing at Community of Hope, specifically focused on our unit-based permanent supportive housing program. I'd like to focus my testimony on a few key areas that have negatively impacted our ability as providers to assist clients in securing stable housing, as well as client trust, application processing and communication delays, as well as lack of transparency. I appreciate the district's commitment to Housing First principles and believe that it's possible for the Housing Authority to make adjustments that will improve outcomes for PSH clients. I've seen DCHA listen to feedback and make process improvements, so I know that this can be done. The removal of the notary requirement for zero income forms on LRSP and HCVP applications came as a direct result of regular meetings with DCHA where providers could offer feedback. While we appreciate the collaboration on this issue, several others remain unaddressed. We currently have several local rent supplement program, LRSP, applications that have been awaiting processing by DCHA for over 90 days, including several applications that have been pending review since October 2024 with no status updates. Again, this is specifically on our unit-based permanent supportive housing side. While DHS can pull the status of applications from the portal, providers cannot access it to determine application status themselves. When assigned DHS staff are out of office or unavailable to pull status reports, we must wait for them to return before our status requests are filled. This could be resolved by giving PSH providers access to the LRSP application portal. Additionally, there is a general lack of communication regarding application status from DC Housing Authority after an LRSP application has been submitted, even after several attempts at outreach. The inability to access the LRSP application after it is submitted, even after multiple attempts at outreach. The information directly results in multiple, often duplicative requests to DCHA for status updates. Providers, DHS, landlords, and developers can request updates on pending applications, and we've seen developers have the most success. But even then, updates from DCHA can be spotty. Several of our developer partners submit weekly application status requests that regularly go unanswered. The most frequent form of communication from DCHA comes in the form of requests for updated documents that are no longer up to date, usually because an application has been pending for several weeks, if not months. The most frequent updated document requests are for proof of income or lack thereof, which already take a long time for clients to obtain from their employers. In the case of required documents verifying that a client is not receiving child support, DHS has more recently taken on the task of requesting said documents, as the timeline for responding to provider and client requests for the documents was inconsistent. While we appreciate this change and it has been very helpful from DHS, information would flow more smoothly if DCHA requested non-receipt of child support documentation directly, instead of waiting for DHS to receive the document, or verify that the child support office did not fulfill the request within the allotted time frame. With unit-based PSH specifically, these delays negatively impact our relationship with our clients and our partnership with landlords and developers. Client express frustrations after long delays with no updates in their applications and repeated requests for information that's already been submitted, which strains our relationships. The delays also strain relationships with the landlord and developer, as they have vacancies being held for months at a time, representing loss of revenue and empty units. Extended delays between application and lease up, and then between lease up and rent determination calculations, are frustrating to everyone and potentially risk future interest in creating more affordable housing. Improved access to information, response times, and application processing timelines will go a long way to improving the amount of time a client has to wait to access housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Pamela Hall, the Housing Program Director with Community of Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of staff of the Committee on Housing. I am Pamela Hall, and I'm here to testify about my experiences working with DCHA as a Housing Program Director at Community of Hope. I will be focusing my testimony on concerns similar to those voiced earlier by my colleague Shannon regarding delayed application processing and communication, as well as a lack of transparency that impacts our ability to secure access to stable housing for our clients. It is possible for the Housing Authority to make adjustments that will improve outcomes for clients across housing programs. We've seen this in the uptick of local rent supplement program, the LRSP applications for families and individuals that were processed this month, as well as in the responsiveness of several members of DCHA leadership when our program staff have made direct requests regarding application delays. While we appreciate these changes and an agency-wide commitment to clear communication and collaboration is key to addressing several other persistent issues. Delays in the LRSP voucher application process are one of the largest barriers to getting clients access to housing through the Permanent Supportive Housing, or PSH program. Currently, the road from voucher application to submission to approval is a 13-step process that takes weeks, if not months, with clients and providers in the dark as to the status of a given application. The 13-step process and LRSP application are not made available to providers or clients, and providers can only access application status information via a request through DHS. Clarity for providers on what is required in each step to process an application, as well as the ability to make application status requests directly through DCHA will go a long way in decreasing the time it takes to process each application. Additionally, when DCHA requests updated information for an LRSP application, there is no consistency in the deadline times to update the information, and we do not receive timely notification. In one case, we received a request for updated information with a deadline that had already passed, and another was received the day before the deadline. Issues also persist with the Smart Sheet system that the Housing Authority uses to house submitted LRSP applications. Smart Sheets were brought online in June as a centralized hub for providers to access applications, but staff regularly cannot access applications, and applications submitted before Smart Sheets came online are still not accessible in the database. Once a client is approved for a voucher and is ready to apply for a unit, processing of the request for tenant approval RFTA packet can also cause delays in the process to lease up. Clients are now only able to submit one packet at a time, leaving them without a backup if leasing a particular unit falls through. Our goal, which we share with the Housing Authority, is to get people leased up within the 180-day LRSP voucher timeline. Allowing multiple RFTA packets creates the ability for clients to lease up in an alternative unit when one of the applications falls through, or when another unit with a pending RFTA has a closer lease up date. This also alleviates potential issues with the voucher toll time, as clients aren't starting from the RFT application process over again with their voucher deadlines looming. Issues for existing clients submitting RFTAs to transfer to a new unit also persist. Applications for existing clients are not processed in the same way as first-time applications. Existing LRSP clients and providers are not able to see what steps of the RFTA process have been completed once an application has been submitted. We request that providers and clients be able to see the application status of pending RFTA packets for the existing LRSP clients.
Ms. Hall,
Process-
I gotta pause you. You're about a minute over. We got a lot of public witness, so let me pause you there. But either we do have or we will have your full testimony.
Okay, no
Excellent.
problem. Thank you.
Sheila Davis, Director of Special Projects for Jubilee Housing, Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, staff, and members of the committee. My name is Sheila Davis. I serve as the Director of Special Projects at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today of the performance of the DC Housing Authority. Last year, back in the fall of 2024, I just want to do a highlight because before I got here, me and Mr. Shaw already talked out in the hall to cover some of the issues that Jubilee Housing was having. But I want to acknowledge that the DC Housing Authority has been great with Jubilee Housing. The challenges that we did have, some have been corrected. And I want to give my expression and my appreciation to Beth Chisman, who runs some of the LRSP programs. She has been very, very good with Jubilee Housing. And Jenny Levy and Ebony Thomas and Jasmine Moody over the inspections under the leadership, I think, of that Mr. Shaw. And Hammer and Nicole has been good to Jubilee Housing. The only issues that we have right now is a delay of some LRSP payments that we are going to get corrected sometime this month. We have went to the chair and we are setting up a meeting with them. So I just want to say that I thank DC Housing for working with Jubilee Housing. And I'm going to let my colleague finish his testimony, but I just wanted to take the time out to just thank DC Housing Authority. And the only issue that we really have right now today is the inspections. The inspections are not being performed at Jubilee Housing. The inspector states that they come to the unit where Jubilee staff and the resident has sit there and waited. And then we go back to the porter, it says they couldn't gain access or if they couldn't get in. But we actually sit there with the residents. And I think that is a serious issue because a lot of the residents take off work, they elderly, they miss their doctor's appointments, reschedule their doctor's appointments, waiting for DC to come out and do the inspections.
Thank you very much. Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing, Inc. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Great to see you again, 3 times in 1 week. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today before you, your staff, and other committee members who may be listening in. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify today on the performance of the DC Housing Authority and its role in advancing stability in housing across the district. When I testified before this committee in the fall of 2024, I spoke about the critical role of the Local Rent Supplement Program, also known as LRSP, and the importance of DCHA's efforts to improve efficiency and communication. Since then, we've seen real movement in the right direction. One of the biggest improvements has been DCHA's commitment to consistent engagement. As we've shared previously, the monthly stakeholder meetings have created space for real-time problem solving, allowing providers in DCHA as well as DHS to flag and fix issues before they become full-blown crisis. This shift in approach, where housing providers aren't just reacting to problems, but actually getting ahead of them, alongside DCHA, is a step in the right direction. LRSP remains one of the most effective tools we have for ensuring that families at 30% AMI and below have access to stable housing. Mission-driven developers like Jubilee Housing rely on LRSP to create deeply affordable homes in high-opportunity neighborhoods, and we appreciate the team's continued focus on making sure this program works as intended. That said, we're not out of the woods just yet. As my colleague, Ms. Davis, mentioned in her testimony, the process of getting families housed is still not moving as smoothly as it needs to. We continue to see delays in eligibility determinations, inspections, and lease-ups, delays that leave units sitting empty while families wait for housing they desperately need. Another ongoing challenge is timely and predictable subsidy payments. We're encouraged by the anticipated payout, and if these past due payments land as expected, that's a win. But this can't be a one-time fix. The bottom line is that housing providers need consistency, knowing when subsidy payments are coming in so they can plan, maintain properties, and continue to offer affordable rents. There's also still work to do in streamlining administrative processes. We appreciate that DCHA has worked to clear some of the outdated backlogs as it relates to eligibility, and that progress should continue. But we need to get to a place where these backlogs don't build up again, where efficiency is the standard and not an occasional breakthrough. When this committee holds hearings as it relates to oversights, we see firsthand the level of commitment to housing stability in the city. That commitment is important, and we ask that that focus remain on practical, solutions-oriented progress. The issues within DCHA are real, but we also know that they are solvable with continued investment, collaboration, and accountability. At the end of the day, this is about making sure that people who need housing get it without unnecessary delays or bureaucracy or confusion. Jubilee Housing remains committed to working with DCHA, this committee, and our fellow housing providers to ensure that residents across the district have access to safe, stable, and deeply affordable housing. Thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership, and thank you to the committee for your continued dedication to make housing access a priority. I look forward to continue working together, as well as Jubilee Housing does, to strengthen these programs and make sure DCHA has what it needs to deliver for residents. I appreciate this opportunity to testify today and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much to this entire panel. Thank you to Mr. Holcomb and Ms. Davis for your work and your testimonies. Certainly received that information on inspections. That's something we've heard from a few witnesses at this point, highlighting that the LRSP payment issues, obviously that is important, and the importance, Mr. Holcomb, of the LRSP program. I'm glad that things are moving in the right direction. You still need to keep moving. Things like the monthly stakeholder meetings, is better to get to these issues before they become bigger and cause more frustration and resentment. So I appreciate your work. Also heard from Pamela Hall about PSH delays. Thank you for your testimony, as well as Shannon Slowey about PSH delays as well, and your recommendation to give providers access to the LRSP application portal. Ms. Slowey, why do not give providers access, and does this happen in other jurisdictions?
I cannot answer whether it happens in other jurisdictions. It's been brought up before at provider meetings requesting access. I believe they were I'm sorry.
I'm saying it's been brought up at hearings too, so I'm.
Yes. I believe that they were working on some sort of access, but we have not been granted anything at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get an update on that today, and hopefully the agency also knows whether this is something that happens in other jurisdictions. So thank you for your testimony. Hopefully we can move that forward today. Abby Sypek, another concern about the PSA lease up process being slow, and a recommendation to essentially put together a panel of the appropriate parties to review the timeline and identify how we get to the 90-day mark. We are going to be talking about that timeline and process today with the agency, because I'm concerned about it as well, and how we get to the 90-day mark. So I appreciate your testimony and recommendations. A few quick follow-up questions for Tom Brown. It looks like we lost GQ, but here we go. So I'm gonna ask you to be brief. We don't have to restate the testimony. The project, what's the status of the project today?
It is, it's not moving forward at this time, at all. Phase 2 and 3 are stagnant.
Okay.
At this time.
So phase 1 and 2 are done?
Phase 1, just phase 1.
Just phase 1. Okay.
It's completed.
I'm sorry, 2 and 3. Yep.
2 and 3 are.
Okay. Phase 1 is done. People moving in?
Yes.
Okay. Do you all are like some of the previous residents moved in phase 1? None of them?
A few
Just-
residents.
Okay.
Just a few.
And to your knowledge, is there a timeline for 2 and 3 restarting?
No, sir, not at this time. With everything I stated, that has greatly impacted the progress of this project. So it's at a standstill as it stands officially at this moment, unfortunately.
All right. Was phase 1 done by the Michaels company and this development partner?
Yeah, yes, the Michaels company was the lead
Warrington
developer.
Group?
Yes, in partnership, the Housing Authority and the Warrington Group.
Okay. What was the workforce development agreement? Essentially, what was the agreement with respect to jobs for residents of Kenworth?
Well, there was First Source, 51% of new hires, but also Section 3 that applied in a collaborative agreement.
Mhm.
If they hit 3%.
Right. So let's not talk
yeah.
Section 3, because that doesn't mean much to most people.
Right.
What does that mean in plain language?
Well, at the end of the day, the local residents of Kenworth Courts, and then other public housing residents were afforded the opportunity at most of the opportunities on the project, to the tune of a minimum of the floor was 20%. I believe what we'll discuss was 35% on this project. And
is this with respect to contracting with businesses or jobs for
that's
residents?
separate and apart. This is literally labor force.
Okay.
Literally labor force.
And what's you all's understanding of how many Kenworth Courts residents did work?
I would
on
say
phase 1?
Less than 3%.
Okay.
Less than 3%.
Okay. And is there an active lawsuit right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it pertains to the what you mentioned, the millions of dollars that are
Yes.
missing and non-payment?
Yes.
Okay. And Okay, and Michael's
as well as
and-
other violations.
Okay,
Yes.
and Michael's and DC and the Housing Authority are parties to that lawsuit.
Yes.
Is it any understanding of the timeline on that lawsuit?
No, but there's someone who I'm sure will be able to give you a lot more of that information. We
Okay.
certainly appreciate your inquiry.
Mhm.
So we think it's very important that you know firsthand with this happening. This is going to be a big one that's going to hit the news, and it's about to be a major deal, unfortunately. But we are where we are. So
Okay, all right, I appreciate it.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Rachel Weiss, appreciate your testimonies. Some things that we've heard from many other people at this point, the voucher lease-up process is slow and not transparent. Concerns about rent reasonableness and that even causing people to lose housing opportunities. Customer service issues, folks not getting responses when they reach out to the main number. Sandra Banks, we've connected with you already with the Housing Authority. Detrice Belt, we it sounds like you most immediately needed some assistance, would need a contact person at the Housing Authority to talk to about the voucher application withdrawal notice and to get an answer on making sure the things that you have in storage are good. So we'll get that, but also for other people who receive voucher application withdrawal notices, it needs to be clear who they can follow up with. So let's get assistance from you. We'll ask DCHA now who the best person is for you to follow up with, or for them to reach you directly. But that helps you. But we need help for everybody else who might be getting those notices. So we'll ask the Housing Authority for an answer on that piece. Terry Terrain. I'm always concerned when people testify that there's retaliation. Housing Authority is going to connect with you, Ms. Belt. So let us know if they don't, please. But I think they will. Always concerned when I hear people say there's retaliation when folks escalate either within the agency or to the housing committee. That's not something we tolerate. I'm positive that the agency would agree. So we got to figure out what's happening there. And you're having an issue with the recertification or recalculation of income. Again, the agency is here and listening to this. So my hope is that they'll be in touch with you to resolve that issue. Commissioner Rhodes, Sabrina Rhodes, concerns around landlords neglecting properties and not receiving and receiving rent payments for properties that are not well maintained, and issues continuing, conditions issues continuing to go unaddressed, transfers taking too long, something we've heard a lot about. And then people going to DC Housing Authority office and being disrespected. Not the first customer service concern we've heard today. So I thank you for putting that on the record, and we're going to discuss some of that with the Housing Authority. Very much appreciate this panel. We are still got a number of public witnesses waiting to testify. We're going to take a quick 15-minute recess, and then we will resume. So folks coming up on the witness list, we will be hearing from you very soon. So the time is now 2:02. We will resume in about 15 minutes. So we are in a brief recess. We are resumed. So we're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Andrew Wasenick, Director of Policy with Miriam's Kitchen. Aaron Athey, founder and CEO of Community Courage Care. Kylie Hogan, Systems Advocacy Director with DC Safe. Maya Brennan, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition. James Cash, Julia Tutt, Kira Carter, William Jordan, who I see, Shanta High, the council at Park Morton, Karen Settles, Janet Phoenix, MD, MPH, Sandra Mills, co-chair of the Housing Subcommittee with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, Matthew Robinson, principal at MRP Realty,
Hi, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify about concerns and opportunities for stronger partnership with the District of Columbia Housing Authority. I am Andy Wasenick, a Ward 4 voter and Director of Policy with Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. As Miriam's Kitchen is a permanent supportive housing provider, my testimony today is specifically in regards to the permanent supportive housing and local rent supplement program. First of all, I would like to express appreciation for Director Anton Shaw and Deputy Director Anissa Jones and others for their attendance and participation at the monthly DCHA provider meetings. I want to thank them for their willingness to engage constructively and to provide a level of accountability and transparency that has been missing from DCHA. It gives me some hope that things might finally soon get better, but I think we're still waiting to see tangible improvement. In October, at a roundtable on housing held by this committee, I testified about the case of one of Miriam's Kitchen's clients whose voucher and housing situation was so screwed up, he found himself living in an apartment with no one was paying rent on because of issues related to rent reasonableness and a HAP contract that never was issued after the lease was signed. Further attempts to relocate him were squashed because his voucher expired, and though an extension request was made in time and submitted in June and July of last year, as of October, there had been no movement on an extension or new voucher, and he was on the hook for $20,000 of back rent with nowhere to go and no income. After my testimony, the committee staff put me in touch with DCHA staff to look into it and resolve the matter. I was able to connect them to our PSH program managers, and I am happy to report that the client was indeed approved for a new voucher. However, that didn't happen until 2 weeks ago, when, curious, I followed up to see with what had happened with the case and learned that between October and the last week of February, nothing had happened with the case and that there was still confusion on what exactly was needed to get the man a valid voucher so he could resolve his predicament. To clarify, we tried to get him a voucher extension last June, and it took 8 months to get it done. And as much as I want to say that this is an outlier or an unusual case and that I'm surprised that it took this long, I have to say that I'm really not. I'm not surprised because it happens all the time and it's been happening for years. I've been working in homeless services in DC for 8 years, 7.5 years of that in homeless street outreach. And honestly, the problems that were apparent at DCHA when I started this work are still the same problems today. I cannot say that from my perspective, when it comes to processing LRSPs and getting folks leased up, that anything is appreciably better on the whole than it was 8 years ago. In an email I sent to DCHA staff after learning nothing had been done with this client's case after nearly 4 months, I asked, without trying to point fingers, how does this continue to happen? And how can we as a community come together to make sure this doesn't happen anymore? I didn't get an answer to my question, so I'll ask it here again. How do we fix this? What is needed? At the DCHA providers meeting on February 20th, it was shared that there were 672 LRSP applications in process, many of them, 25 to 30% of them, in process for more than 90 days. There were a couple even in process since July. Back in October at an ICH forum, it was shared that the average time it took between getting matched to a permanent supportive housing voucher and moving into an apartment was 380 days. Now, 380 days, that's on all of us in the system, providers, outreach, and DHS included, not just DCHA. But it is in these many cases, and the case that of this client that I referenced earlier, where applications just sit and sit, that add to this bloated average number that we have. We need to do better, and then we need to sustain doing better. To that end, Miriam's Kitchen, along with several other partner providers, some of whom testifying today as well, specifically urged the DC Housing Authority to work in partnership with DHS and providers to urgently increase the pace of voucher processing each month, such that we can reach a collective system-wide goal of decreasing the length of time between match-up to lease-up and for all houses, to attend a 2-day in-person convening, clarifying obstacles and identifying solutions, and make time-bound commitments and transparent benchmarks that can be monitored and reached to get to that 90-day goal, and then urgently address the backlog of housing applications by dedicating staff and resources and capacity to move them as quickly as possible. Thank you for your continued efforts to improve our system and the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Kylie Hogan with DC Safe.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and as you mentioned, the Director of Systems Advocacy for DC Safe. We are the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in DC, and last year served about 12,000 clients and families, including 507 adults and 648 children in our crisis shelter. And we are continually met with the challenge of helping survivors find more permanent and stable housing. Happy to see the 3-year recovery plan issued by DCHA in June. And while we have successfully partnered with DCHA over the years, particularly through the High Risk Domestic Violence Initiative, or HRDVI, we recognize the need for change so that our clients' attempt to find safety from abuse is not derailed due to lack of accessible and affordable housing. This is a broader need for the city as a whole, and we appreciate DCHA's proactive approach in trying to address the ongoing housing crisis in the district. Beyond housing stock itself, we also appreciate DCHA's help in connecting and assisting clients through their transition to safe housing, answering questions on the status of paperwork, what might be missing, who's responsible for what, and laying out the details of the process of moving is always incredibly helpful as clients navigate through a difficult and taxing time. In addition, we appreciate their accessibility as we ask about expediting these processes to accelerate relocation for our most vulnerable. But that being said, our experience and what many have shared today highlight that there is more work to be done. A smooth, transparent, and timely process should be the goal for all. With that in mind, we would love to reconnect more firmly with DCHA. Recognizing that they are in a time of transition, we believe that reestablishing relationships through our lethality assessment project, but also and more importantly through our domestic violence system review, is critical. In this forum, we address the needs of the most complex and escalated domestic violence cases. Being able to flag these cases and provide proper support to prevent harm or even potentially death to a victim is crucial. DCHA's perspective on housing and safe housing in the district as a whole is sorely missing, and we would like to add their voice to the general discussion on how to improve processes and policies for all survivors, including conversations on security and maintenance issues related to domestic violence and resources to address them. In line with the goals of the DVSR as a venue for exchanging information and expertise, we would also like to highlight the need for further training for DCHA staff, and in particular, DCHA's Office of Public Safety and Special Police Officers. Given the frequency with which domestic violence arises, it's essential that the legal rights and processes, local resources and partnerships, and best practices for addressing domestic violence are part of any training for DCHA personnel. Strengthening DCHA's officers' understandings of orders of protection, anti-stalking orders, and other similar orders designed to protect residents experiencing domestic violence or stalking is a good start, and we'd be happy to partner in any training. The need to streamline and speed up processes for survivors across the spectrum of DCHA services is much needed. While we're proud to provide crisis shelter that can allow time for clients to work on next steps for their safety, time in shelter is limited. Expedient, responsive, and comprehensive support is crucial to survivor safety, and we hope in the coming year to strengthen our communication and connection to DCHA's leadership to work towards addressing these needs and lending our expertise to this critical agency. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Maya Brennan with the coalition.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, committee members, and staff. My name is Maya Brennan. I am the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition, formerly known as CNHED. Our over 180 members represent a broad spectrum of the district's community development organizations, including affordable housing developers, housing counselors, resident advocates, and community development financial institutions. I'm here today to share how our broad membership is thinking about DCHA oversight this year. But first, I want to acknowledge the importance of the DC Housing Authority. Housing costs are far beyond what typical DC households can afford, and housing assistance budgets, especially at the federal level, are far from certain, even as their importance remains high. We are fortunate to have a housing authority that is committed to improvement and responsiveness and also has the special moving to work authority. We especially want to thank Director Pettigrew, Hamara Gabrias, and Anton Shaw for their engagement when we have questions and concerns. These are just a few, but not a full list of the staff that should be acknowledged with our gratitude. A strong and effective DCHA is essential because the costs of decent housing in DC and throughout the region are just not affordable for lower wage workers. We hope that DCHA and the Council's Committee on Housing will use oversight to assess the resources we have and consider ways we can make the most of them. Specifically, we have three main oversight requests. First, for permanent supportive housing vouchers, DCHA and DHS each have roles and must collaborate effectively and efficiently for these vouchers to be distributed. Last year, we testified about concerns that the local rent supplement program voucher units stay vacant for a long period during the household matching and application review process. Since then, DCHA and DHS piloted a new process where DHS reviews applications before transitioning them to DCHA, which does seem to help. However, there are still glitches, as you have heard. When the request for tenancy approval packet, or RFTA, seems to get stuck and face an excessive delay, that is one of the common areas that we have heard among our members. We've also heard instances where a household comes to the Homeless Services Organization that's been matched to the unit, but the unit is not actually suitable for the household, and the household seemed to have no knowledge that they had been matched to that particular unsuitable unit. We would like DCHA and the committee's attention to the voucher review and matching process, including understanding which pieces are in which agency's purview. Second, while we have been grateful for DCHA's responsiveness about rent reasonableness questions to date, our members are still working on understanding the new process. We've heard that similar units in the same area may get very different rent calculations from the dynamic calculation process. Please inquire about the rent reasonableness calculations, any thinking about how to smooth out the variation in these dynamic calculations, and any plans for housing provider communication and support. Third, DCHA-assisted residents in our Community Voices Working Group are hearing about federal shifts, and they are worried about what it means for their federally assisted rents. Many of them have experience with homelessness and understand what trauma they may be facing if those federal rent assistance payments are not reliable as they have been. They've asked for clarity, and they've asked to know how assured their rental assistance is and for how long. So we would like to be able to communicate that to these Community Voices Working Group members and understand how DCHA is communicating with their residents during this time of uncertainty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee and staff, for the opportunity to testify and for your continued partnership. My written testimony has additional details, and the coalition, as always, stands by ready to assist and take any questions.
Thank you so much. Kira Carter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman White. Pleasure to see you again.
Thanks.
My name is Kira Carter, and I've testified with this Housing Oversight Committee hearing before. And thanks to your office's personal assistance, I was finally able to be housed. However, I agree with a lot of what's going on as far as the lack of communication, the level of unprofessionalism, lack of customer service from the DCHA, but that's not what I want to touch on today. In sharing my journey with DCHA, with other people, I have found that I'm not I'm not the only one in a situation where I've been underserved and overlooked by DCHA because of these categories that people are being placed in. For instance, my family member was displaced by fire, and she had just allowed my daughter-in-law to move in with her because been in an unsafe situation since my son was murdered. So she has been bouncing around, trying to get in touch with someone from housing to find out what her status is for suitable housing. And she was told by the person who was assisting me at the time that she's been on a wait list since 2010, and they have not gotten to that year yet. However, she told her also that seeing as how they was displaced by fire due to no fault of their own, a unit next door to them caught fire and spread the fire. It was on the news. The fire spread throughout 3 homes, and all 3 of those households were displaced. But then, since she was only there for 2 weeks, she's not on her lease. She can't be helped. She can't be serviced by DCHA or apparently Virginia Williams either, because she was told to go to them by Red Cross, and the Red Cross sent her to Virginia Williams to get a referral, and Virginia Williams told them that seeing as how they was already assisting the leaseholder, there's nothing they can do for her. And then there's a few other people that I've spoken to sharing my journey, and I've heard like some people in medical crises are trying to get their vouchers like transferred or moved, and it's been like an extreme amount of time, like well over a year, for them to be transferred. Like the process need to be streamlined. Like it's ridiculous to have to wait over a year for a transfer if you're facing a medical crisis. But those are just a couple of the things that I just wanted to touch on. And if you need further information, I'm available. I'll be here through the duration of the hearing. And there's other things that I would like to say, but I know we're limited with time, and I want everybody to have a chance to be heard. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. And I'll be here, and I'll be standing by if you have any further questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carter. William Jordan, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm a member of the Park Morton Equity Team. I work closely with Ms. High and her work to continue to support the residents of Park Morton through the new communities redevelopment process. I first want to say that the new communities process, particularly Park Morton, should have been an easy win. The only reason it wasn't an easy win is because bias, ego, neglect, and greed got in the way. It's not just issues with the housing authority, it was the entire system, from this committee prior to you and even continuing through you, the housing authority, DNPED, DHCD, DC Housing Finance Agency. All of these entities plus others play a role, and they cannot coordinate in a way to functionally deliver for the residents. And Park Morton should have been an easy win. But because people, rather than build a housing ecosystem, we have a housing ego system. And everyone's ego, because they think they know everything, gets in the way of working with residents. And if we don't fix that, we will not be able to move further. So it's easy to beat up on the housing authority, but I know they're not working alone, and they don't have good partners because no one is really willing to sit there and listen to the residents of Park Morton, sit down at the table and help figure out, because we've always come with solutions every single time. Any complaint we make on behalf of the resident council, we've come with a solution, we come with a plan, and we just can't get people to sit down and work with us to execute it. And it's frustrating. And I guess the only way to get things done is just to turn tables over. Second, the Star Board, come on.
If you're not going to put resident representation on the star board, then just get rid of it. You really don't need it, right? So resident representation should have elected members on the star board. Don't tell me about efficiency and all this nonsense about all these experts. These experts got us here. It's not residents standing up for their rights that's held up these projects. It's been ego. So let me go to Park Morton. Residents could have been in this building in Park Morton 3 years ago. But because the politics said we want to move Bruce Monroe to the selected developer, they actually just froze everything. We could have done the redevelopment of Park Morton 3 years ago. Even in this particular case, they told all the residents, you got to be ready to move in August of 24. Guess where we are? 25 in March. They're still not moved in, right? The residents are being told that they can't go visit the units to select their units. They're going to be picked for them by the developer, right? While the council member got a chance to go in and look at the units and look at the property, residents cannot. And that's the feedback I've been getting from residents. Okay, so that's a major problem. Resolution 2219 and 2235, which is through or was inherited by the Star Board, they still haven't executed that. And that talks about jobs for residents, business opportunities, all those things that were promised in the news communities, and we still haven't gotten them executed. I don't know what they've done with my buddy, Brian Harris, but we need to find him. So I'll end it there, but we just need to do this together and stop making excuses.
Thank you very much. Shanta High, the council at Park Morton.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Good to see you again, council member, as always.
Good to see you, Ms. High.
I am Ms. Shantae High, president of the council at Park Morton. Thank you, council member, again, Robert White, and the committee for this opportunity to testify today. I want to get right into the fact that both public housing residents and housing choice voucher recipients are always in distress when it comes to their housing. Just recently, a news article was written in alluding to the fact that there will be a time limit placed on public housing residents, which we all know will soon trickle over to HCVP voucher recipients. There are points to be made about this that I have reiterated over and over again, which is housing security starts with home ownership. While many people are griping about the amount of time or generations that grow up in public housing, they do not understand the paperwork that all but holds residents hostage, or should I say prisoner, in dilapidated housing conditions, because every time they have an income increase, their rent increases within 30 days of the resident reporting the income increase. However, if that income decreases because the resident has lost their job, it takes DCHA years to make the adjustment to decrease the rent. Oftentimes, this decrease never happens, and residents end up in debt with DC Housing Authority because DCHA's own inability to correct and process documentation expediently is null and void. It doesn't stop there. The government wants to know about every single penny, nickel, dime, quarter, or dollar you have, and your rent is adjusted accordingly, thereby draining people's savings accounts, making them have to cash in their 401ks, IRAs, and any other means to pay the rent when they were using that money to try to become self-sufficient or even plan for retirement in cases of seniors. The Park Morton Equity Plan was written for the purpose of assisting residents to become homeowners and entrepreneurs, allowing residents to become self-sufficient and thus removing the need for government assistance. I'm not understanding how all of these rules, guidelines, and chokehold regulations continue to remain in place, restricting the growth of those residents that are willingly trying to break free from the oppression, yet are held there with an invisible noose and around our necks, hanging us in limbo from year to year. With the expedited gentrification process happening in DC, residents need the chance to purchase now while there's a glimmer of hope to own a home before the price tag is unreachable. Which brings me to the point to point out that promises were made by DCHA, TCB, and NCI that home ownership in the second phase of the redevelopment of Park Morton will be made available, and that promise, like all the others, has fallen by the wayside. The preparation for home ownership should begin now. Residents repairing their credit, attending needed classes, and saving through the Savings Match program that you, Councilmember White, donated a considerable amount of money funding towards. It all needs to happen now. And in closing, lastly, I want to point out that DCHA has failed at keeping its promise to the resident councils whose properties are being redeveloped, and families are still contacting us, the resident councils who have been displaced, with promises that they will allow us to keep in contact with DCHA and with our residents, conveying any information that comes across the board. And any of the transition voucher holders would allow both public housing and voucher holders to have representation. So please allow for some legislative changes for the growth of district residents here today as soon as possible. I'm Ms. High, the voice of the people. I thank you today again for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. High. I lost my place listening to your testimony. Karen Settles.
I'm here.
There we are. Ms. Settles, good to have you with us.
You too. It's good to be here in this safe space, Councilmember White, and your staff members as well. And good to see a lot of the people that are co-eds to myself, advocates. I'd like to start off by saying, speaking about your oversight. 25 years now after the receivership of the District of Columbia, we're still in a worse rut than ever. And I bring that up because we are not learning from the history of being in a receivership in the first place, the robbery of our democracy that was supposed to bring back a democratic process at least to our city, which has gotten worse. I say that to say that we have now in place what we used to know under Marion Berry was a control board. Now we have a star board over with the mayor overseeing the star board, and the star board not having no sense of I have no sense as a leader of when they will be replaced. We need a resident elected board that consists of a senior representative, a disabled representative, a family representative, and an at-large person. And we need that, whatever the mayor puts on that board, we need that board to exist with her pieces that she put in it to make sure that we have resident representation that will definitely have some power to take and have a vote instead of being outvoted by over number of people. I say that to say that all the interpretations of things that's being used by the advocates, who I'm so happy for, I'd like to also thank you for this very meaningful oversight committee. And I want to more so encourage you to follow up even more than you do. But I'd like to thank the liaison work that Empowerment DC does on behalf of residents of the District of Columbia. I also would like to thank Mr. Keith Pettigrew for his leadership, but I see him being hindered because it doesn't seem that he's able to make solid decisions or promises because of oversight over him. We need a director of our housing authority that can make decisions and stand on them. And at this time, I don't see that happening. It's too many chiefs, way too many chiefs. We have I don't even understand the structure of the Star Board as it relates to what is their direct influence or direction towards our director. But whatever it is, we need to do some changes around. We need to abolish that board and regain our resident elected board and go back to what we had. The other thing is that the relationship between the Housing Trust Fund as well as any resident endeavors with developers and whoever else, the language needs to be more clear, Mr. Councilmember White, about how these terms are being used. They're talked over residents' heads. Most residents want to understand what they are going through, and you can't even understand the language. The language is very, very easy to learn if people are taking the time and communicating what this means to them. My bottom line to this is that I know everybody's working hard. I'm sure your office is too. But hard work does not account for people not being served as they should be. We have an embarrassing epidemic of homelessness in this city. And as a previous ANC commissioner for almost 30 years, a resident council president for longer than that, as well as the chairperson of the citywide advisory board, you have been misinformed about the directions as to what this leadership is supposed to do. We, as public housing residents, are the board's constituents, and we should be answered to first. I really would like us to take and have. I don't think we need more hearings. I think that we need more town halls and we need more collective meetings so residents' voices can be heard and not just heard, but moved upon. Because residents are very smart in this city. Lastly, I want to say this to you. I have a heating problem today in my house. So just I know it can be corrected. But when I called for the emergency number to report that I have a heating problem, you know who I got in contact with? The answering service was answering from Florida. And I'm telling you something, I was very insulted that we have a person contracting from Florida to answer the phone for my maintenance concerns in the District of Columbia. We have too many intelligent people in the District of Columbia for that to be happening. And I ask that you look into that and take it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. High, your face just testified again in response to that comment. Thank you very much for that testimony, Ms. Settles. Janet Phoenix, MD, MPH.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, and thanks to you and to the other members of the committee for giving me this opportunity to testify. I'm here today to speak about two matters. The first matter is the Child Healthy Home Initiative, and I testified about this initiative last year during the budget hearings. The Child Healthy Home Initiative is a 5-year capital improvement effort of DCHA to enhance health outcomes of children living in public housing by making physical improvements, including dealing with mold, installing bathroom and kitchen ventilation, replacing gas appliances, conducting pest management, and replacing leaking plumbing. There are approximately 700 units with children under the age of 13, and this initiative really targets those units and includes some training activities for operations and maintenance personnel, and the development and implementation of enhanced inspections and maintenance protocols that are based on health. So the initiative really prioritizes the housing where you have young children living. And the goal of that is to ensure that those children really have a healthy start in life, so that they can go on to grow and develop and do the things that we all hope and expect that they can do. But they can't do that if they're living in unhealthy housing conditions. And I was really pleased when this initiative began. I want to encourage the committee to continue to support it. I'd like I know that resources are increasingly uncertain, but I really think we need to prioritize the health of children. They are our future. And the children who are living in public housing really deserve to live in a safe and healthy environment. The second matter that I'd like to speak about really relates still to healthy children living in public housing units that are directly managed by the Housing Authority. I came to this work because of work that I do with Children's National and also with MedStar's Pediatrics Division. They refer children to me who have asthma. I conduct home visits for those children, and this is what really led me to advocate for the establishment of the Healthy Child Home, and what has led me to continue to speak before this committee and other committees to advocate on the behalf of those families who have sick kids. And many of those families have asked me to follow up on housing concerns that they're trying to get attention for some of the same things that I mentioned before. Pest infestations, leaks, mold, and they've given me permission to really try to get those conditions corrected on their behalf. And I am frustrated because although I had really productive conversations with folks at the Housing Authority, in 2023 and 2022, and I actually spent much of my summer in 2023 training operations and maintenance personnel, construction personnel, about ways to improve healthy housing in public housing units that DCHA maintains. But things have changed. There's been turnover. Some of the people who I have been working with are no longer with the agency. And so when I try to get information about what's going on in a unit for a child that's referred to me, today, I don't have a clear path forward I don't have a clear point of contact to try to follow up to find out, is someone going to do something about the mold? Is someone going to do something about the mice? Is someone going to do something about the cockroaches? And I really need that in order to do a good job caring for these children. It goes beyond medication. We don't want to see them in the emergency room over and over again. We'd really like to get the conditions taken care of that are sending them there. So I need help in figuring out how to get these things addressed. And I will stop there, provided a lot of information in my written testimony to support what I'm asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra Mills with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not sure my video has appeared. Anyway, this is a good morning or afternoon. It's now afternoon. I've been here all day. And thank you very much, Chairman White, for this opportunity to testify on behalf of the, on behalf of the Committee of 100 of the Federal City. Like the council, we have been very, very concerned about the situation at the DC Housing Authority because of the terrifically slow progress that has been made since the rather scathing HUD report was released now over 2 years ago. And we appreciate that the Housing Committee has endeavored to hold these quarterly roundtable hearings regarding the progress or lack thereof that has been made by DCHA. And so we went back and we revisited what was actually said at the last hearing on October 22nd of 2024. And we heard the council members' frustrations with this lack of progress. There were still complaints from tenants and housing advocates. Councilmember Pinto noted that the buildings with voucher tenants had been falling into disrepair and that there was increasing safety problems such as drug drug sales, that sort of thing. Councilmember Parker stated that he had heard many complaints regarding delays in ADA compliant units that simply just were not available. And we note in this regard that in 2022, the Attorney General of DC actually sued DCHA for failing to accommodate tenants with disabilities. And then we read in the Washington Post this morning that HUD actually sent a letter last August to DCHA stating that they were in violation of basic human rights in not accommodating disabled tenants. Councilmember Fruman at that hearing asked for data on how many voucher units were being paid by DCHA over the rent reasonable amount. And at that time, DCHA's leadership showed that there had been very little progress made. So we said all of this in our written testimony, but now I have been able to hear all of the testimony that has been presented today. And I must say, it's incredibly disappointing, really disheartening to hear that these issues persist. And really, it should not be the Committee of Housing's responsibility or the Attorney General's responsibility to fix all of the problems with DCHA. I mean, I'm grateful that, Chairman White, that you endeavored to intervene on behalf of individual tenants, but it really shouldn't be the council's responsibility to constantly be doing that. Instead, what we really need is a board that will oversee DCHA and address these problems. Many have advocated for more tenant involvement and representation on the board. That would certainly go a long way. The weight of the testimony that's been presented has been very negative. Some has been positive, but we would hope that the council will really try to get some hard and fast data to answer, you know, to provide the status of what's actually been happening. You need to get data on how many voucher tenants today are getting apartments and how many are still waiting to be housed. How many public housing units are currently habitable and how many have been taken offline? For those that are still habitable, what is the backlog on repairs? And how many voucher units are still receiving rent that exceeds the rent reasonable amount? And how much money is DCHA spending on excessive rental amounts? You know, we note that as Chairman White, you have said in the past, as well as others, that it costs the government more to address the consequences of chronic homelessness than it does to secure permanent housing for those who need it. So we would urge the council, even in these times of decreased budgets, that steps be taken to ensure that DCHA can fully resolve the deficiencies identified in the HUD report and make housing available to more DC residents. And thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Matthew Robinson with MRP Realty, welcome.
Thank you. Chairman White, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Matt Robinson, a principal with MRP Realty. I'm here today to provide testimony about my experience working with DCHA, particularly regarding 3 projects: Northwest 1 Phase 1, Northwest 1 Phase 2, and the 1133 North Capitol Street project. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you and express my views on the critical role that DCHA plays in ensuring affordable and sustainable housing in the district. I want to provide some background on MRP for context. MRP is a district-based real estate development company that has deployed over $4.1 billion worth of investment in real estate projects. MRP is also a leader in the DC region with over 1,000 affordable units delivered and in the pipeline, constituting 20% of our overall portfolio. We work with the district, with DCHA on all of our affordable projects. We have experience with DCHA as a land seller, an LRSP provider, a PSH unit voucher provider, and a tenant voucher provider. DCHA has some role in all of our projects, both affordable and mixed use. Northwest One, Phase One, is a new communities project done in partnership with DenPed and DCHA that delivered in 2022. First, I want to thank Mayor Bowser for trusting us to deliver on her vision for Northwest One. We took this responsibility to deliver the mixed income community seriously and continue to work hard every day to prove that her and her team made the right decision selecting us. This project has 72 LRSP units, which provide high quality, affordable housing to residents making 30% AMI and below. These were leased in coordination with DCHA, and I'm happy to say that despite a complicated process, both DenPed and DCHA did an incredible job working with us to move qualified applicants into these units and meet our lease up schedule. This is such a critical issue in today's market where economic vacancy is an all-time high and causing financial distress on affordable housing projects in particular. Missing our lease up pace or schedule would have resulted in about $470,000 per month loss at that project. If the project misses the lease up schedule by just 3 months, that would have been over $1 million in losses before the project even started. This further causes problems as it relates to qualifying for the permanent loan, which is calculated based on the project's collected income. If the building doesn't have the income in place, then there is a chance that the project won't qualify for the full loan amount, resulting in additional gap money needs being required to prevent a default and foreclosure. Director Donald of DCHFA testified earlier this week that 9 out of 10 new current construction projects in his portfolio don't qualify for a loan large enough to pay off the construction loan. Or to say it better way, these projects can't convert to the permanent loan. DCHA's performance has been absolutely critical to the success of Northwest One project, and they've executed way beyond our expectations. We're happy to report that the project has positive cash flow, which is rare for an affordable housing project in Washington, D.C. today. In fact, it is our only affordable housing project that is not losing money. If not for the LRSP vouchers on Northwest One, the project would not be able to pay its debt service due to the large number of residents who are delinquent on rent payments. Northwest One Phase 2 is the second phase of the Northwest One New Communities project done in partnership with DenPed and DCHA. This project received occupancy permit earlier this year, and we're currently leasing up the property. The project has 83 LRSP units, of which 35 former Temple Courts residents are currently interested in returning to the property. Our collective teams are working through the application process as we speak, and move-ins hopefully will start in the next few weeks. We specifically want to thank Tia Gilbert at DenPed and also Katarina Jetter for all their hard work on behalf of DCHA and the former residents to make sure all the former residents that are interested can move into their new home at the former Temple Court site as quickly as possible. We also want to thank Anton Shaw and his team, including Sheila Miller, Sade Gale, Ebony Thomas, Noelle Wishart, Roxana Pugh, and Sharnita Evans-Wilson, all of whom are working very hard on behalf of the former Temple Courts residents. The public doesn't necessarily interact with this team, but we know how critical all of them are to the success of the project. We've worked with this team before, and we're still very early in the process, but we know this team cares deeply about the residents and will no doubt execute the lease up on time. Our third project is 1133 North Capitol Street Northeast, the redevelopment of the former DCHA headquarters site. We've had the pleasure of working with both Director Brenda Donald and her team and Director Keith Pettigrew and his team. Brenda Donald and Rachel Joseph managed to move out of the old building way ahead of schedule, resulting in additional payment to DCHA of $12 million. During construction, we began to work with Director Pettigrew and his team on Phase 1, which has 86 affordable units that are reserved for residents at 60% AMI and below. These units are provided by us in the project as part of the DCHA requirement for the transaction. Our team is coordinating closely with Anton Shaw and his team to lease up the affordable units and are happy to report that we're ahead of schedule for lease up thanks to all their hard work. We're not fully leased
Mr.
up on
Robertson,
affordable.
I'm sorry, we're
Sir.
about a minute and a half over.
Oh, sorry.
Let me ask you if you, in about 15 seconds, summarize the remainder.
Sure. Given our experience, we're happy to work with the team, and they're responsive and solutions oriented, and appreciate the opportunity to testify today. And I'm sorry for taking over time.
No problem. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Christine Spencer. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was it for the panel. All right. Thank you very much to this panel. Not a ton of questions. Sandra Mills, we do collect data on the number of units that are offline, timing of repairs. A number of things that you mentioned are things that we now collect data on and set target goals with the agency. You are right. It should not be the council or AG's responsibility to intervene. That's always an indication, just like when you have to go to a top person in an agency, it's an indication that something isn't working the way it's supposed to. Again, I recognize that DCHA didn't get to develop all those problems overnight, and so it's not going to fix them all overnight. But we do need to keep moving in that direction, and but just being frank and honest about where things are and what's not working helps us move in that direction. But when we hear the same thing 1 year to the next year, it feels like we're not moving quickly enough. So it is a balance between understanding that you can't fix everything at once and it does take time, and making sure that we are moving expeditiously and holding ourselves to the highest standards collectively. So I appreciate your testimony. Janet Phoenix, you've testified with us at least a couple times since Director Pettigrew has been here. So where I'd like to start is to understand where you've hit roadblocks with the agency. Have you not been able to reach people? Have they said they won't talk to you? I don't know what privacy issues may exist with the information you're trying to get. So I'd like to start by hearing from you. What specifically has been the roadblock for you connecting with the agency on these issues?
So I have to acknowledge that, I did have very fruitful conversations and actually was invited along with my colleague, Dr. Rethy from MedStar Georgetown University Hospital to meet with Director Pettigrew, and we had what I thought was a fruitful conversation. And he also directed us to members of his staff to follow up. I think that I think there has been some changes. There have been some personnel changes that may have interfered with the continuation of what I saw as a very cordial and welcoming opening to working with DCHA. And as I said, I was grateful to be able to do the healthy housing training in 2023. But many of the people who had been my points of contact with the agency have moved on to other positions with other agencies. And so now when I send information in to their successors that details some housing issues that people are having, generally it's pest infestations or leaks that are leading to mold. I'm not getting feedback about how and whether those conditions are going to be corrected. And when I circle back to the families, they say they're not hearing a timetable, or they're not getting conditions addressed in a timely manner. The privacy issues, it seems to me, could be addressed. I'm able to get written permission from families to try to advocate on their behalf. So it seems to me that should address the privacy issues. I'm also trying to work behind the scenes to get some kind of a memorandum of understanding that might allow for the asthma home visiting program and other projects involving people living in public housing units to, that potentially down the road that could address the privacy issues. But I shouldn't have to sit on the phone. I have actually.
I agree with you. I'm sorry. So here's what I'm going to ask is that you reach back out to the agency and see if they can pick up the ball. And let me add some color to what I'm trying to do here. Folks who have been here during the day have heard a lot of folks say they want us to have more oversight hearings. You hear Mr. Jordan say, he thinks we dropped the ball by not being more involved with Park Morton. And in every other hearing we chair, similar concerns. People want more oversight hearings, more focus on particular issues. And Meanwhile, when we hold the hearings, I'm frustrated today because we shouldn't have this many individual issues coming to us in an oversight hearing. That's a really bad signal to me. I need to be careful about taking ownership of all of those because I don't want to drop balls. And I know that, you know, our capacity is limited because the issues you're hearing today are a lot, and these are just a fraction of the issues that we're getting. So what I'm going to ask you to do, Dr. Phoenix, is follow with the agency. See if they can pick up the ball, because it seems like there was an openness to working with you, but maybe there was staff change or maybe somebody, I don't know, took vacation and didn't pick it back up. And then let us know if there's an issue reconnecting with them, because the issues are important. You know, children's health issues, living condition issues, those are important. But I want to primarily put the agency in the driver's seat of responsibility for correcting things, and then bring us in if it's not working. Does that work? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense, and thank you very much. I will do that.
Excellent. I appreciate it. And so we will get involved if we need to. My hope is that we won't need to. Um, Karen Settles, thank you for being with us. Well, you know, you suggested something that I just want to highlight really quickly. A couple times you mentioned the STAR board. You know, what is their role? They are the board of directors. So they, you know, they hire and fire the director. They are responsible for really the management and not day-to-day operations, management, but not operations of the agency. Now, when you say we need to go back to what we had, that makes me really nervous because it wasn't the subject matter experts that got us here. It was the folks who don't know what they're doing. I mean, they weren't housing folks. These were a lot of them political folks. That is, in my opinion, what got us here. And I do think we need subject matter experts, and I think we need residents. Now, what I want to say to you, as we will pick up very soon a conversation about what a permanent board looks like, there's a lot of folks that have a lot of feelings about who should be on the board. A big board is not productive. And it's going to be hard getting me on board with a large board because I do not want to go backwards. I don't want to go back to an unproductive board where you got a handful of folks that one group likes, a handful of folks that another group likes, and those two can't agree on anything. Meanwhile, you know, the conditions of people who live in our housing and public housing deteriorate. So we're going to have to kind of work together, talk, have conversations like this. But there does have to be resident representation, and I think that's, you know, that's
So,
just
council member,
basic
can I
fact.
say
Yes, ma'am.
something?
Absolutely.
So I want to respond to what I specifically mean. And that is that the resident representatives that were on our original board were relevant because they considered us as their constituents.
Yep.
I don't see the same thing as the STAR board being our constituents. We have no access to them, number one. And as well as they don't do anything to put the voice of the residents in place. And that is very, very important. See, residents are the last thing considered as far as the board is concerned, is particularly because they oversee the director. Now, I would think it would be a sad day if the board decided to remove Mr. Pettigrew right now because he's in the midst of a whole house on fire and he's trying to put it out. Now, I'm not saying that to nobody's defense. I'm saying it to what I know the problems was in our housing authority that still exists. Yeah. But those problems is bigger than you. They were here before you, before him. But he has a better touch of those things because he served under the receivership. Yeah. So it was mandates done by the receivership that this board shouldn't be in the type of disarray. It should not be under the mayor's order. It should not. And I think that these oversight hearings that you are doing are the best thing that could ever happen to us because you're hearing from residents directly. But again, the STAR board does not speak on behalf of residents. And I don't think that people living another life, having another job, can do the greatest of jobs for residents. And what we need as advocates and representatives, no matter what their profession is, you can't speak for my lived life and my human rights. You know, human rights has its own place in this whole conversation, which we are not considering, to me, to the highest degree.
I hear you loud and clear on that, and you know your point that the residents really view other residents as their key constituency is a very important point. That is why resident participation on the board is very important. So I appreciate you making the point, and I appreciate your clarification. Shantae Hyde had to run for a family matter, and Mr. Jordan, um, the I think Mr. Jordan, you were the one that said the experts are the ones that got us here. So I was disagreeing with you, not with Karen Settles. But on new communities, one of the things I asked last week to the deputy mayor, and I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier. No, I did. We need an understanding. Like again, we're on our watch now, and we are responsible for what happens on our watch. Um, so I don't. We have not done. We have done a bad job with new communities in the city as a whole, and we can't control what happened in the past. We can't control what happens in the future. Um, but I hear your concerns about new communities. I hear your concerns about the Star Board, and where you believe that the city collectively dropped the ball on Park Morton. So I appreciate your testimony.
And I say this briefly. So my biggest point is that the resident council are key in this, because they're the ones who can, if they're organized and have the resources they need, they can push the ball on a lot of these things that ripple up to you. The problem is we don't have all the resident councils in place, and therefore they can't learn some of the things they need to learn, right? So yes, sometimes people aren't experts, but they can learn. Many of the things that I know, I learned from the residents. I didn't learn them from the experts. My point is the residents are experts in their lane, but we have taken that infrastructure out, right? Especially when the community goes under redevelopment. And when we put in the Resident Management Corporation, because that can bridge that gap. We got it in the resolution, but it was never executed. So those are the kind of things that I'm speaking of, is that residents themselves are way more intelligent. They bring way more to the table than we give them credit for, but we use infrastructure and multi-agency confusion to keep them out of the loop because we think we're moving faster by avoiding working with residents, and that's backfired time after time after time again. That's my point.
Okay, I'm glad you expounded. I agree. On the front end of any process that where the end user is resident, you've got to start with residents, or you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And then with respect to public housing and the board specifically, I do view residents as experts. They are the ones that live in the housing, and so I view them as a critical expertise on the board. And I think our positions are not too far apart. Kira Carter, thank you for being with us. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me clarify one thing. Your daughter, she's on the voucher wait list, and she was is having trouble finding housing right now after a fire where she was living recently. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And had she had trouble getting an understanding of where they are on the wait list with respect to her, or has she gotten in contact with them and they gave her an answer that she wasn't satisfied with?
Well, the problem is no one is communicating or returning phone calls or emails. The only way that she was able to even speak with someone was, like I said, thanks to you and your office, Caitlin and Wayne Waller, who assisted me in finally obtaining housing in November after 2 years. Um, she was speaking to the lady who was trying to help me. And that woman took her time and researched where she was on the list. But her reaching out directly to anybody at housing to no avail.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony, in pointing that out. This is something we've heard from, several people now, so it is something that, we need to take seriously, and, we'll make sure the agency is taken seriously. Let me thank, Caitlin Kochalova, who's sitting 2 people down from me right now.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Maya Brennan, thank you for, your oversight, requests. With respect to a couple of things, at least looking at the voucher review and matching processes, rent reasonableness. Have heard a lot about rent reasonableness, today. And let me just, very quickly, with you. So the rent reasonableness calculation verifications, I'm sorry, variations. This is something I've asked about a couple times. I can't recall how many times it was in the public hearings and how many times it was in, our monthly meetings with, Mr. Pettigrew. But what we continue to hear is actually similar to what we hear from, folks who do, I'm forgetting the word, but housing valuations.
Yeah, appraisals.
Appraisals, thank you. What they say is, 2 houses could be a block away from each other, and there might be things that are not apparent from the outside, like, number of bathrooms, number of bedrooms. And that's the response I continue to get from the housing authority with respect to, the variations. Are you seeing instances where you can see, like, a level of detail, but it still seems inconsistent, and,
I'd like to pass my answer this way because
Yep.
some of our members may have more insights on that. But I can also check in with additional of our members to understand and get back to you about the variety of how the variations are going and make sure it's not just the sort of appraisal situation.
I appreciate it. All right, Andrew, Wasenick.
Yeah, I mean, to that specific thing, I can specifically think of one circumstance. I mean, there are many, but where 2 units in the same building underneath each other, exactly the same, cookie cutter, the same, did not meet the same snuff. So like it was approved, one was approved, and then a month later, another client was applying for the one on a different floor, exactly the same unit. And they didn't get the rate that they were asking for. They were exactly the same, like
Okay.
ground plan and everything. So like, anecdotally, that's one scenario where, because it does fluctuate based on whatever information is put in, it's an algorithm, right? Like from day to day, it changes. And that's one of the big ongoing problems. They've made some efforts to, like, now housing case managers or PSH providers, they go in and they run the numbers themselves, and they have to submit that with the RFTA packet. And DCHA says, like, we'll do our best to, like, accept that, and we do what we can do behind the scenes to, like, manipulate's not the right word, but they've got, like, access to different things than we do, like in terms of like how wide they cast the examination, the net in terms of like the comparable units, and they'll try to match. But like they only guarantee that they'll do that if they get it within 30 days, which is not always happening. So like if 30 days have passed between the time the case manager has run those numbers and it's getting to whoever at DCHA who's looking at it, that's not guaranteed at all. So, and then, but even before then, you can have an issue.
Okay. Sandra Mills, did you have a response on this?
Not exactly, but I'm just asking, you mentioned that the data that I said the council should request from DCHA has been requested and that you have been collecting it, but I don't know where to access that data if it has been made public. If it hasn't been made public, I would really appreciate being able to see it.
Okay, happy to share it. We'll figure out the easiest way to do that. May just be a press release that only a few people that I know from these hearings read, but we'll find a way to share that. Kylie Hogan, thank you for your testimony, particularly with respect to the need for training for domestic violence, best practices, and stalking as well, and the need to speed up timelines for survivors. And we heard from somebody earlier today who seems to be in a situation just like that. So thank you very much for your testimonies. To your point of your testimony, or at least part of it, Andrew Wasenick, the question: how do we fix the voucher process at this point? PSH voucher process is taking a long time.
Well, I mean, what we and other providers are suggesting, I mean, we've been sort of talking about it behind the scenes for a few months, and we've sort of like coalesced with, it's still rough outline, but like, still clarifying that, we've had boot camps in the past, like it was mentioned earlier in the vet system, that like didn't lead to lasting changes. And so like one of the things that we're requesting is that we have a similar type of thing. But what we make sure that we do is that at the end of it, there are like clear benchmarks and goals and things that we are going to be able to monitor on the way out of this to make sure that we're like making progress toward this goal. I wish I had the answer. Like, in different meetings, we've been told that the time it actually takes to process a voucher application, if it's a simple, straightforward one, is only 30 minutes. In other cases, it takes an hour or two to do. Like, so if you do the math, if you've got 10 people doing them and doing like 4 a day, like that's 160 a week. So like, how are, I mean, is it like, I'm not in their shop, I don't know, but like when you're breaking it down on that math, like if we're not able to do like X number per week on a regular basis, like we have to figure that out. And we have to figure out a way. And really the one thing that I want to do is that like, I appreciate what, the new leadership at DCHA is doing, and that that they're working and things like that. And they have been open and transparent and like made, in ways that this hasn't happened before in my experience. But that we're making decisions about how to improve this program, not in silos. Like they might say that we're going to fix this process this way, but if they don't do that without the consultation of the providers and, DCHA, and we would be saying, but that's like, yeah, we can't do that. Like that causes X, Y, and Z to happen then. Like we all need to take care of this as a community. And to be honest, like the 380 days, like providers drop the ball, DHS drops the ball here and there. Like we all have a stake in it, but I really think that so much of it comes down to the fact that like we've got these long delays in the application process.
Let me ask this: Miriam's Kitchen is a provider, not the only one. Do you know if any of these types of meetings have happened or are happening with basically all the stakeholders at the same table?
So there's a monthly DCHA providers meeting where representatives of the providers meet with Mr. Shaw usually and a couple of others. Hamra is also often there. And we do address sort of like items, sort of like piecemeal by piecemeal, like little bit by little bit, and we chip away at things, and like there is dialogue and productive things happen in those meetings. And most specifically in the last couple of meetings, I felt been pretty ones and pretty things. So there are things happening, but like, we're in this landscape now where like it's really not safe to be on the street right now, and we've got to create room for as many people as we can to get into our bridge housing programs and into our shelters. And there are a lot of people who are matched to vouchers. There are people in encampments right now who have vouchers. I mean, I don't know how many or whatever, but I know there are people who are matched to a voucher right now, and they're living in a tent, and they're at threat with the Park Service or DMHHS to clear them out and like getting chased around town. Like we really need.
So I think I take your
Yeah,
point.
so-
Like it cannot be done in silos, but I think this deserves some direct attention.
Yeah.
We'll ask the agency about this, but I don't, again, I track this number.
Yeah.
Gives me some consternation. So we'll ask about it today, but the goal is not to ask questions and have a conversation about it. It's to improve the number, which really was a point you made in your testimony. So thank you all very, very much to this panel. Truly appreciate the work that you all are doing and you all being with us today. Let me call our final panel of public witnesses. Christine Spencer, Christopher Williams, Patrice Haney, Sheila Herring, Sonia Toby, Sheena McGill, Aaron Athey, founder and CEO of Community Concierge Care, Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Tania Rogers, housing organizer with Homes for All DC, 1DC, Beverly Smith, founder and executive director of Mama's Safe Haven, Torrance Poindexter, chief compliance officer of Life Enhancement Services, Karen Lundgren, Lamontria Cruz, Nita Misra, Carnell Oliver, Commissioner Salim Adolfo, ANC 8C. Right, Christine Spencer.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Councilmember White, and your committee. My testimony is a little different from a lot of my counterparts, what I've heard today. I know with the Housing Authority, we had a lot of issues, but to me, the last 18 months has been totally different. You can come on my property at any given time and you'll see a contractor, multiple contractors actually. They're out here working. I have residents who got flooring done, new kitchens, new everything, and they're happy down here. So a lot of this stuff I'm hearing, and of course I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying on my property, the stuff that we're dealing with is totally different. You can come at any given time to see contractors and everything out here walking and doing the work. They're actually doing the work. It's totally different. Even when you're talking about uh, staff and they're being nasty and no, not since Director Pettigrew got there. It's totally different. It's totally different for us down here. I wanted to talk about the Star Board. I heard folks mention. You have Denise Blackson. She's a part of that Star Board, but she also does the Block initiative every month that mostly all the resident council leaders come to every month. And we have met with Director Pettigrew and his executive staff every month. So we're talking about the issues that we have on our property, even safety. I see DCHA police officers, they're walking around. I'm looking at them now. So it's different for me down here. My testimony is totally different. I'm glad he here. He's doing some amazing work. My residents, they're looking forward to it. Not only is they're renovating the occupied units, but the units that they turn over that's unoccupied, they're doing the occupied units as well. Like I said, I have folks that's sitting in here now is tickled pink because they got a new kitchen. Their floors are done. You know, even contractors is cutting out the mold and fixing stuff up as we speak. And definitely with the rats, you couldn't even walk outside this time last year, but now it's so much better. So, like I said, my testimony is totally different. It's totally different. Um, I'm glad he's here.
I appreciate your testimony. I mean, that is what we want to hear. We do want to hear some folks say that things are getting better. That's my goal. I know that's the agency's goal.
Councilmember White.
Yes.
You can come out here at any given time. Every morning I walk to my resident council office and that's all you see. You see more contractors than you do residents. And let me say something else too. I think this is very important. Prior to Director Pettigrew, half of the majority of the portfolio was empty. Like half of the units on my property was empty. They're all full. They're all full. We have residents. So it's totally different here for me. I don't see a lot of the stuff that I heard. Not saying it's not happening. I'm not going to say that about my counterparts. I'm just saying for me, it's different. I see a big difference. I see a big change. I think he's doing a great job. And I got to take my hat off to him because he inherited a lot of stuff. And he's only been here 15 months. It's not been a time that I haven't called any of them, actually, and they didn't respond. And I think that's a part of the Star Board, Miss Blackson's Block initiative that we meet once again every month, all the resident council leaders, even Mr. Council. He came to a few of those Block meetings. And it's a whole panel. It's Director Pettigrew and his whole team. And they're answering questions. And if a resident council leader has an issue on our property, he'll look at him and say, well, you going to address this? And look, you get a call back in like 30 minutes. So I've seen the change.
I appreciate, Ms. Spencer, I'm very glad to hear that. And appreciate you coming to testify to that. We're a bit over time. Let me go to Christopher.
Okay.
No problem. Christopher Williams.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I have been pretty devastated and heartbroken to listen to today's testimonies, Kenworth, Berry Farm, Park Morton, challenges with voucher holders, living conditions, so on and so forth. But I do think that Director Pettigrew and his staff are listening. Resident leaders in Southwest are seeing improvements, as Mrs. Spencer just testified to. I was actually prepared to give very similar positive feedback as Mrs. Spencer. Resident feedback and whole health experiences in public housing are really the most important thing to me. I see more responsive emails from DCHA. We just got a new DCHA police substation in Greenleaf. But there are problems, and there are deep and structural problems predating Director Pettigrew, and I'll focus on 3 topics. First, the repositioning. This is a really, really big problem. DCHA is seeking to reposition its stock so that it can get a higher federal reimbursement. The goal is to shore up finances, essentially. The problem here is that DCHA has been a moving to work agency for more than 20 years, which allowed incredible fiscal flexibility to address the very concerns about living conditions that were raised today. The reason behind the Moving to Work program was to allow housing authorities to use profits and leverage equity from redevelopments to invest back into improving current public housing stock. A repositioning plan of this magnitude across the entire housing stock is just not justified. I'm convinced that more structural changes are needed at DCHA before it begins the first phase, assuming federal approval. In fact, I believe that the repositioning plan should be withdrawn. The agency's misuse of its moving to work flexibility raises major concerns about how it will use any new potential revenue from repositioning. Will these new revenues be used for closing costs, for financing gaps, or will these higher reimbursements go to much needed property reinvestment and repair? Then what happens when residents are given vouchers? Then on top of that, economic conditions might change and projects come to a standstill, like with Berry Farm, and we don't get new housing. Wholesale neighborhood displacement is not worth taking these risks. These communities have social capital, social health for emotional and physical support, and benefits from the built environment. I want to reiterate that the Southwest community stands strongly and emphatically behind Greenleaf and all public housing in Southwest. Just on account of our neighborhood amenities and built environment as protective factors, we are an ideal neighborhood to attenuate income determinants of health. Next, I would like to talk about Greenleaf. I have encountered 3 people who were homeless and roamed the streets in the Southwest neighborhood. I have included you and your staff on these communications, and I really appreciate your responses. We know that Greenleaf was being emptied at the height of the pandemic. Can your office ask DCHA to revisit its actions that resulted in displacement and to follow up on where these residents are now. Additionally, as has been mentioned, the voucher system is broken. As I worked with one of those residents to get in her applications, we encountered unlawful denials. We encountered unclear information on where she might or should apply on account of her housing voucher value, and then we were subsequently denied. So I think that there is a lot that needs to be shored up in that voucher housing system around transparency and really around just following the law that the council has already passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrice Haney. I don't see you. Sheila Herring.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. White.
Could you move the
Committee.
mic a little closer to you? Thank
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have a two-part testimony. And the first part is the Kenworth 166 project, which hopefully within the next week or so, I have all of my paperwork together so I can meet with the new director concerning those issues. But that project from day one was a mess till the end, and now it's still a mess. The Michaels group came in. The Warrington group originally came to us with the project. The Michaels group came in afterwards. From day one, they came in big-headed, bossy, totally taking charge. Once Brenda Donald came in, it was like all power was just put in their hands to do whatever. And they ran with it. I went through the bullying tactics. At some point, it was like they were doing tag teams with another organization, PCC, Project Community Capital, that they brought in that was supposed to help in the community and work with the residents, bring different service providers and everything in. They didn't do that. They helped some, but not the way they should have been helping. Chris Early was overseeing everything. He started bi-weekly meetings. In those meetings, PCC would come in with 3 to 4 pages of all of these things that they claimed they were doing in the community and with the residents. I called them on it because I knew it wasn't true. As I stated in the last time I was here, it was a lot of false documents presented, false information, a lot of things was false. It got to the point where the meetings started getting so bad that had it not been for some of us being on Zoom or the internet in the meetings, had it been in person, I promise you some blows would have crossed. I would have been involved in that. No, I'm being honest, because I had been disrespected. I had one guy with PCC because he couldn't understand why I wouldn't cover him not being on the property or helping like he was saying he was. He had no understanding that he jumped up in the meeting on camera and just totally snapped on me, cursed me out. No one said anything. No one from DC Housing, Chris Early, no one had nothing to say until I responded. I was fine with that because I still responded. So moving on from that, I sent a letter downtown requesting that PCP, we cut all ties. they continue coming on the property with no one saying anything. I should not have had to send 3 or 4 letters repeatedly to get them off. I'm gonna move from that because now we need a solution because the Warrington group, PC, and the Michaels group could no longer get along. Michaels group stopped paying people money, started making excuses why they wasn't hiring employees. I mean, the residents. It was just, everything was messy. But people not getting paid their money, that's a problem. That's a bigger problem. A lot of people didn't get paid. So from there, I want to move from that. But I want a solution for that. How can we resolve that so we can move forward? Because we are getting ready to go into phase 2. And phase 1 shouldn't have been open. Should not have been open. It's still not ready. Now, moving on when you came on the property, we had 17 vacant units just on the Kenworth property, Pond Street area. Those units have been redone and are now occupied. Those that have moved from those other houses on the property onto the Kenworth 166 or other properties, those houses are, as the people move out, are being redone and people are being moved in. Phase 3 is about 9 houses shy from being full. The 2 apartment buildings that we've had problems with, one will be completely closed once the moving service come to move those 2 last residents out.
All right, Ms. Herring, you're gonna get me in trouble because I
Okay,
let you
I'm
go 2
sorry.
minutes over.
Okay.
Let me pause you, but I appreciate you being with us, and
Okay.
I take your point. So I'm trying to figure out solutions too, and I appreciate you are too.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sonia Toby. All right, we're working on getting you in. Sheena McGill.
Hi, how are you? I'm here.
Excellent, wonderful. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, yes. But first, I want to start off by saying good afternoon to you, or Ms. Council Member. I want to piggyback on some stuff that I heard some residents say earlier as far as discrimination. I am a housing choice voucher holder, and I did have that experience myself with a property down on the waterfront. The application process and fees totaled up to $1,100. So what I did was I had the property manager send me the email with all of them fees, and I took that down to the Department of Human Rights and filed a complaint. And my case is going to move forward with human rights. Moving forward, I want to speak on housing authority. To me, I agree with Ms. Spencer. Housing authority to me has made major improvements. I just had a situation myself dealing with a property where I was living at dealing with mold. Housing authority did not. Anton Shaw, Ms. Glover, which is a caseworker, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Gary, it's a Deborah A. Jackson. It's a lot of them that was involved. They didn't give me the opportunity to stress. They didn't give me the opportunity to be frustrated. They didn't give me the opportunity to run around with my head cut off like a chicken. Everybody was very supportive and helped me through the process. It was no opportunity to stress at all. I want to speak on the commissioner, Commissioner Blackson. Commissioner Blackson was there with me also through the whole process. She's very productive. She's out in the communities. I'm not sure if residents are aware of her, but she also assists with housing choice voucher recipients as well. Just give her a call. From my experience, I've had some residents call me needing assistance, not knowing who to call or whatever. I referred them to Ms. Blackson, but she can't do anything if the residents don't call. You have some residents, and I know some might be mad. I'm not saying that these residents don't have these issues. I'm not saying that. But you have some residents that make complaints or get on board meetings and speak, but haven't made the call or reached out, or haven't given housing authority the opportunity to assist them. I have been down H Street and been in the office for minor things that I had to take care of. And staff in there are so polite, so friendly, so healthy, so bubbly. I love them. So I agree with Ms. Spencer. The housing authority is improving. Staff to me is amazing. I have not had any problems. Like I told you, they have not given me the opportunity to be frustrated. They haven't given me the opportunity, and I have a disability and I do suffer from anxiety, but they haven't given me the opportunity for that to even flare up. So I applaud them, and I just want to thank them and tell them I'm very grateful for them, and I'm grateful for the voucher because I'm using my voucher in a way because I was a public housing resident, from public housing to RED to HCVP. With using my HCVP voucher, I do pay a portion of rent and I also pay utilities. So I'm looking at my view of looking at it is it's just warming me up, preparing me from home ownership. So eventually I can come out the system and own my home. So with my utilities and my rent, I just look at it like I'm warming up to prepare me moving forward for home ownership. So and that's with using my voucher. So that's about all that I have to say. And I just want to thank Housing Authority for the improvements and for their staff. I love them and I look forward to working with them. And the Star Board and Commissioner Blackson, I thank you as well. And that completes my testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. McGill, for your testimony. We move to Aaron Athey with Community Concierge Care.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman White, and members of the council, and colleagues here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today about the important work of my company, C3 Cares, and how we are addressing health disparities in DC public housing communities by bringing primary care services directly to people living there. I am Dr. Aaron Athey. I'm the founder of C3 Cares. I'm a family nurse practitioner and faculty at GW who has been in DC almost 20 years practicing in really under-resourced communities. I created C3 Cares after running mobile clinics during COVID. So we had partnered with the DC Housing Authority then to do testing and to do vaccinations. And at that time, I had talked to a lot of residents about the idea of bringing primary care services directly on site. So fast forward a couple of years, we are in 4 communities now providing primary care, 3 of which are certified by Medicaid, and so we can do full primary care. We know it's important because many residents in public housing struggle to go to routine preventative care due to transportation, long wait times, mobility issues, and overall lack of trust in the healthcare system. The reality is for many, the emergency room is their primary care, right? So we go to the most expensive sites to get care, and sometimes they get hospitalized because of this. By embedding primary care clinics right in housing, we kind of break that cycle by being consistent, doing preventative care, and meeting residents right where they are, rather than forcing them to navigate a system that hasn't really worked well in the past. So far in the last 2 years, we've been able to make a pretty measurable impact. We've done senior vaccine tours in most of the senior properties. So we've vaccinated hundreds of seniors against COVID, flu, and RSV. We've done health education sessions in partnership with GW nursing students and Georgetown nursing students at several properties on hypertension and diabetes. We've done youth education programming, partnering with the youth coordinator at DC Housing, Tyrone Spriggs, and we've done like self-care and hygiene education to youth. And most notably, we have our primary care clinics at Greenleaf Senior in Ward 6, Benning Terrace in Ward 7, and Highland Dwellings in Ward 8. We also are located at Langston Terrace in Ward 5, but because of the ADA issue, and we're on the 2nd floor, we can't do full primary care, but we can do vaccinations, screenings, and telehealth services there. Just one example from our Highland Dwellings clinic. We have a nurse practitioner there, Lisa, who has been meeting with the patient who has diabetes and hypertension uncontrolled weekly since she started there a few months ago. And it really has made a difference. This patient otherwise would have been to the emergency room, would have been hospitalized probably, but we know that having the clinic there right in the neighborhood has really prevented this hospital care, and she's getting better care there upstream, and it's cost effective. So just wanted to really kind of shout out to the DC Housing Authority, and Director Pettigrew has really supported us on this effort. We are really hoping to use this as an opportunity to show that if we integrate housing and healthcare in a very meaningful way, that we can kind of be a model for other cities. So positive, I just wanted to give that shout out and let you all know what we're doing. And also wanted to thank the Housing Authority and particularly Director Pettigrew for really supporting our work on this.
I like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Exciting to hear. Sonia Tobe, I think you're with us by phone. Hit *6 and that will unmute you.
Hello, Mr. Robert White and committee.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm here today to give my testimony on some of the similar issues that other people had mentioned before me about the waiting list for the housing voucher. I've been on the waiting list for 32 years. And in 2008, I was told that my voucher was given to someone else due to some illegal activity that was going on in the in DCHA. And then I met with the director at the time and his assistant. I was told they were putting me back on the top of the list. And then every 2 years, I was told the same thing. So moving forward to 2023, I received a package in the mail saying that my name was on top of the list and to complete the documents. I did that. I had did notarized, certified mail, and return receipt. I was told that they did not get the package until I said, well, someone on y'all end signed off, and I provided a name. That's when the representative mysteriously found my name and that I completed a package. So then I was waiting for someone to give me a call in a week to get my voucher. That never happened. So I kept going back and forth down there. I hand delivered the documents to a John Singleton, I believe he said his last name was. And he told me my case manager was named Tammy Johnson. I called her several times. She never replied. But I then saw Mr. Pettigrew down there the last time I was there, and he was unpleasant. I didn't even recognize who he was because of his demeanor. And I realized who he was once I left. But that goes on with a lot of the government agencies. They act like we're bothering them at their home. That's their job, and the impression that they give, like, why are you bothering me? Why are you coming to me with this? And I know you all know me very well by sending emails, and I mentioned some of these things in the email. But also I wanted to address the fact that the housing crisis is because the tenants not paying their rent. You are also familiar with me in the emails talking about the housing conditions. I know in my community, it's 230 families here. And a lot of us have mold, rats in the walls. Some of them saying they have rats in their apartments, so some of them are not paying their rent due to the housing conditions. But also, we've been taken to court saying non-payment of rent, but it's actually due to recertification process, which you all also are familiar with that. They're intentionally sabotaging our recertification process. So I need to know, and we need to know, who do we supposed to go to with these complaints when we keep getting pushed back and the blame keep being pushed back on us? And I'm also the forefront. Like, I take the weight for everybody. They come to me. Most of the people trust me. So I'm getting retaliated against a lot. And it's been going on for years. And I explained that to some of you in my emails. And that's unhealthy. And, just like you all said, we have the Violence Against Women Act. That's violence against the brain, when you're constantly being retaliated against, you're being lied on, you can't exercise your rights, you're trying to shut you up, you don't have no right to talk, or speak up for yourself. That's the violence, that's against our Constitution. And that's oppression. And so oppression is violence. So I want to know, who do we reach out to? Because I'm getting sicker. I explained that to you all. And I'm tired of all that weight being pushed on me. And I'm not getting paid for that. And it also interfered with me homeschooling my son who has disabilities. So I need the right people that can help and that's actually going to do their jobs. And I know your office have helped us a lot. But the people that are really responsible for what I was told is HUD and DCHA, Excuse me if I say the acronym. I'm not really good with the acronym, but I was told they're responsible, but no one has held these owners and management company accountable for their mismanagement and their bad business practice. So that
I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony and for being with us today.
Sure.
Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Good afternoon, committee chair and committee members. I am Sharice Liu, an attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. After years of resident advocacy and pleas for relief from deplorable conditions, DC Housing Authority is executing a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation for several public housing properties. This committee should use its oversight authority to ensure that DCHA lays out a clear plan that includes an effective resident engagement process and centers the needs of those impacted. In particular, council should utilize its authority to protect displaced residents and codify DCHA's promise of residents' right to return once the renovations are complete by reintroducing and passing the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act of 2020 and including its language in the BSA. In response to HUD's scathing 2022 audit, DCHA is overhauling the existing regulations that govern public housing in the voucher program. Since 2023, the agency has published 7 emergency and proposed admin plans and admissions and occupancy plans and continued occupancy plans. DCHA erroneously proposed these rules as emergency measures and discarded their longstanding practice of transparency and community feedback before publication. After each publication, legal service providers and tenants' rights organizations submitted joint comments to DCHA. Last year, and after many proposed iterations of the regulations, DCHA began engaging legal service providers and tenant advocates in work group sessions where advocates detail the many concerns and offer solutions to the very problematic and overly burdensome changes to the regulations. We appreciate that the meetings have continued. However, thus far, each subsequent iteration of regulations has failed to demonstrate meaningful consideration of the feedback provided. Last year, many testified that DCHA had reduced applicants' and residents' right to request an informal hearing within 1 year of an adverse action to a mere 15 days. Executive Director Pettigrew agreed that the change is extreme and promised the committee that it would be addressed. Currently, and a year and some drafts later, the update, as promised, has yet to be published. DCHA has also failed to restore its obligation to produce requested documents and files before hearings, a reduction that further diminishes agency accountability and violates due process. These are only a couple of examples. Without substantive updates, many of DCHA's policies remain counterproductive to accessibility, ignore the realities of the extremely vulnerable populations it is tasked to serve, violates local laws, and rejects established HUD guidelines. Relatedly, in its oversight responses, DCHA referenced the Permanent Local Rent Supplement Program Eligibility Amendment Act as something that is, quote, impacting the agency because of what it would do. That statement is troubling since the Local Rent Supplement Program Eligibility Amendment Act has been in effect and is the law for years as an emergency and then temporary amendment. The committee should use its oversight authority to ensure DCHA's commitment to upholding established local and federal laws and its own mission to help those who need deeply affordable housing in DC. While we are generally supportive of the federal rent reasonableness policy and have long advocated for DCHA's proper administration of it, there continues to be a lack of transparency and guidance that's causing confusion with its implementation. DCHA recently previewed some updates to better coordinate with landlords, but the process continues to cause barriers for voucher holders. This confusion and lack of transparency encourages housing discrimination and continues to result in prolonged housing instability and homelessness. DCHA's efforts should be focused on clear instructions and equitable transparency to both voucher holders and landlords. Currently, DCHA only informs the landlord of the rent reasonable range, leaving applicants powerless to negotiate the rental price. Additionally, the agency should implement a coordinated voucher utilization process with improved technology that allows for greater agency accountability, better collaboration with DHS, and a much shorter lease-up timeframe. Finally, in order for DCHA to fulfill its mission to provide safe, healthy, and affordable housing to DC residents, DC Council must create a thoughtful framework to appoint an effective and independent Board of Commissioners with voting resident members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Tania Rogers.
How you doing, Councilman?
Doing well.
How you?
Welcome.
All right, great day, Councilman Robert White and members of the committee and panelists. My name is Tania Rogers, a tenant housing organizer with Homes for All DC and At One DC, and I'm a proud member of the Franklin Arms Tenants Association. I come before you today on behalf of the residents of Franklin Arms and St. Paul Seniors Living because DC's housing system is failing us. At St. Paul Senior Living in Ward 8, our elders, matriarchs, and patriarchs are left unprotected. No on-site management means they have gone without essential DC services for over 3 years. No one to call for emergency repairs, no one to advocate for their safety, but worse than that, no security. Just last month, a maintenance worker was hit over the head with a gun and robbed of his tools by a non-resident who walked straight into the building unchecked. Our seniors have been robbed in their parking lot, and when they called the police for help, they were told nothing could be done without an on-site property manager. No accountability, no protection, just silence. At the Franklin in Ward 5, we recently endured a 20-hour water outage without notice, explanation, or urgency. Families, many of them Spanish-speaking, were left without water, heat, or basic hygiene. Our children missed school because they couldn't bathe. Parents were left feeling helpless, fearing the kind of judgment that invites CPS or the police into their homes, not because they're neglectful, but because their landlords are. This is how trauma creeps in. This is how families get criminalized just for trying to survive. Chairman White, thank you, your office, and Ms. Bryce for your prompt response and commitment to language justice when connecting with Franklin residents. But we cannot keep functioning in crisis mode. We need accountability, enforcement, and preventative measures, not just emergency responses after the damage is already done. Meanwhile, corporate landlords like Brooklyn LLC 1, W.C. Smith, Dreyfus Management, and Potomac Real Estate Property Management are raking in millions in government subsidies, affordable housing, while letting tenants suffer. And now when our home rule is being attacked at a crucial time, we have the Rental Act, which protects them, not us. Mayor Bowser and her allies sold this bill as tenant protection, but let's be clear, this is landlord protection. It guts tenants' rights, making emergency rental assistance, ERAP, harder to access, keeping families trapped in debt, and letting landlords evict tenants in just 10 days. 10 days. It also weakens TOPA, the very pathway the great Marion Barry laid to help tenants purchase buildings and fight displacement. Instead of investing in the residents who have built this city, this bill invests in corporate developers, pushing us out and selling our communities to the highest bidder. Native Washingtonians are being erased. DC, the city we built and our ancestors and elders fought for, is being diminished before our eyes. And if this continues, it will be unrecognizable, lost to unchecked gentrification and political negligence. Chairman White, is this the vision that you have for DC? Because while I don't know your wealth status, I know that you are human just like us. And what's here today can be gone tomorrow. If your family was robbed in their parking lot, left without water, and ignored when calling for help, would you accept silence? It is too late to start advocating when you're the one carrying the burden. DC loves to present itself as a thriving city, a destination for tourists, and a hub of opportunity. But where is that energy when it comes to the working class people who keep this city running? The ones cleaning the hotels, driving the buses, staffing the restaurants. Why do we keep getting left out of the story? Chairman White, we need you to act. We need fundamental tenant protections. We need actual enforcement of housing laws. And we need tangible spaces where residents and small landlords, not corporate developers, can shape DC housing policy. The Franklin Arms Tenants Association thanks you and your team for listening. But we need urgent systemic action. We cannot wait until the next crisis. Housing is a human right. And we're here to demand that DC starts acting like it. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome all of your questions, Chairman White.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Beverly Smith with Mama's Safe Haven.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, and everyone here. I am excited to be before you all. My name is Beverly Smith. I am the founder and executive director of Mama Safe Haven. Also want to mention that I am a native Washingtonian. Mama Safe Haven, we are a nonprofit organization that was founded on a need to support the community. We encourage self-love, higher education, and self-employment by offering a support bridge to those in need of resources to get to the next level in their lives. And we believe it takes a healthy village to raise a child. Just want to give a little background. This is really personal for me, although I'm here in the business representing my nonprofit organization, Mama Safe Haven, but just want to give just a little minute on my background with DC Housing. I don't know if y'all remember the Pitts Hotel and Capital City Inn and those things. I'm number 8 of 9 children. I was actually, my mom was left an abusive relationship with her 9 children, and DC Housing saved us. Of course, we went into the shelters, but it was the TAP program back then that later turned into the Section 8 program. And I remember as a young child going into housing, waiting in the waiting room, and just being excited from being up at Meridian Hill at the Pitts Motel, which was okay because we used to feed the birds bread and things like that. But it was so awesome to finally have a room. Although I had to share with my sisters, we wasn't no longer sleeping in one big room with my family. So DC Housing has truly tremendously helped my family. Although during the 80s, the crack epidemic literally ravished my whole family. I lost my mom to the crack epidemic, and family members, countless families members who have lost their life involved in the drug epidemic. And with that being said, I found myself pregnant at 16. I had 3 children at 19 in an abusive relationship, just as my mom. And DC Housing came to my rescue. I raised my children in DC Housing. I walked across the stage with 2 kids in the audience and collected my high school diploma. Wrote a book entitled Who Kept Me to help others get over their, domestic violence and homelessness and things like that. It wasn't easy as it relates to just seeing, I'll say as it relates to peer pressure in our community. One of the things that I am excited about with DC Housing is just all of the resources that was always provided to me. As a resident in DC Housing, like I said, I had a Section 8 voucher, so I was able to have a 4-bedroom house. During that time, I was actually able to start a business in my home. I was a licensed child care provider, 23-hour child care provider, and that was through DC. I was living in DC Housing property. So that actually opened me up to start a business. I was only 25 years old when I did that, but I was actually licensed through the Department of Health. And it actually, like I said, set me and my children up for success. My daughter now, who is 32, is a licensed business owner. She has her own child care development center. And I really feel the fact that DC Housing at that time, which was in like 90, I want to say like 96, 97. During that time, it was a great opportunity. Again, resources was all around for me to be able to be who I am today. I want to fast forward 2014 when Mama Safe Haven was founded. We did not have a place to call home. We were actually just going into different community centers. So we always partnered with DC Housing, but it wasn't until last year when I had an opportunity to meet Monique Scott, who is the service provider. So Mama Safe Haven, we were out of home for 8 years. We were founded in 2014. But now we are located in Southex Gardens Community Center. We are providing families with aftercare programs. We have serviced over 200 families in the Southwest community with our partnership with DC Central Kitchen, providing food, providing barbering program. We were able to transform our space into a hair salon for our girls, an art center for our youth, as well as a intergenerational program for our families. So just want to give a huge shout out to Executive Director Pettigrew for his service to the community. I've walked the community with him, pointing out different things that needs to be done in the Southwest community. They have contractors on site right now doing work. Even in our building, there has been issues that we had with heat that was fixed immediately. Again, just knowing the history of housing, I am truly, and I'm representing the community, I am truly pleased with the direction in which the Housing Authority is going in with the new leadership, and extremely honored to be a provider to service my community and those who are me.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate your testimony and you being here with us today.
Thank you.
Torrance Poindexter with Life Enhancement Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Torrance Poindexter, and I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for Life Enhancement Services, and we are an outpatient behavioral health organization located here in Ward 7. Life Enhancement Services, we provide psychiatric services, therapy, medication management, and community support services for adults and children. We also provide substance abuse and day rehab services. The DC Housing Authority, in my opinion, has recognized and is concerned about the mental health and how it affects its residents if left untreated. Life Enhancement has been allowed to be housed in one of the DC Housing Authority properties to provide the above-mentioned services to those residents. Being housed in the community allows the residents to receive community support services in the privacy of their own home. Psychiatric services and therapy services are provided virtually. Our community support workers assist residents with daily life skills and offer resources to address their needs. Our psychiatric and therapy team provides services to address their behavioral health diagnosis. It is my opinion that the DC Housing Authority recognizes that if these things are addressed, there will be safer, healthier, and more productive communities. And Life Enhancement Services is excited to assist DCHA residents in addressing and achieving their behavioral health goals. Thank you for allowing me to give that brief testimony.
I appreciate you bringing it today. Karen Lundgren, Lundrigan, sorry. Lamontria Cruz. Lamontria Cruz, I see you on, but you'll have to unmute. Lamontria Cruz. All right, you are unmuted, but I can't hear you for some reason. Check the volume on your computer. Make sure the volume on the actual computer is turned up as well. All right, while we work through that, okay, Patrice Haney, accept promotion, please, and we'll go to Nita Mishra. You here?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Patrice Haney, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrice Haney, and I'm a James Creek resident in Southwest for about 8 years now. I currently sit on the board of James Creek Residential Council for now 2 years. And since being on the board and a resident, I have noticed a difference and a change. I do want to thank Director Pettigrew and his staff for coming on board. I have witnessed the progression of maintenance requests being fulfilled, infrastructure being rebuilt. The team has been building trust within the community. It seems like he actually listens and he follows up with the community. But I understand that it's still progress that needs to be done. But being a resident as well as now being on the board, I have noticed a difference, and I like the direction I like the direction it's going. So I just want to say, keep up the good work. I know it's a lot of challenges that DCHA is going through, but I do see the light at the end of the tunnel. So that's all I want to say.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I appreciate you coming to provide that testimony. Cornell Oliver.
Yes, my name is Cornell Oliver. I just want to highlight some basic things. Housing is tied to economic development. I'm homeless myself. But my thing about it is with me, I don't trust the government right now, especially with a lot of NGOs. And I want to try to say this. Trump is draining the swamp from the federal level. And this is a conversation DC is going to have. I've witnessed a number of nonprofits come here adding on to the madness that everyday working class people in this district go through. The problems are driven because of access to funding. But when you start applying disciplinary practices, like a couple of goals that I want to talk about, eliminating the property tax in DC, that by itself will stop and slow down the process of homelessness. And it'll give the Department of DCHA the opportunity to catch up. All right. This is a policy goal that would possibly have to be having a tough conversation about. Number one. Another issue for me is maybe taking a good look at some of these private property owners and government-owned property and start penalizing property owners based on the unit, not the property as a whole, because there's a loophole when you associate finding them for a whole property. Because when you find them for a whole property and the corporation is worth $1.5 billion and you're finding them for a whole property, $15,000, that's just a drop in the bucket. A policy code like this is very important. I just emailed your office on these two policy codes that I just mentioned. The third one is opportunity zones. It's a big legislative push that's coming from the administration. It was a bill that was introduced in the 118th Congress, and it could be a benefit to HUD if they can communicate with the residents, because they could possibly rebuild a lot of the old housing projects, bring them up to a higher standard. It's right now it's sitting in the House, in Congress, in the housing bill. It's called the Opportunity Zone Transparency Reform Act. It's sitting in the House right now, but the Senate is not moving on it. And everybody needs to be lock in step with policy code like this, because simple fact, you got American freedmen that live in certain parts of DC. Their ancestors built this city. And if DC can get some access to funding to show some respect and privilege to American freedmen that built DC, the architecture of the Capitol was a Black man. And this kind of level of policy to me is very important. And I want all hands on deck. And I want you to consider what I have to say as a man. And I want you to talk to your colleagues, even work with the mayor. All hands on deck. Even bring in the HUD secretary. Everybody needs to communicate together and start turning the city around. And now you're my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think that's it. Is there anybody else who is come to testify, wants to testify virtually or in person, who has not had a chance? Right. Let me thank this panel and just say, Mr. Oliver, I agree with you. It isn't. Oh, there we are. I was hoping you would join. All right, Lamontria Cruz, please go ahead with your testimony.
Hi, Councilman White and staff. I'm very nervous. I'm not a very good public speaker, but I wanted to share with you guys my DCHA experience. Most of the testimonies given today speak of DCHA's gross incompetence and mismanagement of programs as an agency, My experience, unfortunately, is not unique, as DCHA's failure to process my recertification and rental adjustment have led directly to my family facing eviction. The housing conditions in my home have led to death, forced evacuations, and in general, unsafe, unhealthy conditions, which we still reside in today. Equally important, I want to speak about how DCHA responds to complaints from tenants regarding agency incompetence, which is often with retaliation and a total lack of agency accountability. And unfortunately, this is not just at the case worker level, but ingrained in DCH culture amongst management and even the ombudsman levels. Simply put, the DCHA
You went out, Ms. Cruz. Did you mute? You're unmuted. I don't know why.
I am not.
There we are. All right, you're back.
Yeah. What was the last thing you heard, Councilman?
You you were talking about retaliation.
Okay. That was just God giving me a break because my voice was shaking so much.
Take your time, please. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. The housing conditions within my home have steadily deteriorated over the last 8 years. Department of Building and Washington Gas made us leave the home for 3 weeks on January 29th, 2024, because my home had 3 gas leaks due to my landlord hiring an unlicensed contractor to install gas lines into appliances like the furnace and stove. The leak could have killed my family or even the neighbors had it ignited. There's a water leak which caused a major infestation, poor air conditions such as mold and mildew, and more immediately, a water bill that exceeds $2,500 in 1 month. WASA stated I would have to fill up an Olympic swimming pool to use that much water. My home is infested with rodents, causing the death of our family dog from an infectious disease called leptospirosis, which has mandated reporting by Department of Health, CDC, NIH, and DHHS. Despite mandated reporting and DOH notation of the disease at the unit, we were not transferred or even issued an emergency transfer. What led to the conditions in my home was DCHA's failure to inspect for 4 years. The landlord was not made to keep the unit up. DCHA failed to ensure the property was maintained through annual inspections. I had to reach out to DOB to have my unit inspected. DOB fined my landlord over $10K in code violations within 6 months. DCHA and DOB have access to each other's systems, and DOB even forwarded the information to DCHA. However, even with interagency collaboration, DCHA still never inspected the unit. Despite the conditions at the unit, several being reported by myself, Ms. Erica Carver from Legal Aid Society DC, and the Department of Buildings, we received no reply for an emergency transfer or inspection over a 10-month period. My family reached out to DCHA from December 2023 to October 2024, and only after seeking help from you, Councilman Robert. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you by your first name, sir. Councilman and your housing committee did a supervisor finally reached back out to me in November 2024, 11 months after I submitted the paperwork. Here's my timeline. We submitted our recertification in May 2024. The recertification was not processed until February 2025, 10 months later, and it was processed incorrectly. This exceeds their SLAs of 30 days to process recertifications by 10 months. We submitted our rental adjustment in June 2024. The rental adjustment, which I was promised by Mr. Shaw, the HCVP supervisor, would be backdated, has not been processed. We began requesting inspections in December, specifically December 6, 2023. My home was not inspected until this week, March 3rd, 2025. So how does DCHA handle these issues? Take no accountability and blame the tenant. Falsify documentation to make DCHA look in compliance with HUD regulations and timelines. And when a compliant complains about performance, do everything possible to remove them from the HCVP program. Treat the tenant as the problem and force them to go away. DCHA knows the internal issues they have persisted for years and makes no steps to correct issues with clients that they experience internally. DCHA staff is required to process recertifications within 30 days. Having missed that SLA, the 2 HCVP caseworkers attempted to force me to change dates on my original paperwork. When I refused, they cut off payments to my landlord, attempting to make me change the dates before turning the payments back on. Once that tactic did not work, the caseworkers removed my entire subsidy from the voucher, forcing me to pay market rent that I cannot afford, despite submitting my unemployment monetary decision. The caseworker also claimed they did not receive or lost my paperwork on 6 separate occasions, another attempt to force me to resubmit it with the current date. When I resent them the same paperwork, they ignored it. As a result, DCHA's failure to process my research and adjustment in a timely manner, my landlord has filed for eviction and my family will be added to the DC's homeless population. DCHA ombudsman informed me that it is my fault my home has not been inspected for 4 years, claiming they were denied entry 4 years in a row. When I challenged why the voucher was not placed in abatement in this case, again, I received no answer. I'm going to amend that. I received the answer today while I was waiting in queue to speak with you all. Finally, the ombudsman literally went into their system and entered what I consider to be fraudulent information on 2/25/2025, stating that they missed 4 inspections in a row because I denied them entry into a unit for 4 years straight. But we all know DCHA will cut off your payments in a heartbeat, especially for denying them entry with an inspection. A letter came. A letter came claiming I denied them on 6/6 was received from his office yesterday. HCVP removed my reasonable accommodation from my voucher as well. As I have shared with you before, Councilman White, you know I'm an epileptic. I have grand mal seizures. My seizures not only immobilize me, but can cause me to experience mental delay for up to a week. And I mean extreme mental delay, where I'm just not myself or as sharp. Yet they removed the accommodation that allows me an additional room for an adult caretaker who is my elderly mother. I had to explain to the caseworker what a reasonable accommodation was, and her response was, "It won't change the rent." She still has not added it back to the voucher, which is a civil rights violation.
Ms. Cruz, let me pause. You're about 2.5 minutes over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Okay.
not a problem, not a problem. So let me just get clarification. Uh, so the status of your voucher now is what you don't have a voucher now?
DCHA covers 0 of my rent.
Okay.
And I apparently don't have a voucher because when I tried to apply for other programs, I was denied, stating I don't have the DCHA assistance.
Okay. And you have you taken steps to get your voucher back? And if so, what did they say to like appeal their decision?
Oh, absolutely. I was told I had to go to a rental review, which I attended on the 26th or the 25th or the 26th of February.
Okay.
Nothing has been adjusted. I've now requested a fair hearing.
Okay, so you did that last month, and they denied you?
Basically, and
Okay.
it is my opinion because I filed a complaint with your office. This is why I'm receiving this treatment. And I do want to say to you, I became very frustrated, with you, as you know, because I feel like, well, I'm reaching out to the councilman and that should make it happen right now and immediately. Listening to the testimony, I understand your position a lot more. And I want to also add that you have a constituent services liaison, Ms. Jasmine Joyner, who has really helped to ease a lot of the anxiety I'm facing regarding being evicted.
I appreciate that. Jasmine Joyner is incredible, and I'm lucky to work with her and the rest of my colleagues in my office. I appreciate that you sort of better appreciate my position. One of the things that is frustrating to me actually, and frustrating to residents, sometimes they believe if they reach out to me because I'm a council member, I can just automatically make something happen. And as much as I wish that was true, that's also how corruption happens, and that is the reason that individual council members I can't move up, so I can't change an agency's decision because just as I might do it for a good reason, somebody else might do it for a bad reason, for the people that they know or people who support him, but not people who don't support him. And we want everyone to go through the same process and that process to be fair. Now, what I do when part of my job is to make sure that that process is fair and that these systems do work. And so that's what I want to do here. So the so and I think the most urgent thing, a lot of problems that you mentioned, it seems like the most urgent one is figuring out this voucher appeal situation. So you went last week, I'm sorry, last month, but you are going to engage the next step in the appeals process. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a timeline for that?
No, I
Okay.
just submitted the request for a fair hearing this week.
Okay. My team may already know the status of that, but let us look into that. And let me also check with my team who's been working on this to see what, if anything, we can do to help to make sure the process is working as it should. We have looked into and made inquiries around the retaliation claim, which again is
Has
something I
come
always
up
take very
several
seriously.
times.
Um, so let us look into that, and we will be back in touch with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm truly sorry for the difficulty you've been through. But let me just ask one more question.
Of course.
The years that you were dealing with these housing conditions like infestation with
I'm
rodents,
still dealing with it.
still dealing with it. But when you were dealing with it, when you had a voucher, the landlord was still being paid?
Oh, yes, he was. In fact, the landlord and DCHA are using each other as justification for not making repairs and not inspecting the unit.
Okay. All right.
They're partners.
All right. Well, let's look into that as well. I mean, a couple people have testified, but it also this is the type of thing that comes to me sometimes is frustration with residents, um, that landlords are being paid even though the conditions of housing are not good. And then I'm also very concerned about the inspection piece that I'm hearing in your testimony. So let me work with my team to get up to speed on, because I know they've had conversations with
If
you and the
if I
agency.
can also add, while other people are being praised, Mr. Cuddy also let me vent to him for like hours while I was, and I know that isn't his position, so I appreciate him too.
I'll tell
And
you how it's
just
good for
thank.
that. Um, I appreciate that. I really do. That's who's sitting directly to my right.
Oh, I
So,
can't see him. Okay.
no,
Thank you guys so much for letting me testify.
you're welcome. I'm gonna have to make them speak on the microphone so that their faces come up on the screen. Um, Shaking his head no. All right. Carnell Oliver, as I was saying, you're right. It is an all hands on deck time for us, the council and the mayor and HUD. We got to work together. There's just no way out of this in isolation. Um, and I appreciate some the recommendations you made. Uh, can you hit the button on your microphone? Thank you.
I did send these emails this morning because I was listening to what the people had to say. And in forums like this, if you could take the opportunity just to listen to what people have to say, you can probably something happens to me. It makes me think, okay, they raised a great point. And now I just want to just basically outline what my email was.
Well, we're gonna get your testimony and I'll have you submit it. I want to make sure I get to everybody. We got a lot of questions. You heard all these things that came up today? We got a lot of questions for the
All
agency.
right, I'll let you have it.
I appreciate you, sir. Patrice Haney, James Creek, James Creek, things are moving in the right direction. I appreciate that. Torrance Poindexter, Beverly Smith, and I got your last name. Miss Athey, Dr. Athey. partnerships with the Housing Authority. I'm really glad to hear that because those partnerships are important. Thank you, sir. The work that you all are doing is important. You know, government can do some things, it can't do everything. And so we need to be partnering with the right folks. And I do like to hear when organizations and nonprofits are able to partner with government. Sometimes there are some agencies that don't do a great job of that. And so when that happens, I'm glad to hear about it. And these are some important programs and innovative programs, you know, that really just go to supporting our communities in really important ways. So I appreciate you all being here to share your work and experiences with us. Tania Rogers, I appreciate your testimony. You know, I think about them often. St. Paul Senior Housing does not come up a lot, and I feel like they get left out of the conversations sometimes. So I appreciate you bringing them in. It's been a while since I've visited them over there at St. Paul's, and Franklin Arms as well. Thank you for the shout out to Francesca Bryce on my team, who's over there. And does just phenomenal work. But I hear you in your testimony. Look, we have the mayor's rental act in front of us. You know, as I say in all my hearings, I just want to level set. There ain't no easy ways out of where we are right now. But we've got to be at the same table figuring this out together. And so that's what we're committed to. And I have some concerns about the rental act as well. And I recognize that we've got to find a path forward because housing conditions and prices are getting worse and not better. And there are, you know, housing is an ecosystem and both sides have to work. So we recognize that and truly appreciate the work and advocacy that you're doing. Sonia Toe, been on a housing waiting list, voucher list for 32 years. I'm glad my mic was off. I cursed when you said that. It seemed like you were making progress in 2023, but things fell off. So we're going to ask the agency to be in contact with you to figure out what's happening. They're trying to move and are moving through that wait list pretty quickly at this point. And look, sometimes there are going to be some mistakes, but I've asked this question a lot of times on the record. If somebody got, you know, passed or skipped or there was a mistake, will you go back to them? And the answer has always been yes in multiple hearings. So my assumption is that the answer is yes, unless there's some outlying situation that we're not aware of. So if the agency needs your contact information, we'll get it to you. If you don't hear from them, let us know. Customer service issues, we are hearing that today, and a concern around retaliation. So thank you for your testimony, even if I don't like what I was hearing there. Sheena McGill, I'm glad to hear from you that you feel like DCA is making major improvements, and you know I appreciate and support your shout out of Commissioner Blackson, who is doing a lot of work on the board on behalf of residents. Ms. Herring, Kenworth, look, we've got to resolve it. The fact that there's an active lawsuit complicates it a bit, but look, at the end of the day, we can't move people out, promise people they can come back and then not fulfill that promise, nor can we rebuild communities and that not result in jobs for those community members. So lawsuit or no lawsuit, we're going to figure this out. But that project cannot go forward without residents being able to come back and residents being able to work on it. Yeah, so I'm with you, and it needs to happen quickly.
Yes.
You know, because we also look. I don't want to see another Northwest one where we told people you're gonna be able to come right back, and 20 years later, folks are not back.
I was not able to submit my testimony, but I would like my full testimony on record.
Absolutely.
And
Francesca Brights will talk to you to make sure we have everything we need.
And also for the record, I have a lot of good things said about Director
There we go.
Pettigrew. He's been doing an awesome job and he's been a man of his word with everything he promised. He's honored.
I appreciate that.
Kudos to
I
him.
do. And thank you for, being with us when we went on a tour. I think that was my
Yeah.
first time meeting
Yes.
the director in person.
Well, it's almost over. We down to 24 people
Wow.
in the remainder of phase 2.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you're with us today, and I
Thank
appreciate it.
you
And it's
all
good to
for
see
letting
you.
me speak.
Absolutely. Christopher Williams, when an agency hears some good things from you, we know it's real. So I really do appreciate your testimony, but you also did raise concern about the repositioning and how it connects to displacement. That is really important. This issue of displacement is one we have not done well with in public housing, and we have to turn that corner. And again, there's a lot of trust in the current director, but this is bigger than the current director. It started before him and it's going to continue after him. And so this is something that we just cannot pass the buck on. And One clarifying question I want to ask you,
Sure.
Dr. Williams. You mentioned toward the end of your testimony something about displacement at Greenleaf and homelessness, and I missed what it is. What displacement are you talking about? And then are there people that you saw who were public housing residents who are now in that neighborhood homeless? Can you clarify for me?
Sure. So at the height of the pandemic, we got information that Greenleaf Senior had been half emptied, essentially. And we were also seeing a lot of empty units at Midrise as well as Greenleaf Gardens. And so, of course, we raised concern, council raised concern given our affordable housing crisis. So I mentioned individuals that I encountered. So two I encountered had been homeless on the street. And, when you see folks, it's hard when you see folks who are, your mother's age or grandmother's age who are homeless. You want to help. And so I encountered two individuals and I emailed you about both of those individuals. And they both were at times residents at Greenleaf. So they leave Greenleaf and then they have homeless status. And there are particular circumstances around all of that. And I've emailed your office. There's also an employee at our local Safeway who was evicted from Greenleaf Senior when his mother passed. So DCHA evicted him. He became homeless. Luckily, he was able to find a room in another part of the neighborhood, but that increased his transportation costs, but he remains an employee at the Safeway. Some really bad things were done under the prior administrations. I really believe that Director Pettigrew is trying to make a turn, but a lot of those issues are still lingering for a lot of folks. And the cases that I brought to you today, these were recent. One was just this year, and the other one took up much of last year.
Thank you for the clarification and for the concern. You're right. None of us, I think, want to see homelessness, but when we see it with folks who are the age of our parents, it is particularly concerning. So I appreciate your active concern about those. And let me just check the status of the inquiry you sent to us. Christine Spencer, thank you for your testimony. I'm glad you're seeing improvements over the past year and a half. That's it's a very good thing. Again, that's what we want to hear. But we also want it to be true and accurate. So I appreciate you taking the time to testify today. I want to thank all of our public witnesses. We will dismiss our public witnesses as we prepare to hear from the agency. The as we prepare to bring up the agency, let me just, highlight. We've heard a number of residents who live in public housing saying they see things improving. And some of them are saying they see improvements by a significant margin. We are hearing other witnesses, public witnesses, some of the residents testify about poor treatment by staff, either in their communities or at the headquarters. We heard a lot of complaints about communication in person, by phone, email, snail mail, including communication concerns about a lack of communication around what's happening with the future of the buildings they live in, the places that folks call home. A lot of concerns about the difficulty of transfers. Rent reasonableness came up a lot. Voucher timelines came up a lot. As I said earlier, the number of issues that came up that I think don't need to come up at a public hearing indicate that we're missing something that's happening outside of hearings. Because folks shouldn't have to come to an all-day hearing in order to address an individual issue that they can't get a response to. And so I just want to lift those up. We're going to turn to our government witness. I'm not sure what happened with the miscommunication. For some reason, we don't have anybody from the board here. But we are going to turn to Director Pettigrew from the DC Housing Authority. Right. It's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I will ask Director Pettigrew and anybody from your team who may be testifying, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Director, you can begin your testimony, and thank you for being with us.
Is this on? Good afternoon, Chairman White, Housing Committee members, City Council members, residents, advocates, and interested parties. Last year, I stressed 3 fundamental changes that needed to occur so that we could redirect DCHA to carry out its mission and to begin to implement change that would have meaningful impact on the lives of our residents and stakeholders throughout the district. One was changing the culture at DCHA by bringing back into the office all employees, providing staff training and supervision, and increasing face time with our stakeholders and constituents. 2 was to create a multi-year recovery plan so that we could have a focused strategy to tackle the myriad of issues raised in the HUD's 2022 DCHA assessment while addressing the daily issues and emergencies that arise on a daily basis. 3 was strengthening the organization system so that we could better track data, make timely payments, process vouchers and applications with accuracy, and house more families, and getting better at responding to residents and community complaints. I've said that the distress conditions at DCHA took a decade or more to develop and will take years to fully correct. Since last year's oversight, we have made considerable progress. We continue to increase our utilization in both public housing and the Housing Trust Voucher Program. We continue to see hundreds of clients weekly at our Chinatown Center. This has allowed us to meet clients face-to-face, which has allowed us to service more clients. After an extensive review of our public housing portfolio, we have a better understanding of the capital needs of each property that allows us to focus our resources more effectively on improving the quality of life of residents. We continue to engage in robust outreach activities with our residents. These incredible activities began last summer and continue through the year, focusing, bringing back a sense of community among the residents and informing them of services available to them. I've heard the testimony today and will use them to continue to improve our systems, response time, and to address the concerns for the future that so many have voiced. This input has been and will continue to be an invaluable tool for so much more that we must continue to improve. As difficult as this first year has been to build a foundation for our agency, there is still a lot of difficult work ahead of us. We enter this new year facing major uncertainties that we will need to overcome. I am certain that the strength of our workforce, the impending improvements of our systems, and the improved communication with our residents and stakeholders will allow us to continue to improve at DCHA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Can we start with rent reasonableness? Can you give us or someone for your team a 2-minute rundown on what you're seeing, what's working, what's not working, and some clarity on the testimonies that we had?
Yes, Nicole Wycliffe, Deputy Executive Director. So we utilize affordablehousing.com, which is a company that's utilized by hundreds of housing authorities. City of Alexandria and Virginia use them, Prince George's County uses them, and many others. Philadelphia, Chicago uses this company. And hearing a lot of the testimonies, the agency changed their way of neighborhood rents, I guess from the HUD report, as we all read it, the neighborhood rents wasn't acceptable from HUD and was on the report. So then we changed, or the agency changed to affordablehousing.com, which again is a company that's out and used by many housing authorities. A lot of the concerns people are saying is because the neighborhood rents appear to be higher, and the rent reasonableness runs, as we heard, is algorithms, and it's off of the current market status. So it's required to be run within 30 days of move-in. So unfortunately, a different read can happen 30 days later. And we rely on affordablehousing.com for one reason, because we can no longer do the neighborhood rents. Fairfax County is a move to work agency. They actually do utilize neighborhood rents, but again, that wasn't violated through HUD, but that was a violation to us. So in hearing a lot of the concerns, I'm not sure exactly the difference, except for if people were used to the neighborhood standards. We'll go back and take a look at our staff who runs rent reasonableness to ensure that they're inputting as much information as possible. I know Sean and I have had conversations about square footage missing. Now, if the tax department doesn't have the square footage in their systems, it generally automatically populates if it's in the tax records. If it's not, we're relying on owners to put it on a sheet. Our inspectors are not required, and it's not a HUD requirement to have square footage. It's by bedroom, bathrooms, and other stuff. So if that amenity sheet doesn't have the square footage, we don't stop processing. And I think when Sean may have been there at our office and running them, you may have gotten different reads. But again, that's something we'll have to solve for. But without having the tax, administration having the square footage in the system, we rely on the owners to put on. We don't verify it. We can't. It would probably take our staff, if it's not in the tax records, I'm not sure how our staff would verify it. So just from hearing from a lot of the complaints, I'm not sure exactly, but it could be just the neighborhood standards being higher. And then now when you're running the rent reasonableness in the neighborhood and it's looking at a certain mile radius, comparable units, it's having a lower read.
So the landlords, at least the ones with larger buildings, have to send you worksheets saying what they're charging for non-voucher units in the same building. Is that right?
So if you own more than, is it 5 units? So on a tenancy approval form, right, if that landlord has more than, somebody has to help me out here, a certain amount of units, then you do have to input it. If you own less than that, then it's not required on that form.
I think, were you also asking if the rents are not supposed to exceed what they're charging for other units? Is that what you were?
Well, as a start, I was just
sorry.
making sure they put that, the landlords put that information in
If
themselves.
it's only over.
If it's over a certain number of units
and they tell you the rents being charged by
Non-subsidized,
Okay.
yes. It would be at least 3 non-subsidized households.
Okay. And it has to be comparable, like, so they can't give you the yeah, like rents for 1 bedroom non-subsidized when the subsidized one is 3 bedroom.
Correct. It's comparable. So it should be set, it should be very close to, bedroom size should be close, but unit size should be as well. So in looking at that, if you're asking a voucher holder, and this is example, if you have more than 5 units and it's on here and you put down 3 non-subsidized or all at 2,000, you can't ask us for 3,000. You know, so it should be comparable to those non-subsidized units.
Okay. And what about for smaller landlords? Yeah.
Yeah, so smaller landlords, unfortunately, they're not required to put that on there. And we'd heavily have to rely on the system. Any landlord is able to submit any comparable units if they feel the amount is off, so they can submit those appeals. We have locators on board who actually can now utilize the MLS system because most of them are realtors. So we can do a check in that. And in times, we're still finding the affordable housing rent to be comparable, or maybe it's a few off, we submit the comps and we'll allow those appeals. So we do allow for appeals, and we do have locators on that can look in another system as well.
So if a resident believes that, or if anybody believes that the information in the worksheets or is inaccurate, what do they do?
So if a landlord gets the amount back and they feel it's not rent reasonable or what they requested, they can provide comps to the housing authority. And those comparables we will review, and generally we can have our locators look at, but we also send to the affordablehousing.com and they put them in their systems as well.
Well, what if a resident potential tenant believes that something is falsified? How would they get the information corrected? Who would they give that to?
So generally, this is between the owner and the housing authority. So if the tenant feels something is falsified on what, rent reasonableness, generally we're not dealing with the tenant on rent reasonableness. It's the owner and the housing authority because they're requesting the rent amount.
All right, I may get at this a different way. So what happens if a landlord takes, let's say, a 2-bedroom unit and turns it into a 3-bedroom unit, and one of those bedrooms is like a sliver of a room? How do we address that?
Inspectors. So all of these require an inspection. So when the inspector's going out, they're looking for the number of bedrooms. So if it's a 1 in a den and it's really only a 1 because it may not meet the code of 50 square feet or whatever in there, then it's a 1. If it's a 1 in a den and it now does meet the code, DC code of 2, then it's a 2. So the inspectors will catch that if the owners fill out the paper wrong.
Okay. So the inspectors are comparing it to code.
Bedroom sizes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, there's a big increase year over year in the rents that you're saying are reasonable. And I'm pulling from question 68 from the pre-hearing questions. There's I think a 14% allowable increase in rents from last year. Market rent increases are roughly about 3%. What's happening there?
Let me go to the question.
Yep. And this is with regard to DCHA's approved voucher rent increases.
Here. So your question is on the increases, overall rent reasonable update. Let's see. I'm trying to see which part you're on this question.
No problem.
And so can you repeat that question again?
So it looks like the DCHA's approved voucher rent increase is 14%.
Oh, I got you.
Year over year.
Okay.
The market increase, I think, is closer to 3%.
I want to answer that one.
That's a big
If I'm reading this correctly, though, I think these are the numbers of
Yeah, not
increase,
the
not,
percentage
it's not a
of the rent.
percentage of, right?
Okay.
It's not saying
Yeah.
that we've increased rents by 14%. It's saying that we, approved 915 rent increases in the last fiscal year, for example, if that's, and I apologize if we're misunderstanding the question. I just.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not saying the rent increase is at 3%.
So let me clarify. So our budget office went through the 23 rent numbers, I'm sorry, 24 rent numbers and 25 rent numbers. And the increase per their calculation is about 14%.
I haven't seen
Okay.
that. So
So-
if you could share with us, we'll look, but that's not this, this question
We
wasn't
didn't
responded.
Okay, so that, yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you all to look at that, the
Okay.
24 rent numbers compared to the 25 rent numbers. By the calculation of our budget office, it looks like the increase is about 14%. So we want to understand what's happening
Payment
there.
center did change. So, yeah, if we could get some more clarity, because, I mean, was it a certain, are they saying overall, our average rents overall that we pay for voucher holders changed 14%? I'm just,
Here's what I'll do. just
Okay,
to
you'll
make
send us
sure
something.
I'll send it to you.
Please.
That way we are all on the same page.
all right.
And we'll get a response. So obviously this came up, I think, on the first panel. There was a Washington Post article that came out this morning. And some concerning flags on there with regard to compliance with disability laws. And HUD is citing years-long delays in accessibility requests. We heard a lot of concerns about transfer requests today. And apparently they sent a letter, I think back in the fall, I don't remember the exact date. August 24 is when August of 2024 is I believe when HUD sent that. What's your view of HUD's August 2024 letter with respect to compliance with disability laws?
So, the letter reflects a review that HUD started in 2021 of the agency. And they did do some inspections in 2023, I believe. It was before the three of us were here. So, I don't know the exact dates off the top of my head. Candidly, we don't agree with all the findings. But we do recognize that our disability functions, our reasonable accommodations, our review of units to make sure that they're providing required accessibility. We recognized when all three of us came on that all of that needed to be strengthened. And we've been working on that. We have taken a number of steps, which started before we received the HUD letter. And then, they've just continued since we received the HUD letter to try to strengthen that function in terms of, looking at the timely approvals of reasonable accommodations, follow up internally to see if reasonable accommodations are being implemented, looking at units that are being constructed, for example, to make sure that they're meeting appropriate accessibility standards. We had a procurement out for hiring a third-party architect to improve both review plans for upcoming developments, but then also to survey our existing units to see if they comply with accessibility requirements. So these are all ongoing. And we have been working with HUD to resolve the findings. So, we've been very transparent with HUD about, what we've seen, what we're doing, and why we're doing it.
How many reasonable accommodation requests are currently outstanding?
I don't know that figure off the top of my head. I believe it was one of the questions in the oversight hearing, so I'd have to look that up. I think we did, provide that. So we can look that up.
So HUD said that none of the 33 accessible units surveyed were fully compliant.
Mhm.
How many units now, public housing units now fully, now meet full accessibility standards?
So one of the reasons we want to bring an architect on is to confirm what fully meets accessibility standards. One of the things that I've seen in my practice over the years, this is not necessarily a DCHA thing, it's just a universal issue, is that, you know, in the earlier 2000s, the agency was subject to a voluntary compliance agreement with HUD. They created and updated a number of units up to, I believe, 6% of the portfolio to make sure that they met accessibility requirements. But, you know, 10, 15 years or more have passed since that happened. And sometimes what happens when units are rehabbed, you know, maybe you put in the wrong stove or the cabinets aren't quite the right height. And so, you know, we think we have a number of accessible units, but frankly, we want to confirm it to make sure that we're really doing it. I mean, some of the, when you go through the HUD findings, some of the issues that they found reflect what I just said. We're missing handrails. You know, there's no excuse for not putting them back in, but that's something we can easily fix. You know, those kind of issues are, you know, unfortunately sometimes just happens over the years.
So you need an architect or an inspector in order to figure this out?
So often you hire an architect or an engineer who's well-versed in the appropriate accessibility standards to survey units. There's a, you know, like 45-page HUD survey that sort of documents all the accessibility standards, and they literally go into every unit and all the common areas in a development as well as the external areas in a development, and they go through this checklist and they you know, they measure and they determine, you know, if it full, you know, if a unit and all the associated common areas and routes fully meets those standards, or if there are issues that have occurred that need to be corrected.
We did hear some testimony today, you know, one more broadly around issues with transfers. And then we heard at first or second panel, someone suggested that the reported number of accessibility concerns was low. I think she cited around 400. What's your view of what's happening?
So, the person who was testifying noted that we have a significant number of disabled families in our portfolio. Just because you're a disabled family doesn't mean you actually need a reasonable accommodation. You might have a disability that does not require, you know, a ramp or grab bars or some other, you know, or a policy accommodation. So the numbers actually didn't seem low to me. I was, and I think what, I'm looking at I'd taken some notes. I mean, it looks like we had a total of 262 requests in our voucher program in fiscal year 24, and we've had 92 so far in fiscal year 25. I think there were 403 total in fiscal year 24, so that's public housing and voucher program. You know, honestly, it seems a bit high, not low, in my view.
So let me round up this part before this round ends. One, I would like you to follow up with the number of reasonable accommodation requests that are currently outstanding. And what's the timeline for bringing on the architect? Great. I think that's
Yeah,
the answer.
Yeah.
So
it's gonna depend on, we've had some challenges, and so it's gonna take, it's not this week, right?
Okay.
You know, it's gonna be a little while.
What I'm trying to understand is the severity of the problem, based on this article and what you're saying, that there's a lot of gray area, right? And we also know that every time there's a bad article, you can't just lurch in a different direction. But if there's a real issue here, a real deep issue here, then we need to know. And so I'm mostly trying to understand, like, how deep is the issue before we figure out, do we need to like go off on a tangent here? And I'd like enough clarity to understand that, and I'm sure you all do too.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, and this is part of the lawsuit that the Attorney General's office filed against DCHA a few years ago as well. I think there have been, and this is part of the HUD letter. There were concerns about sort of how reasonable accommodations were approved, but then the AG's lawsuit really focused on the fact that they felt like there wasn't a appropriate coordination between once the reasonable accommodation was approved and then it actually being implemented. The staff has spent a significant amount of time over the last year going through the list of people who have approved reasonable accommodations and making sure that they have been accommodated. We were, I think at last count, we were down to a handful of tenants who needed a transfer to a fully accessible unit, for example, which was a vast improvement over, what we saw a year prior. But we have been working to implement systems so that that handshake between the approval and the implementation can be improved. We're not there yet. We're still working on it. But it's, I think we've made a lot of progress. In terms of the actual unit conditions, whether or not they fully meet accessibility or need some tweaks, that one we will need to get back to you on, because once we have the architect on board. So I can tell you that. I will also say we have asked HUD for copies of the inspections that they conducted, and they have still not produced them to us, because I wanted to see them personally so that we could, really verify, what their findings were, because the letter contains a list of things, but it doesn't, if you see a full survey, it provides much more information. They have agreed to produce it. They just haven't yet. They've been busy with stuff. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that it's, it's so,
Well, let's make sure
And-
the response from them is not the trigger for the next step from the agency, because who knows when you'll hear back from them.
we've been, like I said, we were proceeding before this even came in.
Yeah.
So this is, they are, I view what we were doing as, what would be part of the resolution of matters with them.
Yeah.
I will say, someone just gave me, so in the current fiscal year, we currently have 9 reasonable accommodations open for applicants. We have 4 for public housing, and we have 20 for voucher program.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Or we'll turn to my committee colleagues. We have a party now. Start with Councilmember Nadeau, who is a member of this committee. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to be a part of your party today. And thank you to our Housing Authority colleagues. First, I wanted to follow up on the heating and water line ruptures at Garfield Terrace. Your pre-hearing responses noted that 6 families have been impacted and that the families will be moving into new units with DCHA support. Where are the families staying at this moment, and what is the timeline for the move?
Good afternoon, Nona Eath, Senior Vice President of Property Management Operations. Currently, the last remaining 3 families in hotels. The other families have already moved to their new location. There are 2 families that are actually in the process of being determined eligible for our mixed finance properties.
I'm sorry, for which properties?
Some of our mixed finance properties.
Oh, got it. And where are the families that have been placed? Where are they residing?
They were either, one family was a voucher and the other ones were placed in some of our traditional public housing properties.
Do you know if they were able to stay nearby?
I'm not sure. I can check. I'm not sure about that.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it when you have a chance to get back to me on that. I do have some questions about vacancies, which has been a larger problem for the Housing Authority in recent years. We've seen significant improvement from the height of the issue when as many as 25% of the units were vacant, but the vacancy rate is still below the target of that 90% you set, Director, or the occupancy rate, I should say. According to January 2025 accountability report, there are 702 vacant units pending scope of work, which is almost 100 more units compared to the December 2024 report. What caused that increase?
So the 700, the difference, the number of 100 difference is the number that comes in and out in reference to those scopes. So as we have families that actually leave the program, the public housing program, those units aren't scoped immediately. It takes a moment because we already have those other units that's in line that's already with a contractor. So what'll happen that once we have the opportunity for our team to walk those, to scope them, then we'll add those into the numbers for how long it's gonna take for that unit to be ready.
I see. Okay, so it was a lag in the data more or less?
Not technically a lag in data, it's that you have 100. So as families leave the program for whatever reason, it's not a lag in reference to it. It's when you have the capacity to be able to walk those and be able to get the scope, the appropriate scope for the units. So it'll go back and forth all the time.
Okay, so did 100 families leave
Yeah,
in that period of time?
We had 100 families plus leave the program, yes.
And just
In
to
that
add,
month?
we've had families transfer.
Right.
So we've transferred individuals out of units that are not habitable into newer units. So then those now have to go offline. So if in our board reports, you will see that we have new admissions, that's new people off the wait list, and then we have transfers. So those constantly we're transferring families from a unit to another unit to put them in a newer unit. And then those units now need to go offline because they're beyond repair. But again, we have others already before them that have been walked to get, like as Nona said, the scope. And then so now that adds to now we've got to now walk these and get the scope.
Very interesting. So are families moving from those into the mixed finance buildings? Is that generally what's happening? Or some are vouchering?
It's a mixture of a lot of different. So you have families that are transferring that are actually moving to the voucher program, which means they're donating their public housing assistance to the Section 8 program. And then you also have families that are transitioning from traditional public housing unit to another traditional public housing unit or moving to a mixed finance property.
Do you have like a snapshot somewhere, like a little chart of how that's flowing month to month?
Yes.
Could I see that? If it's in your responses, I'll go find it, but my brain is just trying to, soak that all in. It's very interesting to me. Thank you. I appreciate those explanations. The same report noted that there are 1,041 units that are not ready for leasing. And the report notes that's the large jump from the December report due to internal data cleaning. Could you elaborate on what that means?
What that means is that the housing authority is across the board. When you'll go through and you'll do data cleanup. Normally it's at the end of the fiscal year, calendar year that you go through, you look at your data, you do a match between what's in your system in comparison to from Yardi to PIC, the HUD system, to make sure that it matches. Unfortunately, we didn't do that until January in reference to that. So that's why we had a large jump associated with it.
So you typically do it annually?
Yes, you actually technically you do it annually to make sure that all the information and matches across the board.
In your pre-hearing responses, you noted that the Housing Authority spent $27 million of HUD-held reserves for vacant unit turn work in 2024, and that you plan to spend another $30 million on vacant unit work in 2025. How many units does that funding cover, and will it address all of the 1,041 units that are considered offline or not ready for leasing?
So no, it will not. It will not. Our average is about 30,000 per unit, and that's the average cost. So I don't have the calculator out in front
I will
of
do that math.
Okay,
but
thank you.
But the answer is no. It doesn't.
The answer
cover
is
it all.
no.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it. Okay. I'd like to talk about wait lists, and I want to just get some clarification because I don't think I'm exactly understanding all your answers. And so for the housing choice voucher waiting list, your pre-hearing responses noted that DCHA had pulled more than 20,000 applicants from the waiting list in 2024. What does it mean to be pulled from the waiting list?
So what it means to be pulled is your name has now come up. So we're mailing out, we have a company on board, Nan McKay. So when you're pulled for the waiting list, you're now being mailed letters to say that you'll start bringing your paperwork in for eligibility. and what eligibility means to see if the income, household composition now is, meets the income requirements for a voucher. So that's what pooled is.
Okay, and so is that like, okay, so their name comes up and then you make that attempt, but not all the 20,000 people respond, right?
Correct, correct.
Okay, okay. And how long do you wait before you move on?
Great question. Anton, do you have to switch out?
I love that I'm getting to talk to so many of you.
Anton Shaw, the Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So once the core application is sent to the family does have a timeline to respond. We normally give the family 10 days to provide any documents that's requested to determine their eligibility.
So is that you send the letter and then 10 days after you expect them to receive it, they have to respond to you, or they have 10 days after they've responded to come in with all their documents?
We request 10 days because we know the challenges our families face. We know some of the challenges with the postal system. We don't hold that as a static date for families. So we request the documents within 10 days, but if a family comes in 30 days, 45 days, we still process them.
Okay. And of the 20,000 that you all pushed out, how many responded?
So we had approximately, let me get that number for you exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The percentage was approximately 4%, if I'm correct.
Okay. 4% response rate.
It continues to increase. Yes, that's correct.
And then do you know of the 4%, how many were deemed eligible?
We can definitely get it. We track that. We don't have it, but we can.
I know you
definitely-
do.
We track it, so we can provide you all that. When we provide you the public housing leasing plan,
Mad
we can
living.
also.
So to the extent that you were prepared for anything I was going to ask you, I've totally gone off script. So, so yes, I'm very curious. And then, okay, so if you were able to pull 2,000 last year and then work through that list, are you now this year planning to turn to the 18,000, or are you still working through the 20,000 from last year?
So we have vouchers on the street now. What do we have? About 1,600? About 1,600 on the street. So we need to work through, we need to let those families work through their time before we begin to pull.
Got it. So, because there's not a new influx of vouchers for the remaining wait list. Okay. And then at what time, I know it can take some time for a person who, is pulled from the list to make it all the way through the process, right? I was the chair of the Committee on Human Services, so I've seen both sides of it. But how many do you, you told me you're going to get back to me on how many of the 4%. But do you expect you'll be able to utilize all 1,600 of those vouchers with the people that you've pulled so far this last year?
Honestly, no, I don't think all 1,600 will lease up.
Okay. I'm over my time. I'm going to stick around for a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna follow up on some of the numbers questions that Councilmember Nadeau was asking about. On that 1,600 vouchers that are on the street, those are people who have been matched with a voucher but not yet matched with an apartment? Is that the idea? And are there?
No, some may have found a unit, right? They turned into rafters, right?
They could, but I mean, for right now, the 1,600, they haven't leased up yet.
They haven't leased up yet, but they may have found a unit.
They may have found a
Right.
unit. And then are there other vouchers in the pipeline for other people besides those 1,600, or is that what we have?
The 1,600 is federal, so there's still some local vouchers as well that are matched up through DHS or sponsors. So there are some vouchers on the street on that side as well.
On the street that have been matched with somebody, but they haven't been leased up? And how many vouchers are there out there that have yet to be matched with somebody that could be matched?
So on the local side, we'll have to get that back too, because a lot of times we're not doing the matching. Again, that's DHS and sponsors that are matching. So we're processing the applications and so forth. So we can get back to you with that exact number. Would have to reach out to DHS and other agencies.
But on the federal side, you've you've used what you have.
Yes.
There isn't more. So back on the vacancy and the occupancy level, so it's 85% occupancy, but 85% of what number?
So on the federal side, we are 84% utilized. So our funding right now is about.
No, this is in public housing that I'm.
Oh, you're on public housing.
Yeah, I changed.
So
Sorry.
the utilization number for the voucher, and I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Amy Glassman. I'm the general counsel. The utilization number for the voucher program is,
It's on public
oh, you're on
housing.
public housing.
Yeah.
Sorry, never mind. Okay.
So ask your question again, unless you got it, you want to answer it.
Number. He's asking.
I'm
Based on what?
asking 84% of how many units?
Oh, hold on, let's see here.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it. So we are currently units available that are online are 6480, 6479 exact is our denominator. So we have it, we're at what, 5,333 leased, no need me have to come back up here, leased
Okay.
units.
So, and then we also have 1,141 that need to be fixed up.
Correct.
And 722 or something like that, that somebody has moved out of, but you need to scope the work to figure out where do those 722.
Right. So that 700 number, if I'm not mistaken, could be in two categories. So we have units that are offline. So some of that 700 could be in the offline status with HUD, or some can be in that vacant unit number of the 1,000 and so forth that you said that are not offline in HUD status, but waiting to get turned or when I say
I mean, they
turned.
may, it sounds like they're units that that somebody lived in but moved out, that you need to look at to see how much work needs to be done. And it may be that when you look at it, that you will determine that it should go in the basket with the 1141 because it needs a lot of work and should come offline. Is that a fair characterization?
That's a fair characterization.
And then others could go, would be in the vacant category because they're good enough to be used. But, and so now they're in the queue to be used. But what I'm trying to get at is if you used a number of, that your denominator was in the 6,000s, is the total number of public housing units, that number in the 6,000s plus 1,800 plus the 1141 plus the 722, or what is that?
Our total
number?
of public housing units is 7,705 at this time. And so if I'm just going to take you through the numbers. So we have 7,705 public housing units. Right now, out of that number, 6,479 are not offline. So that's our
Gotcha.
denominator. 1,220, what is that? 1,226 are offline.
Okay.
And then so vacant and again, this is the end of January numbers. So vacant is around 1,185. So that's how you get to the 7,705.
Yeah, and so, okay, so in a certain way, I mean, of all of our public housing units, it's probably closer to 30% that are not filled with tenants at this point, either because they're vacant or because they're offline.
Correct.
And so some of that, and then the cost of bringing units online is on the order of $30,000. So that's, and how much money do you have in order to bring these units back online?
I think what we have remaining off our contracts with Jackie, I think 20-something million, about 20-something million. So we
Okay.
think we started at like 48 million. We've expended a certain amount, so about 20 million right now from the contracts that we've had approved by the board.
And the 27 million, I tried to do math in my head, but I think that's like 900 units.
It's about.
So there are more like 2,400 units, I think, that need to be brought up to snuff. And so we're pretty far short.
We're pretty far short.
And then the other thing that worried me was the reference to somebody's in a unit today, they leave, and then you look at that unit and you may decide that's a unit that requires $30,000 worth of investment. how many of those occupied units do you think are likely to need the kind of investment that the offline units require?
I don't have that answer. I can get that, but I would assume a good amount.
Okay. Sobering. Rent reasonableness, there have been some questions about it. There's the lawsuit, and part of the lawsuit is about a building where the idea is that it's broken into 4-bedroom units where each of the units are 75 square feet or whatever is the absolute minimum, and they may be commanding rents of $4,000 a month. How does your system keep that from happening?
The rent reasonableness, right. So in the system, again, if you're putting in the address, you're putting in the bedroom, if you have the square footage, you put the square footage out in there. It's looking at a certain radius of, let's just use, for example, 4 bedrooms. So it's looking for 4 bedrooms in that area. What are they renting for? What amenities may be there? And then it will spit out a number.
But how can you do it without the square footage? Where you have a 4-bedroom that's 800 square feet and 4 bedrooms add up to 300 square feet, how can you compare that? Like, does it trouble you that that could be compared to a unit that was much larger and that we could be radically overpaying for that unit? What are we doing to keep that from happening?
Right. So as I was saying earlier, if the tax, system doesn't have the square footage in there and we're not able to get the square footage, it leaves us just doing HUD's requirements of bedroom size. So I understand it's troubling. We're going to talk to affordablehousing.com, our vendor, to see what they can do, what they've seen. We've talked to them numerous of times. We've even talked to our counterparts in Alexandria and other areas that utilize this system. Unfortunately, it seems like this is only happening in DC. So we'll continue to talk to affordablehousing.com to see what can be done or what or how they're evaluating if there is not a square footage
But
there.
you have an inspector who goes out and looks at these places and lays eyes and knows that this can't be right. I mean, I would hope that they would know that. Don't you have the authority to address this issue, even if the landlord hasn't provided the square footage? If you see that it is egregiously out of sync with the comparables that you're using, don't you have the capacity to do something in that setting?
So I mean, I guess I'm going back to their question, because some of the units that we understand were in the lawsuit that were larger bedroom size actually has occupancy permits for that bedroom size. So our inspectors aren't.
Yeah, but it has an occupancy permit for a 75 square foot bedroom, and you're comparing it to, you're not using square footage, and you're comparing it to another 4-bedroom place that is much larger, that is obviously on its face. It's hiding in plain sight, and I don't understand why you wouldn't aggressively try to avoid radical overpayment, in my opinion, in a setting like that.
Yeah, so we could look into that, because our housing inspectors that are looking at that are not the same ones, conducting the rent reasonableness. Our inspectors are out to do certain housing quality standards by HUD. So it's checking the units, ensuring that the 4 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, however many bedrooms are there, filling out a sheet and bringing that back. And then rent reasonable is run through an amenity sheet. So it's not the same people. So I don't think they would say, well, this doesn't match that rent.
Okay, well, I hope the right hand will look into what the left hand is doing, because I think the lawsuit should sober us all that these are situations where people are gaming the system badly, and there are victims because we're using up money on things to enrich people as opposed to serving people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Director Pettigrew, members of your senior leadership team, Chief. I'll jump right in with my questions. Within the responses you provided, you highlighted the mission of the Housing Authority, which is to provide quality, affordable housing to extremely low through moderate income households, foster sustainable communities, and cultivate opportunities for residents to improve their lives. Could you speak to how the DC Housing Authority is cultivating opportunities for residents to improve their lives?
So one of the things that we noticed when we first arrived was when we walked all of the properties, it was there was no sense of community, and when we met with residents to talk about some of their needs, services, right? I mean, you had shootings and we had mothers that were in these meetings crying because their children were being shot and they wanted trauma counseling and that kind of stuff. So we look at it from a full scale of number one, repairing these units and putting them in decent units to live in, but also bringing services to them as well, because we realized that there were services that were needed, particularly from a trauma standpoint. And so one of the things we did was we started these events called Rebuilding Our Communities, because I realized there was no sense of community. After COVID, people forgot how to be social. People forgot how to be good neighbors, and because COVID shut us down. And so my goal was to now put together events that would allow residents to come out together, number one, to see each other, number two, to meet their neighbors, number three, surrounding neighborhoods, number three, but also bring services to them too, number four, that they could tap into in order to look at their lives from that angle, as well as, no, we're here turning units and trying to make their units much more livable.
Thank you, Director. And I will highlight one of those events was at Kenworth.
Yes.
You were out there. It was good to see you during the summer. I heard Chairman White bring this up earlier today about the Washington Post article and how it highlights DCHA's failure to provide adequate housing and living situations for people living with disabilities. Either one of you can answer this. Amy, what is your opinion of that article?
Of the article or the HUD letter? Are you?
All the same.
Okay. So, I mean, the article details what's in the HUD letter. That's the only reason I'm asking. I mean, we disagree with some of the findings in the HUD letter. But as I stated a little bit earlier, I think maybe before you came to the room, that we have, when the three of us came on board, we recognized the need to strengthen the disability functions within our agency, both the reasonable accommodation process, making sure our units were accessible to people with disabilities, making sure, we're doing staff training, a whole bunch of areas. And so we have been, working over the last year to put some of those things in place and really start those processes. And also to work through our some of the criticisms that were, we hadn't received the HUD letter, but we recognized that there were some issues that needed to be addressed. So we had already been sort of working on all these things before we even received the HUD letter. The HUD letter was looking at issues at the agency starting in 2021. And also did some accessibility reviews of properties in 2023. So we didn't know what they found. We didn't know what they were thinking. They had sort of been stewing on this for a number of years, I think. But, and like I said, we don't agree with everything they have in there, but, we recognize the need to improve things and we're committed to doing so.
Could you speak to how many public housing residents are living with disabilities?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. We'd have to get back to you. But one of the points I made before, so, a resident with a disability could be, doesn't necessarily need an accessible unit and doesn't necessarily need a reasonable accommodation. Some do, but so the total numbers of disabled folks within our community isn't necessarily reflective of the total number of people who need an accommodation or need an accessible unit or need a unit with accessible features.
Okay.
And also, if I may add, Councilmember, oftentimes folks don't tell us that they have a disability too. So the number may be very way shy of what it really is. And that's one of the reasons why when I started walking the properties and came up with the vision of doing these rebuilding communities and bringing services out, you tend to see things, right? You hear people talk to you about what they're going through. And so that was one of the reasons why it was important for us to tie these services to these events so that people could see them and maybe voluntarily reach out and get help without telling us that they have an issue, right? Because sometimes people don't want you to know. And so just so you know, whatever we'll run for you, but it's probably going to be way south of what it probably really is.
And just following up with that question, I noticed that your spokesperson, Ms. Allison
Berto.
responded to the post via email highlighting that DCHA's administration has determined that its accessibility programs needed to be strengthened, as Amy just alluded to. Assuming that that's true, can you explain why it took this article being published for an official statement to be released about DCHA's plans to strengthen accessibility for public housing residents with disabilities?
I mean, honestly, we've included, I guess, I don't know that we always publicly announce sort of all of our plans and the things that we're doing in terms of, in terms of agency operations. I mean, I think Director Pettigrew has been pretty upfront about, many things being broken at the agency and many things needing improvement at the agency when he came on board. And so, some of them are reflected in, some of the, many of them are reflected in public statements, but we don't, usually just do that. I mean, I will also say we're working on it. We're not 100% there. And so I don't want to publicly, announce something that's not fully done, I guess, as well. I mean, I think that's also part of that would also be part of at least my instinct.
No, that makes sense. I completely understand. Well, to that, would you say, or rather, how are you tracking complaints from residents? And do you have, or do you know rather, how many complaints were received regarding accessibility issues?
I mean, in terms of, so we have, I mean, I guess we do know how many people have requested and, and we've approved for accommodations, whether it's the need for an accessible unit, whether it's, the need for some other accommodation. I had the number. I mean, presently we've got, I'd said earlier that we were working through our list and we were down to just a handful who needed sort of fully accessible units. I realized that was really the folks covered by the lawsuit by the AG's office on this issue. It looks like we actually have 20 folks who need transfers for accessible units right now. And then we have 88 who need a transfer that's not for a fully accessible unit, but it relates to an accessibility issue.
Copy. Staying along with the article states upon you taking the helm as the executive director of the Housing Authority, you stated to the then board that the problems were worse than you imagined. Could you speak to the state of the Housing Authority when you first inherited the role?
Wow. It's bad. This is a reclamation project. Let's be frank about it. It's broken in ways that, again, people can't even imagine. Systems-wise, infrastructure-wise, building-wise, culture-wise, everything you can think of comes along in this package when you start to look at it. And again, I've been involved with the receivership, so I kind of know what broken stuff looks like. And it's going to take a minute to get it right. I mean, that's the one thing I keep trying to tell people. You got to manage expectations here, man. I know we're making progress. We're working hard. We got a long way to go. And it's a daunting task. But, when these buildings haven't been serviced in years, and they're old buildings, we'll fix a unit on the south side of a building. Say we fix 7 on the south side, 6 of them on the north side, pipes may burst. And I got 6 other ones now offline again. So it's that kind of thing right now that we're in there. We're putting out fires all of the time. We're discovering a lot of stuff that's been there for years that nobody even thought of or discovered. And so it's a very challenging environment. Let me just say the least. New Orleans was tough too, but this one because the portfolio was so much bigger. And so in all the portfolio have problems, except for the new ones. But all the old ones, they have problems. So.
Thank you, Director. I want to be mindful of my colleagues' time. I'll circle back with my second round of questions, or during my second round with follow-up questions. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Let me just continue on, well, really an offspring of what we were talking about in my last round, but voucher timelines. This is something that came up a lot in the public witnesses. Why are vouchers taking so long at this point? And let me remind people as you get set up, this is one of the things we track together monthly, one of the SMART goals. I think the goal is 85%. No. Get the number of days down to 90 days, but we're up in the hundreds of days. So why is it taking so long?
I think the goal was maybe 70, and you're
Yep,
at
I think
where
We're
now?
87.
Okay, you're at
87 days.
87, yeah, but we're hearing from a lot of people who are saying it's taking over 300 days, and there are certainly instances where it is. So what are you seeing?
So let me talk to you about how the program works. I think that the understanding of the three pillars that makes this program work will give you a better understanding of the timeline of lease up. So the three pillars are the housing authority, the family, and the landlord. The X factor in the lease up process is the family. This program is a choice program, meaning families have a choice as to where they want to live. We can issue a voucher. We can pull a family from the wait list today, and they could take up to 180 days to lease up based on their choice as to where they want to live. That's the X factor. Now, the housing authority's part, we could process a lease up timely, meaning we could process it within 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. We could, that's a controlled piece. The other pillar that we can't control is the landlord. Now, HUD, Congress, we have rules that we have to follow in terms of qualifying the landlord to be on this program. We request required documents such as tax ID numbers, social security numbers, proof of ownership, and so on. If the landlord is taking time to get those documents back to us, it delays the lease-up process. So we, as a housing authority, we could wait and we could process quickly, but if the family is taking 180 days, and that's the allotted time that HUD allows for a family to search for housing, or if the landlord is taking time to provide documents to us, that could delay the process. Let me add another piece to it. Whenever a document is missing from a package, we are required to give 10 days for the landlord or the family to provide that document.
So you're saying a lot of things that sound great, but we didn't hear a lot of folks saying the voucher process is working smoothly. We heard a lot of folks saying that they have a lot of experience working with clients where it's taking an extraordinarily long time. So what's happening there? There's a disconnect between what you're seeing and what they're
Couple
saying.
of things too. Oftentimes those vouchers on the local side, and there's a lot of interaction or breakdowns between us.
PSH vouchers, I think,
right?
is
Yeah.
closer
See,
to
that's the
month.
federal side.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself is a challenge, and we just met with the new interim director for DHS to talk about how we can streamline this process because their staff was saying certain things when we were holding on to, and we were saying no, only half of those were right, the other half had to go back, and that creates time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that back and forth between us and some of these partners on the local side that caused that. Because I heard that 380 day. I'm like, oh, that's local, and so people get it confused sometimes.
So who's driving the car on this? Who's in charge?
For which one? For the local?
PSH.
Oh, that's them.
They're in charge.
Yeah.
All right. Would they say they're in charge?
They should. They coming from them.
Okay. If they're not acting like they're in charge, can you convene the stakeholders?
I got enough. I got enough responsibilities, to be frank with you. I'm just being honest.
They are the lead on PSH.
Yeah.
Okay. If I got to convene them, then we'll do that. Okay. All right.
Well, I will say this, Mr. Chairman. So we've agreed to meet with the interim director of DHS every 2 weeks.
Okay.
To try to get our arms around this whole process. Who, what, when, where, and how in order to improve. But we understand that there's an issue. And I'm looking at some things to pivot to that may help us a little bit in terms of compartmentalizing the local side versus the federal side.
So here's what I'll do. I'll follow up in April to see where things are. Because once you get through 3 meetings and there's no clear path, then you're kind of stuck. But let me, and this Councilmember Fruman, I think is going to be a great partner. You know, he understands this. He gets in the weeds.
Oh, yeah, he's already hit me with a couple of questions already.
Go. Yeah, I was listening at it. But but I want to. So you made a distinction that's not, you know, average person doesn't know. Many people, it's not their problem. It's our problem. But with the vouchers with the local vouchers, we track that monthly. You all are down to your goal is 77 days. You're right now about 91 days on average. Is that right?
I thought that was.
Go.
You're right. The goal on
75.
is it 75?
Yes. Yes.
75. The local side, if I'm not mistaken, and this is not, this is from voucher issuance to lease up, is 71 days. Actually, local is trending better than federal.
Yeah, it is. And so I do want, people to know some things are working better, much better. And you got some kudos today, which I was glad to hear. Now, this is a metric that I need to improve our partnership on getting this information monthly, because things are trending, but we've had a little bit of trouble just getting that number consistently each month. But even though this distinction isn't important for the average person, I do want people to know that the vouchers that DCHA is the lead on, you all are trending down on that number. So we'll keep working through that, and then we'll work with Councilmember Fruman and DHS to make sure our federal vouchers are moving in that same direction.
And one thing about the federal vouchers to share is that we're actually we leased up almost 1,300 vouchers on the federal side this past year. Because I track it on an annual basis to make sure that we're moving the needle. So we are moving the needle. But I don't know if you recall, Mr. Chairman, when I called it the mad rush syndrome. Once we came back into the office, everybody's trying to get in to see us, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Because until we can improve our efficiency, we at least need to be accessible so that people can come find us when they have issues. And that's one reason why I pushed so hard to get us in that Chinatown space as quickly as possible, because we want to see people. Because at least what we can do is they can come see somebody and talk to somebody. And I know there are challenges and stories about people being rude and that kind of stuff, but I'm in that building too. And I go there all the time because I want to see people. I want to talk to the residents. I want to make sure the staff sees me and that they're moving stuff. And so we do need to get better at efficiency, but it's a lot. We do appointments and we do walk-ins. We don't turn walk-ins away.
Yeah.
So and because my thing is these folks have not been serviced in so long that my thing is, okay, guys, listen, now we gotta, we've got to bite the bullet here and we got to make it work. And remember, last time I was here, I told you that they'd asked for a down day so they could process paperwork because the volume was just so much.
Yes.
And the volume has not stopped.
Yeah.
And rightly so, because we got a lot of people to service. And I know it's taking a little longer, but when you have that volume, that affects your ability to do stuff more efficiently.
Yeah.
And so for me,
Which is
it's
why I
almost like a
supported
trade-off.
that day.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's like a trade-off for me right now. I'd rather service more people and take a little longer to do it than to service less people.
I'm with you on it. And it's on the 1,300 federal vouchers. Well, there's 1,300 federal vouchers that the board agreed to set aside for families that exited rapid rehousing. And I do understand that there's been a joint project between your staff and case management organizations under contract with DHS. Now, you've issued 741 of the 1,300 vouchers, but I think only 109 of the rapid rehousing families are leased up, at least as the last report that I got. Do we? I guess I'm not confident that there's gonna the case managers are going to be able to get people into housing. Quickly enough, because out of 1,300, that's not a lot to be leased up.
So a couple of things. When we agreed to do this, we have a certain function in this process, and DHS have certain functions. One of their functions is the lease up. on the tail end of the lease up, of finding units for these voucher holders. Now, the initial premise was we were hoping that these people would lease in place. But a lot of them decided not to lease in place. Because they were to lease in place, you know, they'd be rocking and rolling. But people have decided to take these vouchers and go other places because now it's a federal voucher and it gives you that flexibility. But DHS is responsible on the back end for helping them find lease ups.
Okay. And then with the federal vouchers, they don't have to stay in DC. Is that okay? All right, I'm over time. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question about the mod rehab voucher waiting list. Are those people who, are those vouchers set aside for people whose buildings are going through a rehab? Is that what that list is?
The moderate rehab actually it's a program. The moderate rehab is the HUD program. So those are HAP contracts for, I don't know why they named it moderate rehab. It's a great question, but it's actually a program through HUD. So it's similar to PBV, but it's called mod rehab. So it's actual tangible units at different developments that have a housing assistance payment contract tied to it.
Got it. So they're physical units.
Yes.
Okay, now I got it. Okay, so that's a wait list for housing that exists. That's not in the free market. Okay, and does that list bump with the other housing choice voucher list so you know how much crossover you have?
For your mod rehab, do you pull from your?
No.
They have a separate wait list.
Yes.
Separate wait list for the mod.
Do you ever compare them to see how many people are on both?
Currently, we do not compare the two.
Is that something you might do in the future so we could understand better the total need?
We sure will now.
Hey, look, I love when something positive comes out of an oversight hearing. That'd be really interesting to know. I mean, obviously, we're all trying to get to the same thing, which is how can we ensure there's enough affordable housing for everybody who needs it? I noticed that your goal was to issue up to 500 vouchers per month beginning in 2024. Have you met that goal?
Apologies. So we are meeting the goal of issuing 500 vouchers a month. We have not.
How close are you? What is the average?
So we are averaging what, 250?
Yeah,
Like
about 250.
250.
Okay.
Apologies.
Okay. And just to clarify, because I'm a little rusty here, when you say issue, what part of the process is that?
So issue of a voucher comes after the family is deemed eligible. So they go through a briefing where they learn about the program, and at that point they're issued a voucher to search for housing.
To search for housing. Okay, great. I used to have an excellent chart and I would get a monthly briefing when I had my old committee assignment. So I'm just dusting off, my chops here. So thank you for working with me. Okay. And we've talked a bit about, I know the chairman just went through a whole lot about wait times and all of that. So you mentioned 16,000 vouchers are on the street. And that's waiting to lease up, right?
1,600.
Oh, yep. That was a typo over here. Don't worry. Okay. No, please, nobody have a heart attack. Okay. So 1,600 vouchers are on the street. So that is in people's hands and they are looking for lease up. They're out there.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And what is the average lease up rate for vouchers? How many people actually get through?
So we're at about 74% success rate.
The national average is about 61%, just so you know.
Wow. Okay.
So
do you happen to know of those 74%, are those all people who stay in the District of Columbia with their housing choice vouchers?
That's correct.
We didn't have any points.
Not this, we can. So HUD's policy is for families to lease up within the jurisdiction for the first year. With exceptional situations for domestic violence or reasonable accommodations, families are allowed to port out immediately. But what we found since I've been here, families tend to lease up within the district.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't realize they had that policy. And It's a great retention strategy. Okay. And then how many lease ups came out of the meet and lease events?
So at this point, we're not tracking the numbers. We just began implementing a process to track the families that come in and lease from those meet and lease events. We can provide those numbers probably after the first quarter of this year.
Okay. That sounds great. Do you feel like they've been positive?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
And how many housing specialists do you have on staff?
We have about 50 housing specialists.
Oh, wow. And does that meet the need, or do you think you need more?
We work with what we have. We work to have a caseload of 450 per specialist. With our current utilization of where we will be, we will reevaluate and we look to see how we're processing and look to see if we need to increase that number. But
450 cases per specialist?
450.
450.
450?
Yes.
450.
That feels like a lot.
Actually, that's low.
It's low.
So wait, what does a housing specialist do for each case?
So a housing specialist is responsible for processing recertifications, processing interim changes. An interim change could be a demographic change, could be an income change. It could be a request for the family to move. So the housing specialist traditionally, it's possible, would not touch a family until it's time to for the recertification. So
but that happens pretty regularly, doesn't it?
No,
no,
we're a move to work agency, so we're on biennial and triennial for fixed income. So if you have a caseload of 4, you may not be touching, sporadic. So every 2 years, every 3 years for a fixed income. So interim changes could happen more frequently. But for recertifications, we're on biennial and triennial.
That feels like a lot of people to me. That's wild. Okay.
Average at most households are 600 to 700 caseload.
That's wild. How often does a typical voucher holder interact with their housing specialist?
So that's not really something we track because it's so sporadic. You can have an interim change for one family where a child is born. You have a family where someone dies, but it's sporadic. There's no way of knowing what's going to happen. Someone could lose their job. Someone could gain employment. So it's not something we track right now, but it's something we can look at because we do have a system, our Yardi system, that tracks changes.
How, maybe we get at this a different way. How many residents does a specialist work with per week typically?
That's a good question. So back to the sporadicness of the work that comes into us. It's difficult to track the exact number of interactions. So right now my team is tracking how we interact in terms of phone calls, emails, walk-in visitors. So for example, I looked at one of my staff's chart on Monday, and she had 17 phone calls she returned. She had 23 emails she returned. She had 12 visitors that she met in the lobby. And that was just outside.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. My staff stays busy. We have a lot. As Director Pettigrew
because those are not like yes or no replies to those emails.
They're not.
Those are like following up with the landlord or digging into a personal issue, right?
Exactly. But we have another specialist who would only have maybe 5 interactions because her caseload or his caseload doesn't require as much attention.
My mind is still blown.
There's a lot with this program.
I know. I'm glad that we have lower caseloads than other places. And also, it seems quite unfair that the caseloads are that high. Not saying it's your fault. Obviously, a lot of this is predicated on the funding that's available to you as a, federal and local agency combined, right? But it is no wonder that we sometimes get complaints that people are not hearing, they're reaching out and not hearing back, which I know is not, it's that you're not defending that, right? Like we all want the customer service to be better, but This is definitely a mind-blowing moment for me. Okay, I appreciate you taking the time to answer all my questions. I think we only had one follow-up, which was of the 4% who responded from the poll, the 20,000 applicants, how many ended up leasing up? So when you have time, if you wouldn't mind sending that to the committee for me, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to different numbers that you've been talking about. I will, I apologize if I got heated a little bit on the rent reasonableness, but it does seem to me that taking into account square footage is critical. And so it seems like a simple answer to a problem to me, and figuring out how one might be able to do that, I think, is important.
If
Try
we
not-
can have them added to the tax records, that would be great. It would solve all of our problems.
But-
Because it's
but
gonna
also-
pull automatically.
But also the landlord it could be a required field for the landlord to complete.
Under HUD standards, it's not a required field, only bedroom sizes.
Bedroom, numbers of.
Number of, I'm sorry, number of bedrooms. So
But
that's
Can
kind of.
can
the
you
dilemma.
have a more, if this is a problem that only comes up in the District of Columbia, can we have a requirement that square footage be provided? Or does HUD prohibit that? Or,
We could check. I
And
mean,
yeah,
it's
we can
not-
look into
yeah,
it. I
I
mean,
have no
but I
idea.
think what happened though is the landlords push back on it and say it's not required, so I'm not giving it to you. Especially if it's not mandated.
well, we don't want to have situations like the one that is the subject of this lawsuit.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Councilmember.
So figuring out a way, yes, they will push back, but figuring out a way so that they cannot create cubbies. It's like classic tenement. We don't want to have that happen. On the numbers, there's the 1,600 on the street, and then there were references to other things, and I want trying to understand how they fit together. 700 have been matched with people in rapid rehousing. 100 of those folks around have leased up. So there is, am I right in thinking that 600 of those 1,600 are folks who came out of rapid rehousing?
You're correct.
Yeah.
That number does include that.
Okay. And so, and then the idea that, and I was trying to figure out like, how many more do we have? And I thought that the idea was we have 1,600 and it'll take more than a year for us to lease all of those folks up. But are we also matching up 250 people a month to new vouchers? That's what I thought I was hearing you say about the 250 people who are processed each month.
So the 250 are leased up families. That's that number you're referring to.
That's the number.
least.
That's the number we're leasing up.
Correct.
So on that theory, 1,600, that should take us 6 months.
We would hope.
Yeah, roughly.
And then are there more vouchers, housing choice vouchers in the pipeline that we can be matching people up with?
So there are, Nan McKay, our vendor, is still looking at applications, right, to see if they're eligible to issue more vouchers. So we heard several testimonies earlier that talked about that they were pulled on the voucher list and something happened. So if you were pulled and somehow your paperwork, you didn't have it all, we're allowing them to contact us back and we'll process them and issue them a voucher. So we can get the exact numbers, but our vendor still is looking at eligibility of individuals that had been pulled from prior pools to see if they're still qualified, and then they'll be getting issued vouchers.
So potentially, yes.
So is there a limit on how many we can use?
Well, yeah, funding drives to your limit, number one. I
Right,
mean,
and where are we in relation to that limit in terms of the funding?
So based on, I'm sorry.
What's our funding capacity?
Our funding capacity is 13,676 vouchers. That's the maximum we can lease up based on our funding. Right now, we are at 12,978.
So then with 1,600, if we have 1,600, we go over the amount. So then there will be people who leave and get replaced. But that's where we're bumping up against the ceiling.
We're bumping.
Yeah, we're managed. Yeah, we got to manage it very carefully.
Okay. And how many people leave each year?
It varies, but a lot.
But what's the range?
We average 54 per month. So per year, that'll be
600.
600 and change.
So we could get to a place where that's what we have each year is 600 because we're bumping up against the ceiling.
Correct.
And, okay.
And in addition, sometimes, our funding hasn't come out this year. So let's just say if we get more funding on some vouchers, that 13,600 may increase. But right now we're at 13,676.
Yeah, I would hope that it would increase, but with this federal government, I'm not
May
sure
not.
that's a thing I want to cross my fingers about. So there are 600 who leave each year. How much of that are terminations?
So we have, it's a diverse group of EOPs and participation. The termination number, hang on a second.
Noella, you may want to come up. You
Yeah.
swore in, right? Okay, you switch out with her, please. You switch out.
Yeah.
Come on.
Don't be afraid.
Right. This is our numbers. It's our numbers, lady. So we do have, as Noelle's coming up, so we have EOPs, which we call end of participation, which are terminations for deaths, lack of recertification, so answer.
Noelle Wishart, Housing Choice Voucher Program Utilization Supervisor. So the 600 number comprised of folks who are failing to recertify, people who have passed on, folks who may have multiple subsidy, meaning that they are housed in another jurisdiction and they're also housed here. And when we reach out, they may want to stay where they're at. And those are typically the reasons for the terminations of the 600.
Are there ever terminations for lease violations or
Yes.
behavioral? Like what do those numbers look like?
It's not, I think we did submit it in this big, beautiful book. But it's not a high number of families that are being terminated based on lease violations. Usually we do have our mediation team that can intervene and kind of work through conflict resolution to, work with the landlord, mediate the matters, and then hopefully either assist or help our families to transition from that property and be matched with a better suited landlord, or if they're able to work out a resolution, they do so successfully and they, continue their partnership. We do have families who are terminated because of criminal behavior that is identified within the community that we do investigations on. It's not a high number of families that are identified as such.
It seems there's a category of emergency transfers. Is that a thing that's used in that sort of setting?
If someone is experiencing an emergency situation, typically an emergency situation stems around VAWA victims, domestic violence victims, victims of crime, meaning that someone in the household or the actual head of household themselves is experiencing some type of violence, but we're not terminating those families if they're not ones perpetrating the violence. We're working with them to transfer them out of that situation.
And if there's somebody who is perpetrating violence, what do you do in that setting?
If it's reported, so it has to be reported to the housing authority. If we do our background review, we check to see if it's actually one of our families, and then we can proceed in taking whatever actions is necessary. Either it has to be documented. We can work with our Office of Audit and Compliance to request police reports if it's actually reported to the police, and review it that way. The families do have due process. So even though we may refer them for termination from the program, they still have the opportunity to request an informal hearing, and they go through that process as well.
Okay. Sure.
Can I just jump in and say, so, but if you have a household where there is someone who is committing domestic violence and someone who is the violence is receiving the violence, we can terminate the aggressor from the household, if that's where you're going.
It's part of where I'm going, but it's not completely where I'm going, because one of the things that I contend with is situations where there may be one tenant who's threatening another tenant. And so, and that's a thing that I think the mayor and the rental act this is an issue that is out there. And so that's part of what I'm getting at. I think I'm going to close. There was a reference to the timelines and the need for coordination between DCHA and DHS, which is a thing that I really do want to be a part of. I mean, everybody's trying to do the best that they can, and so we should help you do that. I mean, I think that there is, and Councilmember Nadeau talked about a graphic she had, and folks have a graphic of all the steps along the way and where do the delays happen. And I think folks together looking at that and seeing where the choke points are and what are the things that we need to do in order to get through those choke points more smoothly, I think would be a constructive thing. It sounds like you're going to try to do that.
Yes.
Working, talk amongst yourselves. If we can help, I would want to help.
I heard you loud and clear when I met with you, just so you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So let me turn to something that's important to residents and also one of the SMART goals that we work together to track and improve, which is increasing public housing occupancy. The goal is to increase occupancy to 83%, and Councilmember Fruman touched on some of this in his first round. The number of leased public housing units as of January is 5,510, which and so let me, I guess, start by saying you set a goal last year of 83% occupancy and a goal of 87% in 2025 for this year. The occupancy rate was in December 83, a little more than 83, no, in January, a little more than 83%. But the number of leased public housing units as of this January is really not much different than last January. But the occupancy percentage has gone up, and that's primarily due to you and your team working with HUD to get on the same page about which units need to be marked offline. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So it seems like the focus of this goal is more about data reconciliation than getting more people into housing.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that statement, Mr. Chairman. It is about getting more people in units. It's just that the way that it works, and only if you want to jump in at any time, is that the vacancy numbers are important to us from an operational funding standpoint. And that's why HUD allows for units that are going to take a while to come offline because they don't want us getting dinged for them. That doesn't mean we can't work on the units when they're offline.
Yeah.
So, and that's really our fault for not addressing that up front when I first got here, was because there were some units that came back and I'm like, wait a minute, these units are coming back, they've expired. Why didn't we put these first so we could take care of them, so when they do come back, we can just lease them up? So, so we didn't manage it as well as we could have last year.
Okay.
But now this year, we've factored in all of the units that are offline. And we're going to be turning some of those units as well, because some of them are going to be coming back in the next couple of months. So what I told the team is, look, get to a table, tell me how many coming back maybe in March, how many maybe coming back in April, and make sure that we put vendors on those units so that when they do come back to the inventory, we don't get dinged for them being vacant, but more importantly, we can lease them up.
Yeah.
So the goal is always to lease up. It's not, so we want to house more people. We just figured we got to manage it a little better. That's what it is.
Okay. I appreciate that candor. And we do know that you're putting resources into public housing repairs based on the contracts and projects that you send to the board. And you all actually managed to complete 879 unit turns in calendar year 2024. What happens to the units that you make ready, but that don't lead to an increase in units? So it seems like you all are turning a lot of units, but I'm not seeing an increase in the number of units. So what's happening here?
So from November to currently, we've actually housed 702 new families in public housing. There's been 328 transfers, so that's a wash.
So some people are moving out.
Yes.
Okay.
Out of older out of the
Right.
current units. because
328.
A pipe may burst in the wall, and now we got to put them in one of the rehab units.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So for new admissions, we've actually housed 702 families from November of 23 to, is that January, end of January? To current.
Okay. So, can you send us a breakdown of how many of the units that you repair are used for new residents versus transfers?
Yep.
I appreciate it. Just,
Yep, we track it.
excellent. And quick, small thing, I understand that there's an issue with handling the personal property of people who pass away while living in public housing.
Yeah.
Where sometimes you can't find the next of kin, and I think the law, I think it's a federal law, local law,
DC.
DC.
Yeah,
Okay.
DC.
The says you can't remove their belongings until you find that person. About how many units does that impact?
Well, I'll say when we came on board, I don't know the exact, but it was hundreds.
Yeah.
We don't-
Hundreds.
Right. It was a lot. It was roughly 75 to 100 or so units that we had that were deceased that we couldn't do anything with in reference to their items. So we actually, we were kind of at a standstill in reference to how to move with those units.
So there's a balance here. Obviously, if somebody passes away, we don't want their things thrown out the next day. But some folks don't have next of kin. To the extent that it's still an issue, if you have a workaround, then let us know. But if you have a recommended law change,
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, no, we do. No, so
the AG's already made it clear, don't touch those units.
well, so the issue is essentially we have to do an eviction, even though there's no one living in that unit, right? And we have to contact the heirs and we have to be able to show that we've contacted them, but we essentially have to go through a court process to get to sort of reclaim the unit, right now. And so if you're talking about legislative solutions, if there were legislation that said we didn't have to actually evict an empty unit because the tenant is deceased, I think that would expedite things a lot.
So I'm very open to that. And I would not do an emergency bill because I'd want to have a hearing and get feedback from people who disagree. But I think all of us want to get units leased up. We don't want people waiting on any of our waiting lists. And so if you all have recommended language, work with us on it. And we'll look at moving that.
We're happy to. Because obviously we don't want to dispose of people's property, and
100%.
we think it is very important to contact heirs and try to get them to either take it. We have emergency contacts on file. We can contact those emergency contacts. But yeah, it's the court process, I think, is honestly the big holdup. So we're happy to work with you on that.
Okay. And there could be like triggers, like if there are certain things that happen or if it happens a certain number of times, and we'd have to revert. There are a number of ways to get at this, and that does respect the process. And anything we do, I do with the knowledge that you all won't be in those seats forever. I won't be in this seat forever. So it has to work not just for the folks we like, but for the folks who come behind us. But it seems like something we could do that can help. So the last year you provided a report of open public housing work orders with over 1,500 items. This year they're about 2,500. An 83% drop seems too good to be true. Talk to me.
I think that's awesome. So
It's awesome only if it's accurate.
Actually, the report that we gave you last year had like 16,000 open work orders.
I'm
and
sorry,
now we're-
15,000. Yes,
Yes.
15,000.
And so now we're at the 2,500. Actually, the team worked extremely hard. So we need to understand that the 15,000 was actually I don't want to say an inflated number, but they were actually duplicate work orders that were actually in the system. So we went through and we cleared those work orders. We actually worked with contractors under Director Pettigrew's direction. We had contractors that have come in and actually done work orders to help close it out. Because of the staff and the staffing numbers, we didn't have the opportunity to get to all the work orders. So contractors helped us in reference to closing those out.
Okay, and you know, there are times where I gotta, beat up on you all. There are times where I'm learning, and there are times where I want to give you all some credit. You know, when you got here, the director, there was a time where we were saying, give us data, and you were saying the data is trash, and I'm not going to give you bad data because then that's my reputation. And I appreciated that because there's a certain depth at which I don't have purview into the agency, and fixing data is not showing up on almost anybody's radar, but it's important and it does take time. And so, you know, I do want to kind of recognize like one of the really important things that you all have done that's just not really bubbling up on radars is fixing the data. But on these work orders, we heard some complaints today about the quality of the work. How do you do quality control?
So there are a couple of ways to do quality control. So if it's a contractor, you have a project manager that actually comes behind them to verify the accuracy of the work. If it is a staff person internally with DCHA, then we actually have a regional maintenance supervisor, foreman that actually comes through and they actually verify the accuracy of the work to make sure that it's done. If it is an issue in reference to their work orders, then they actually have to go back and make the appropriate repairs. Because we actually check for the quality of the work as well as not just being done, just to say it's done, but actually the quality and workmanship.
Okay. So I guess what I would say is the testimonies may not be very different in our budget hearing in like 6 weeks, but when we get to our, if we have a hearing in the fall, or certainly by the time we get to this hearing next year, my hope is that we're not going to hear many people talking about the quality of work orders because it seems like it should be the case that with what you described, Ms. Heath, if the contractor isn't doing a good job, that should be caught by the foreman. And if we're hearing a lot of complaints about the work quality, then either those complaints are inaccurate or the foremen aren't doing a good job checking that work.
And can I add, some of the complaints that I heard were actually some voucher participants. So if we don't own the
Thank you
unit.
for their,
Yeah,
that
so
clarification.
that's
Yeah.
their landlord as well. So they can request inspections with our inspections team. And then there was another young lady that had spoke is actually, we don't own those units either at Triangle View. We own the grounds. So we will definitely talk with the management company, but we don't have ownership in that development either.
Okay, I'll listen for those distinctions in the future. Do you do any spot checking on these?
Yes. So you have an opportunity, families will come through and they'll ask you to come look at the unit. You'll talk about the work orders that have been done. You can actually go in and just look at it. So yes, you have the opportunity to go in. Myself, since I do walk the properties, and the area managers, as well as just the management team on site, actually go through and they'll just go in and just look at the units. And Director Pettigrew and Deputy Executive Director Whitcliffe that actually also walk and they check to make sure in reference to those as well.
I appreciate it. And I will confirm when I go to properties with Ms. Heath, people know Ms. Heath. They're not like, oh, nice to meet you. They know you. So, one last thing on this. This is important. HUD does not provide enough money to sustain public housing. And DC won't be able to continue covering the gap for this federal program as we've done over the last several years, which makes a lot of people nervous about, where we're going. There are a lot of open questions. And as I said earlier, this is people's homes. Part L of your recovery plan talks about pursuing federal subsidy repositionings at every public housing community. And that's a necessary long-term goal, but it doesn't give much clarity to residents about what to expect in the remaining 27 months of your 3-year recovery plan. So what is the plan and what will the next phase of repositioning look like?
So, a couple of things. One, we're still waiting to determine whether or not we're going to be approved, because that starts it all. If there's no approval, then there's nothing there. But coinciding with that is just conversations with the residents about what it will look like. But the problem with that is I don't like to speculate because then it leads to a whole bunch of stuff for no reason, right? So my thing has always been, hey, listen, when I have something to tell you, I'll tell you. But I don't want to go and say, yeah, well, let's talk about Section 18, and Section 18 never happens.
Right.
You know, so I'd rather for us to wait to see whether or not these applications get approved. And then at that point, what we would do is what I call resident engagement, which is what I did in Alexandria, where, you know, we sit down with the residents once a month, we talk about the process, you know, we talk about the whole resident rights that we put together that the board approved for them to have the right to return. They got the RAD rights. So there are a lot of things that we're going to be doing for our residents, including staying in front of them constantly, letting them know where we are in the process. And we did the same thing in Alexandria, and it's going to be the same blueprint that we're going to put in place here. But we need to find out whether we're going to get the applications approved first, because without that, we got nothing.
Okay. And so if those get approved, that becomes the beginning of the process, not the residents. Okay. Because there's going to be big problems if, like, all of a sudden things are moving, and they probably won't. You probably won't even have time for me to come down on you, because with Ms. Herring, was in your seat earlier, she fights.
Well,
she told you on the record. But
the good thing is, man, like someone else said, I try to be a man of my word, right? And so. And the residents are important to me. And again, the blueprint we put in place in Alexandria is perfect for here. It's just a matter of knowing what we got first so we can start talking to them in a substantive way about what they want and where we're going.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, you know, accountability. And we take accountability as well. So that nothing's happening yet. And you know, let's think about how we convey that to the residents, because you know, they just know something's been applied for, people start chattering, and it's worst case
I mean,
scenario.
I know they're a little worried, and so what we need to do is do a better job at showing the residents more love right now by just getting out anyway and just saying, hey, first of all, how you doing, number one, and number two, let me let you know that nothing's really happening right now, but until we'll take care of it. I'll get in front of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'm gonna stick with numbers, because I'm actually getting more concerned the more I think about.
I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. I want numbers for 600, council member.
All right, so as I hear it, there's 1,100 units of public housing offline and 1,100, round numbers, 1,100 that are vacant. But then, and then there are 700 in the mix of that need to be evaluated for what might need to be done to that unit in order to fix it up to get to be in a position to be habitable. But as people come out of units that need to be fixed up, they may take one of those vacant units or recently fixed up units. So there's 2,200, but there's out there that in theory could be filled, but that some of them are going to get filled up by folks who are in units that are occupied but not really habitable. So it's not 2,200 new units. It's because there's going to be some number that keeps replenishing offline, I think. So that's that. So 2,000 there. And then on the voucher side, I hear there's, we have 12,700 that are being used now, and a cap of 13,600 or something like that. And so then we have, if I'm right, 1,600 out on the street. And if we connected those people to housing, 12,700 plus 1,600 is 14,300, which is over the 13,600.
Right.
But 600 people leave each year, and so then if that gets you close to that 13,600, so we're bumping up against the cap there with what we've already, and we have so much need.
Plus, the other thing too, Councilman, I hate to cut you off, is that some people don't lease up. Remember now, the national average is about 61% lease up. Anton quoted that right now we have a 71% lease up rate. So some people still may not lease up out of 1,600.
So they could be sitting out there being held, but not actually housing someone.
If they don't lease up with the voucher, then it expires.
It expires. Okay, so but we're bumping up. It's like the debt cap. We're bumping up against the cap.
Yeah.
And then this is where rent reasonableness comes back in, because it actually isn't numbers of vouchers, it's dollars. And if we're paying too much, we have fewer and we're bumping up against the cap, which is again why full compliance with the spirit of what rent reasonableness is one of the only ways in which we can expand our pool of vouchers unless we get a lot more money from the feds. So going back to the serious overpayment one, you heard me and use square footage. You also have, I think, about 4.5% of folks who you sent, landlords who you sent letters to saying, reducing the payments, which in theory, I mean, I don't know whether once that's done, that increases the number of potential vouchers that we could have. Talk to me about what the response to that is. I get emails. I got an email of somebody saying it went from 2,600 to 1,900. This is wrong. Here's why. If it's going to be 1,900, please find a different place for this person. But how is that process going?
So, we've gotten some complaints. I think we heard some testimony earlier today with some concerns as well. But if I can just take a step back about what we did, this was, HUD told us we had to do this, right? Because they recognized and we recognized that we had units that were leased that exceeded rent reasonableness. So we spent a lot of time assessing this issue. We did sort of a preliminary, I'll say, poll of voucher households from where affordablehousing.com ran a preliminary rent reasonableness, but we didn't have all the unit features. We didn't have all the information, but they just identified the potential universe of overpayments. We then inspected these units and then reran rent reasonableness. So, the potential universe was much larger once we sort of spent time analyzing the data and inspecting units and so on. We came up with a much smaller universe, and we did send letters. Under the HAP contract that each landlord signed with us, there's a statement that units have to be rent reasonable at all times. And so, essentially what we're doing is we're calling out that provision of the contract to say, look, number one, HUD told us we needed to do this, but number two, we've determined your rent's not reasonable. We've given them an opportunity to appeal if they believe that our rent reasonableness analysis was not correct. And so, but, no one wants to get less money than they thought they were going to get. I understand that, but, our hands are somewhat tied.
No, I
in
hear
terms
you.
of,
I mean,
in terms of the situation, because we're trying to comply with HUD and we're trying to comply with our HAP contracts.
I hear you. I'm curious what percentage of those 4.4%, I mean, I don't know what that is. If it's 12,000, it's
The landlords, it's about 400. I thought it was 600. 600? Okay.
so
Sorry.
what percentage of those 600 are appealing?
I don't think we know yet. I mean, I think we've gotten some, I don't know if we have good numbers on that yet.
We actually had 83 landlords who appealed.
Out of the 600?
Yes.
But the period for appeal may not be over.
Well, we gave a deadline of the 28th.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
So 500 of them are accepting it?
Yes.
Okay. Helpful. Thank you very much. So I want to end on Director Pettigrew. I love your spirit, and I have a lot of confidence in you. When you described the situation that you inherited, you described it as a reclamation project. And you described it some ways physically, but some ways it sounded like the culture and some of the work habits and different kinds of things inside of the agency were seriously problematic. And so the question is, what are we going to do to make sure that we address all of those issues so that we can all feel like we're on the right platform, because it's hard to just move on without rooting it out. So I know that there are audits that are out there, but talk to me about what it is that we are doing to root out the issues that you described as requiring a reclamation project, and what other things we might do to try to ensure that we've completed that project.
A couple of things. One, obviously, we need to bring in better and more capacity to be able to provide the appropriate oversight for staff. Let's be frank about it. Training is just also important. You want to work with people, and you want to give them an opportunity to be a part of the solution as opposed to making them feel like they're part of the problem. But I tell people all the time, good management is an art. And you have to sort of learn it and figure it out as we go along. And so we've had this past year to really just sort of take a look at what we have. Some people have left. Some people we've been working with, the discipline. Some people we're working with on training. So it doesn't come together overnight. Some people's habits don't change right away, particularly when they're in such an active environment, if I can describe it that way. I mean, different people react differently. I mean, again, that whole mad rush syndrome, some people can handle it, some people can't. Some people need assistance from their colleagues, some don't. So you're watching this thing sort of evolve. We're continuing to recruit for more talent, number one. We're always going to be recruiting for other talent as well, supervisory. We're going to be pivoting and making some changes as well based on what we've seen over the past year. So it's incumbent upon me and the leadership team to identify, what we think needs to change, what we think is working, and then pivot to that space in order to be able to sort of start to reshape the culture in a way. Now, I will say this, and in all honesty, the majority of the employees are working hard. They want to be a part of this, and I see it. And I know we're moving the needle because I see it. Now, for the folks that testified earlier today, and I feel their frustration because, listen, I want everybody to be serviced. But I know also we can't solve the world in 1 year, 1 day. So, but I think we're moving it. I know we're moving in the right direction. So, but it takes leadership. It takes people to see it. Because I tell you something too, when people are in situations like this, initially some people are skeptical because it is such a heavy lift. And I remember this woman in New Orleans, and she didn't believe that we were going to pull it off. And then finally, it just clicked. And she said, she's called Mr. P. Now I see it. And it took a little minute for her to grasp the whole concept of it all. So, it's up to us as a leadership team to be able to provide the appropriate management and the appropriate guidance and encouragement to build the morale, but also expect that, hey, we need the work done in the right way. And if you don't, then we need to move on.
Just one more minute and then I'll leave you for the evening. So one of the things that are out there are different audits that are in process. And where do we stand in these different audits? Have they been finalized yet? Will they be coming out? When will we be seeing these audit results?
The financials?
And is there an OIG?
That's the financial.
That's the
Yeah,
financial.
yeah.
When do you expect that to be out?
Relatively soon.
Relatively
Yeah, and yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because what it's going to show is that there's a lot of problems prior to us getting here. And I made that clear when we met with them to say, hey, listen, thank you for finding it, but this stuff didn't happen overnight.
So, and that's going to be a look back to the prior period before. What period does that cover?
That was fiscal year 24, the OIG audit, which would be 23,
It's
October
October
1, 2023 till September 30th, 24. So that's what they reviewed. But again, when we came on November of 23, the agency was behind from audits back to
21.
fiscal year 21, which would have been October 2020. So
And when are we going to see an audit of that period that had previously been unaudited? Has there been a look back at that?
well, our audits are complete now and they should be posted for fiscal year, 21, 22, and 23
Right.
that when we came in, we got all 3 of those done, or when Heather and her team. So those are already posted and active and submitted to HUD. So OIG had a fiscal year 24 audit. We're still in, well, we'll be starting our actual HUD fiscal year 24 audit soon. So the report should be coming out any day now from OIG, I would assume, from the fiscal year 24 financial audit.
And then this is it, the 21, 22, 23, those are internal audits, not external audits, or external audits?
I mean, it's done by external companies, right, for the Housing Authority, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Felder.
Mr. P? Just making sure you still was with us. Could you share what has stalled the development of the Ward 7 New Communities project in Lincoln Heights?
Now she looks better than me, so that Mr. P looks better than me.
Good evening. Sheila Miller, Director of Office of Capital Programs. Bottom line, we need to find a developer, procure a developer. In the meantime, we have been working to stabilize the project. So there's some units that are in need of rehab or what we call make ready, those units, so that we can relocate some tenants that are in some of the uninhabitable units into the newer units. So while we're working on development plans, trying to procure a developer, we're working to continue to stabilize the property.
Just to follow up, Ms. Miller, and you can stay right there. What is the Housing Authority's relationship with DMPED? And how frequently do you meet to discuss redeveloping the site?
As you're aware, DMPED is our funding partner. They've provided infrastructure financing as well as vertical gap financing for NCI projects. We talk, I would say, almost 2 or 3 times a week. Okay. They join us on all of the project calls. So we have standing calls regarding Berry Farm, Park Morton. We don't have standing calls with Lincoln Heights yet, just simply because of where we are in the development process, as well as Northwest One. So they're on all the calls with us, and we have offline discussions as well. So at least 2 or 3 times a week.
And from your understanding, how is DC Housing Authority engaging with residents living in new community sites?
Well, I can start with Berry. We are, as you know, we're in the process of leasing up the Asbury. We have had in the fall several meetings with residents in terms of leasing up in the process and just giving them an update on where we are with the development. With Park Morton, same thing. Lincoln Heights, there's just been a little, not a lot of community resident engagement. We've had some in terms of working with the neighborhood choice grant that we have, but that was really more neighborhood planning and development. Also sprucing up the area and so the planning around that. And so there was a small working group that was involved in that process as well. So,
and if I could add, Councilmember, if this is getting to the point where obviously these folks are relocated, right? And I heard them, and I've told them before that although officially HUD doesn't recognize those resident councils because of what happened to those properties, they're still residents, and they're still our residents, and we need to be way more engaged. And I apologize to Ms. Malloy earlier today, because we do need to be more engaged with those residents too. In fact, I'm on the record as saying we probably need to be more engaged with them than we do the resident councils that are already existing, because people are relocated. You know, they've been moved to areas, you know, that they may not want to be in. So for me, as a director, I want to make sure we stay in touch with those residents and hear them out too, because they have needs. They've been displaced, or not displaced, but relocated. And it's good to be able, they moved away from their friends and, you know, and family members. So we need to do a better job of engaging them.
Just a couple follow-up questions. This one is for you, Ms. Miller, and I'll have one for you, Director. How successful would you say the New Communities Initiative has been making sure that residents return to the community once redevelopment has taken place?
verdict's still out. I would say that we are making every attempt to reach out to all relocated residents. I'll give you an example. Berry Farm, probably one of our largest projects. When it was time, when the building was nearing completion, I would say all in, we've probably reached out to the relocated residents 5 times in 5+ times and in different capacities. We, of course, had the resident meetings, but we also reached out to them via email, phone calls, direct mailers to let them know that, hey, there's an opportunity to move back or to return to the Asbury. Now, what's interesting when you have larger phase development projects, there are some residents that are, one, they may not want to move back because they're fine and situated where they are. Two, in the case of Berry, they want to wait for the future buildings that may have larger bedroom sizes. So in the case of the Asbury, it's 55 plus. And so there's studios, 1 bedrooms and two bedroom units. But in the future developments, the projects, they'll be larger bedroom sizes, 3-4 bedroom sizes. So there's some folks that want to wait for that. So, which is why I say the verdict is really still out. With respect to Park Morton, there are a number of residents that are returning to the site. A lot of them are using their vouchers to move into the tax credit units, and there's a lot of interest in phase 2 as well, which will also have larger bedroom sizes.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And Director Pettigrew, just following up, it's my understanding you have ties with Berry Farm.
Yeah, back in the day.
I too have ties with Lincoln Heights. So growing up in public housing, I know how intricate residents are in the fabric of our community. And you have people like Malloy who have been pillars in the community and been on the front line for everyday families for decades. To that point, you mentioned resident council presidents and just connecting with them. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that public housing sites that do not have a resident council or resident council president receive information, and how are neighbors being informed in terms of what's happening?
Right now, there really isn't a formal mechanism.
Okay.
And that's been my problem. And I've said it before on the record, and I'll say it again. We do need to do a better job in those communities because, again, they need to be heard. They need to be informed because they've been relocated, but it's still a community. So even though officially HUD doesn't recognize resident councils when those properties are demolished or set up for demolition, we still should be, as a housing authority, reaching out to those residents and keeping them informed and making sure that they're okay until such time as it comes back or they want to just stay, but still we should be engaged.
Thank you. And for example, Berry Farm, that site has gone through a process in which the community was closed down. Units came back online. Who have you been working with to track residents who want to come back for one reason or another?
Our staff has been doing that.
Okay.
So we have a list of every resident who was relocated, and every resident on that list has been contacted about whether they want to return or not. So we've been and again, letting them know about the leasing opportunity as units come online.
I understand that the Housing Authority has a board of 11 commissioners. Do you know if any of those commissioners are Ward 7 residents?
I'm not sure. I know one is not, but the other two, I'm sorry. I am doing process rule. I'm sorry. But the other two, I'm not certain because one's a voucher holder and I don't know which ward she lives in. So.
And just a follow-up question, outside the board meetings and making the minutes of those meetings public, what other ways has the Housing Authority used to communicate with members of the public?
So Allison's not here, but we have a communications person that does newsletters and she's social media, Allison Bertle. She's not in the room. She's in. Oh, you're hiding? Okay.
Yes, just outside of the board meetings and making the minutes of those meetings public, what other ways has the Housing Authority used to communicate with members of the public?
Nice to meet you both, council members. Nice to see you again. So, communicating with members of the public or the residents and voucher families that we serve?
I look at it as all the same. If you can
Sure.
share
So,
the differences.
for the residents and voucher families that we serve, we communicate with them more directly and more frequently than we do with the general public. So for the public housing residents, we have notifications that go out to their properties via hard copy flyers when we are promoting programs, eligibility events, workforce development initiatives, et cetera. We have a quarterly hard copy resident newsletter that's mailed directly to every public housing resident. We have text alerts and email blasts that go out for specific events and notifications. Information that would be relevant to the general public would also be posted to our website and on our social media channels. On the voucher side, we are communicating to them through text and email blasts as well. And we're hoping to expand how much we other channels that we can communicate with them.
Thank you. That concludes my questions for this round. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I will, so, I ended the last round, talking about the disinvestment, federal disinvestment in public housing. And as soon as I ended the round, it struck me that something in the news today is the president demanding that the mayor clean up homelessness in the city, while at the same time they are disinvesting in public housing. And so, if the president wants to see less homelessness in the city, they could really help us pay for this federal program today. So, I hope that they will see this as a shared effort, because there are things that the federal government can do to help us. We are, scrambling to figure out how to get all these units and communities back online, and there's only so much you can bleed a turnip. So I hope that they will do their part, not just issue mandates. On new communities, and I really appreciate my colleagues' questions that I think are right on point. And I attended the oversight hearing for the deputy mayor for planning and economic development. Did I understand? I think you were talking about one specific community, but does the housing authority have a breakdown of all households who were displaced by the city's new community initiative?
Yes. we
Okay.
do.
And you are and for those projects that have started to come back online, you have a breakdown of who's back, who has returned to those projects?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And folks who have not yet returned, they should feel confident that their time is coming as those projects like Kenworth, for example, continue to move?
Yes, well, Kenworth
Well,
is
it's a little different. Yes,
It is a little
thank you.
different, yeah, yes, but yes, for Park Morton and Berry Farm, yes.
Okay.
And we make several attempts to reach out to them,
Mhm.
just to make sure they're aware of the opportunity to move back, and two, just to find out, are you interested in coming back? If so, great, here's the process. If not, why not? And so we are tracking that.
All right. Well, we will follow up with you on some more specific things.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. On Kenilworth Courts, is that something the agency can work out? Like, if it's accurate, the DCHA is a third of the development partners there. And there seems to be some issues between two of them, but is there a way forward here?
So I think it was alluded to, there's been a lawsuit filed, on this. So the developers were terminated from the project because DCHA kept making attempts to get them to sort of work to have them agree that they could work together, and they, and there was a whole saga there, but that's the upshot. And at some point they were terminated. So we do not presently have a developer for phases 2 and 3. There is a lawsuit pending by one of the developer partners against the other developer partner, and we are also a party to that. So, you know, unfortunately, I don't know what, I don't know if we have a good timeline for when that matter may be resolved, just because it's not up to us.
Okay. Are you prevented from moving forward before that lawsuit is settled?
There is not an injunction preventing us from doing so, if that's your question. But one of the things that the plaintiff is challenging is the termination.
Okay. Lawsuits can take a lot of years.
Yes.
How long are you going to spend before you decide that you're going to move forward?
I don't have an answer to that at this point.
Okay. We'll continue to track that. At some point, we'll have to make a determination, but this could go on for a lot of years. We heard a lot of concern about communications, folks visiting the office, mail. Somebody said they got a second notice before they got a first notice, not knowing who to call, who to email, not getting responses. You know, some of this is in your 3-year recovery plan, but just in sort of, you know, regular language, where are things with that, and what's your response to what folks are saying they're experiencing?
Yeah, so well, I'll start and let Anton talk a little bit about it because it's mainly about the voucher program in terms of what I heard today in the testimonies. But again, you know, we're encouraging staff to, number one, we did customer service training for all of the staff, number one, last year, and we're going to do it again this year because obviously that's something that's necessary. And we realize that maybe some folks just don't have that in them. And and Mr. Shaw's been tracking it a little bit in terms of return calls now. I don't know if you heard him say earlier, they track the return calls, they track the emails. I gave them that administrative day off to be able to take care of that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping to see improvement in that area. Now, clearly some people feel that they haven't been serviced and communicated with effectively. But I will say this too, we're starting to do a much better job, and I see it. And the fact that his supervisors are now tracking it is extremely important because I kind of had to yell at him to make them do it. So anyway, you want to chime in now, Champ?
I honestly don't know what else I can say with that, but
you no need to say anything else then.
But one of the things that we have implemented is what Mrs. Pettigrew just mentioned, the administrative day. And in addition to, our team currently works remotely 1 day per week. On that 1 day per week, in addition to their regular duties, they're responsible for returning emails and phone calls. So, and they're at home, so the distractions of the office, of coworkers or whatever else is away from them, so they can address those. One of the things I noticed between January and February, and to me, this is an indication that we're increasing in our phone calls and emails. Our walk-ins decreased by 560 people for the month, which is, to me, tells me my staff, they're communicating better. They're providing information better to families. We'll still get complaints. That's something we can't control. Just like you mentioned earlier when you spoke, you hear the complaints more than you hear the praise. At the end of the day, we're continuing to address our customer service, and the goal is to reduce our walk-ins and complaints drastically by the end of the year, hopefully.
You know, on that, as I mentioned a couple of times, I am concerned with the number of complaints that I think didn't need to come to a hearing. What can the agency do to make sure folks have a way to get to the right people without coming to an oversight hearing?
So one of the things we're looking at, obviously, is adding some more staff to the ombudsman office. We just added one person already. Mr. Waller got someone to work with him now. So, but we probably need to increase that and make that office more visible so people can go directly there to them with their complaints and issues if they have any, so they don't have to come here. So.
And then the transfer And I think we funded, I think two of them, that went into.
We didn't get that money. We haven't seen that money, Mr. Chairman.
Two local FTEs, for customer service. Well, we got a budget here in a few weeks. We'll
Okay.
work it out there.
That's one thing I'm looking forward to.
Yeah,
as this topic.
Let's come to that.
All right.
But let's work together to figure out where that is, before then, and we can report back at that hearing. A lot of concerns around the transfers, what's happening there, and more importantly, what's going to happen going forward. A lot of people saying that transfers are just taking a long time, transfer requests.
So we conduct 4 transfer briefings per week, 2 virtual and 2 in person. I think I heard someone mention the backlog. We have them scheduled out each week. So whenever we have transfer briefings, we can only do so many at a time. So if we have someone scheduled for April or late April, it's because we have so many.
What's a transfer briefing?
A transfer briefing is when a family requests to move, a voucher family requests to move from one user to another. We just update them on what they need to know in terms of their role, the inspection process again, their affordability, rent reasonableness, and so on. So they come to that briefing, or they can do it virtually.
Yeah.
And then they can get the voucher.
But they didn't complain about not being able to get a briefing. They complained about not being able to transfer. So
So we don't restrict people from moving. So I'm not sure exactly the question is talking about myself. Yeah, they're allowed to do 1 transfer briefing per year because they have a lease in place. They just can't break the lease. So any restrictions on transfers, we don't. It's foreign to me.
all right, let me come back to that in my next round.
Well, and if you could let us know, because I forgot who the party was that raised it, right? Because the other thing we need to do, just from observation of the hearing today, is that we need to do a better job sort of meeting with some of these law firms and law centers, right? Because some of this stuff I'm listening to, I mean, if we have regular meetings with them to talk about their clients and what their problems are, we can solve a lot of that before it ever gets here.
Yes.
And I picked that up when I saw them testifying earlier today.
Excellent.
So
I agree. Well, I appreciate you picking that up. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up where you left off pertaining to Kenworth Courts. As the Ward 7 council member, there's a number of public housing sites in Ward 7, including Kenworth Courts, where there was a lot of excitement about the redevelopment of the site. However, it's my understanding that the project is over budget and significantly past the promised timeline for completion. In fact, we also know that we've already invested in $22 million in taxpayers' dollars for this project, and it's still not completed. How are you updating the community of this challenge?
So Kenilworth Phase 1 is
Completed,
complete.
yes.
Yeah, and it's currently leasing up.
Okay.
But if you're referring to, and that's where the DEMPED dollars
Yes.
went, and the tax credit dollars went into Phase 1 of Kenilworth. But Phase 2 and Phase 3, as Amy just described, is on hold right now, just simply because of where we are with litigation. But then we also have to procure a new developer for the site.
Speaking of litigation, without getting into too much of the detail, have you ever considered modifying your RFP or including language that in the event that there's a dispute between a developer that's not local and the developer that is local is on the project, that in the event that there's some type of dispute and both parties have to go their separate ways, that it is favorable for the local CBE to kind of pick up where things are left off?
I don't know that we have. I mean, I think, unfortunately, typically when we're procuring a developer, we're procuring the team, right? And so and frankly, it's, it'd be difficult to have a bright line rule that says, if there's a dispute, only the local person is in and the non-local person is out, because I don't think that's necessarily always viable. I mean, sometimes, especially, sometimes there's an out-of-town developer or a larger developer that is working on the project because they have the capacity to issue the financial guarantees and some of the other assurances that a local developer may not be able to issue alone.
And if I could also add, with a clause like that, the development team may have a difficult time securing financing because the development team is underwritten. That's what the bank is relying on and providing, and who's standing behind the guarantees. If you have a clause like that, then a lender may have a different underwriting profile and may not want to do the deal.
And I appreciate that. And maybe I'm a dreamer, or maybe I'm really big, really big on CBEs and making sure they have a seat at the table.
You're a homer, Councilman. You're a homer. It's all good.
We love our CBEs and our local developers. It's just, one of the reasons why sometimes they end up partnering with another developer is because, for better or for worse, the banks are looking at their balance sheet and
Specifically speaking on Kenworth, just a recommendation. In the event you find yourselves in a similar situation, I know you guys are a 30% partner on this deal. Maybe you structure it in a way that in the event an outer town developer commits a similar act, that the local CBE and the housing authority kind of increase the partnership to 50-50. That way, especially when it comes to public housing communities and how delicate and these residents are when you're talking about community trust and when you talk about the historic delays on projects. So just a humble recommendation. Just a follow-up though to that question. Given that DC Housing Authority is a third of the ownership in this project, if the project is not finished, does the Housing Authority assume responsibility? And how does that impact your overall portfolio?
So it would depend on the business deal that's negotiated with the particular it would really depend on each individual business deal. I believe in the Kenworth case that the Michaels Development Company was responsible for sort of all the financial guarantees and a bunch of, and things like that on the project. And so, DCHA or the local developer would not necessarily be able to just step in without assuming all of those guarantees. And there's no guarantee that the lenders or the investors would, accept a partnership without the bigger developer whose balance sheet was used to sort of back those guarantees. Because the way that these things work is they want to make sure that someone has sufficient financial capacity to basically, devote a ton of money to cost overruns or to delays or things like that. And
as well as development experience and capacity.
Right. So it's, now there are situations in which, we may be able to provide guarantees through through some of our housing authority affiliates. We definitely explore those, but, especially when you're talking about a project that's already had a financial closing and is in process, typically those roles and responsibilities are predetermined and the other parties may not be able to jump into them.
Copy. Director Pettigrew mentioned this. I'm a native homeboy. So following up with the CBE program and First Source, could you speak to how many residents have been hired on this project that are district residents?
I would have to get back. So, I would have to get back
Okay.
to you on that. And I believe that's something that DMPED would track,
Okay.
but we could follow up.
And what other local businesses, to your knowledge, and maybe you got to follow up with DMPEG in terms of have been hired on the project as well?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. If possible, could you please send me a copy of the updated project schedule?
project schedule, but phase one is
Yes,
completed.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm thinking about phase two and there's no development.
Right,
property.
right.
Okay, that concludes Kenworth Court's questions. Uh, Shifting over to contracts, could you describe DC Housing Authority's process for selecting contractors? Specifically, how does the Housing Authority select its maintenance contractors?
So our procurement director isn't here, but I can speak to that. So generally, it depends on the nature of the work and the dollar amount. So we have requests for proposals that we'll put on the street. If there's an emergency situation where you can't do a request for a proposal, then we go under HUD's regulations and do an emergency procurement. But generally, for what you're speaking, like our maintenance vendors that we had brought on and some turnover vendors we brought on, we did it through a request for proposal process.
Okay.
And they responded and we reviewed and selected.
How many maintenance contractors currently is the Housing Authority working with, and how far do you guys recruit? I remember listening to some of the testimonies that today. Ward 7 resident Karen Suttles, she said she didn't have any heat. She made a call in, and she got someone from Florida.
Yeah,
She
it
vouched?
was. Did she vouch?
What settles?
She's vouching?
Which property?
Yeah.
You want to come up?
Come on up. That was-
Ms. Settles is a resident of public housing.
Yeah.
The number that she probably contacted, 535-1000 may have gone to somebody that was in Florida based on our call center. Gilson, our third-party company for that. In reference to the heat issue, we actually have a Bull operations team that's actually available at the site. I mean, that's available for our portfolio. What'll happen is that they actually go out to assess the issue. If they have the ability and a skill set to be able to do that, then they'll actually repair. If not, then they'll call a third party that we already have under contract that'll come out to look at that.
Thank you. I would assume, or rather, how is the Housing Authority ensuring that project management teams are properly monitoring developers' progress in maintaining compliance within timelines, budget, and quality standards?
Project manager, how they managing the projects. Or budget.
I said,
Can you repeat that question?
could you speak to how the Housing Authority is ensuring that the project management team is properly monitoring developers' progress and maintaining compliance within timelines, budget, and quality standards?
Well, each project manager attends weekly construction meetings. So for projects that are currently under construction, there are weekly meetings. Sometimes the bi-weekly meetings, it just depends on the frequency and what's going on at the site. But they'll attend those meetings to get a sense of what, where we are with the development. Again, there are weekly phone calls with the development team for each project to check on status, development timeline, and if there needs to be a discussion about the budget at that time, it's discussed there as well.
Just a follow-up, are there any incentives or rewards for develop? Oh, could you hear me? All right. Are there any incentives or rewards for developers who complete projects ahead of schedule or under budget? And if so, could you provide examples of how this has been applied to past projects?
I am not aware of any incentives.
Okay. Thank you. And my final,
I was just gonna say, I don't know if DCHA has done it,
Yeah.
in the past, but there are ways to negotiate those types of situations, and I've certainly done it in other circumstances. We could check to see if we've done it here.
well, I'll just leave you with this, Mr. P and members of your senior leadership team. My Ward 3 colleague highlighted this earlier, and I share his sentiments. I like your energy. I like what you've been able to do thus far since inheriting this role. And I look forward to working with you and members of your team. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Felder. This will be my last round, depending on the length of your answers.
I was great to say, really, I'm not buying that one, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, man.
They hit the two last items I want to get to because they have come up, and it's important to have these conversations on the record. One thing that came up in some of the testimony, and Councilmember Fruman mentioned it, and that's the fiscal management questions. As you know, I led the council in writing and funding a bill 2 years ago to require a new financial audit that the Inspector General spearheads to put DCHA on the same footing as practically all other DC agencies. DCHA's first audited financial statement was due February 1st. It is early March now. The accountants that OIG hired for this audit have not been able to release it yet. There were some delays. What led to the delays?
Good evening, Heather Mueller, CFO. So as you know, I started a year ago, and we had 2 audits going at the same time, 22 and 23. The agency had just finished wrapping up 2021. And so we were essentially working in 3 years in 1 fiscal year, and then we also had to roll into 2024. And so really and truly, we were working 4 years into 1 year. And we also had to do a software conversion at the same time, because another thing that happened when I came in was I was told that we could not use the old system that ended FY23. So that system ended September 30th, 2023, and everything needed to be in Yardi converted for 2024. And so the timing and the timeline was horrible. It was like the perfect storm. And so we had 3 audits going, a software conversion, trying to train staff at the same time, bringing the staff back to work, learning what they do, and then putting procedures in place and then controls in place to get 24 done.
But Heather, there was a deadline that we had to provide HUD something at the end of January. So the February 1st
Yes.
date got pushed back because of what?
Yes, so the 2024 audit, it was pushed back because of all those reasons, but also we have to report a draft set of financials due to HUD. It's usually due November 30th of every year for us. We were able to get a 60-day extension because of our situation. So I was very grateful for that. So we worked with SB and Company, the auditors engaged with the OIG, and they were fine with our deadlines. I think they took it back to OIG. They spread it out so that we could be more in line with the January 30th deadline.
I got it. I got it.
So there's a lot of deadlines in there.
You know, your answers depend upon when we get out of here. So you gotta answer the question.
No, that's clear enough. I believe. But let me ask, because it was said on the record: have financial documents been destroyed or deleted?
No.
How do DCHA's financial accounting system compare to best practices for public housing agencies?
So Yardi is I'm going to say it on the record, is probably one of the best ones out there. So I was happy when I came here, that we were converting to Yardi. I was very happy about that. So it has best practices built in it. We've got workflows, so we can have, one person doing one thing, a manager approving another. And so we've been getting all that set up this year. And yeah, so other departments such as property management operations and the HCB program, they had already converted a couple of years ago. And so we've also had some of their backlog of data that we've had to kind of clean up that rolls into the financial side. And so we've had a lot of cleanup too, trying to true up our 23 ending balances, from the 23 audit.
How do you how do you, when you're like cleaning up, right? How do you measure progress? Like how long does it take to clean it up? Let me start there.
So, so let me just say, I've been through a few software conversions. Usually software conversions take a good 1 to 2 years, because you are working out kinks, you're learning the processes, you're training staff. I was only given a few months really to get 24 in the system. And so managing it, has been on a condensed timeline. Um, but we're getting it done. We've made great progress. We had over 2,000 journal entries entered into the system for 24. We had over 800 electronic, bank recs through the system, bank reconciliations through the system that we performed. So we've done a lot of work. And, I feel like our data integrity is getting better.
How do you know if you're moving in the right direction?
Can I add one thing? I think it's hard for us to measure that because when we came in, you had audits that had not been done since 2020. So when we came in, we got 3 years worth of audits done in months. So when this report comes out from OIG, I think it's going to be great because it's going to say this stuff dates 10 plus years back. So that's a great question. I don't think we can answer right now. When can we get the 10-year backlog balances input and updated, which will come out in the draft report. So Heather and her team are doing the best now of, as director says, flying the plane, right, while it's still being built. But we've got several years, so let's say back to 2020 of audits that just happened that we have to review. You haven't even had time to review and do those corrections. There's balances that were brought over. No one knows where the paperwork is from 10 plus years ago.
So I got it
yeah.
that it's messy and it's
Yep.
difficult and, new system, a lot of audits happening at the same time. What I'm trying to get a sense of is how do we make sure we're not 2 years from now, and, folks looking at like what we were doing today saying,
Right.
they weren't getting it on track,
Yeah. So we're looking to bring a subject matter expert on that does that for a living, right? That goes back and look at that stuff. Wow, remember now, we still got to make sure that the trains are running effectively going forward. And that's the real key for us too, is to make sure that's why the systems implementation of Yardi and where we are so important. And because we going forward 24 in terms of our budget, what HUD gave us, all of that stuff, we feel pretty good about, right, Heather? But also we're going to be hiring a company to come in that does that does take that look back and does the unraveling and finds how we get all of that cleaned up. And even the auditor said that to us. He said, listen, it's going to take about 2 years to do that. He said, but you're going to need somebody that knows how to do it. And we're going to be working with them to do the scope and then procure someone so we can get this ball rolling.
Okay.
Because it goes back a ways. And I told him when he said that, I said, man, listen, that wasn't on my watch.
What I need to figure out is how we make sure the next person isn't saying that about you or me.
Right.
Before we get there.
Well, you know what? But
This
but
OIG audit.
I was going to say it's auditor, right?
That right there tells you.
Listen, I know initially when you told me we had to do this audit, and I was like, man, we've already done 3.
Yes.
But now I'm thanking you for it,
and I wasn't going to raise it, but you did reach out to me and ask,
Yeah.
look, we're doing too many audits.
Yeah, no.
And I felt bad.
Yeah.
But I had to say we still got to go.
No, but thank you for it, because I think that auditor did a pretty decent job. And so, but that's all you can rely on, to be frank with you.
So can I just add one more thing? So we have our recovery plan too, and that acts as the project management for, the initiatives I have in my department. And so the recovery plan is basically like one big corrective action plan. And so I'm also following that and implementing different things in our department. And so you'll definitely see fiscal, better reporting over the next year.
And I will have to engage an expert as well to make sure it is good reporting. And trust but verify. Now let me ask about the HUD report. So initially HUD indicated to DCHA that the agency needed to address the findings, a lot of findings, observations, and recommendations in its September 2022 on-site assessment report, HUD's report by May of 23. Nearly 2 years later, DCHA reports that most of the items are closed, but several items require updates to the public housing admissions and continued occupancy policy, ACOP, and the voucher program administrative plan. And DCHA now anticipates finalizing those policy updates in this fiscal year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so the regulation update process for those is time consuming, you know, in part because DCHA is spreading out its rulemakings to give the public and legal experts time to an ability to comment on each of the major policies separately, which I think avoids some controversy that would have come if you moved too quickly or tried to condense them too much. I've been harassing the agency about updates and closure dates, and what I think you said to us and to the public is DCHA was waiting for guidance from HUD. It seems like the level of detailed guidance you've been waiting for probably is not coming. So now we got to move forward. There are things that have been, sort of in effect on a temporary emergency basis for a couple years now, waiting for guidance. But it's just not, it doesn't seem like that guidance is coming. So is that summation more or less accurate at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So because I want the public to understand where it is.
Yeah.
Because everybody's looking at you. So why hasn't this been closed out? It's not all on DCHA.
Yeah.
Now you recently closed 5 HUD report items focus on the public housing system, and then 4 items focus on federal voucher administration. And I appreciate you noting the specific item numbers in your pre-hearing responses, but I would like a little more detail in writing about what moved the needle with HUD on each of these nine items. Is that something you can provide?
Yeah, we can give you something in writing, but I can give you a little sort of a comment on that. Is that we initially challenged the initial numbers when I first got here.
Mhm.
That number was 44 mil.
Mhm.
And we were like, show us the proof.
Mhm.
Then it came down to 17 mil at one point, and we were like, okay, show us the backup. But then when we ran our analysis, so what HUD said was, listen, okay, challenge it. If you feel like we're wrong, go do the analysis and come back to us and convince us that you're right.
Okay.
And we got a guy, one of the baddest cats, ACVP. He ran the analysis. I mean, he's a genius, as far as I'm concerned. And he ran the analysis, and we met with HUD folks, Marilyn O'Sullivan, and our field office representative Laura Davis, and talked about it and walked them through it. And they were like, "You've made your case."
Okay. I would still like some follow-up in writing.
Okay.
Okay. But that is helpful preliminarily. A final question on this, and I've just got a couple questions that are sort of hanging out there by themselves. You have 9 items still open from the HUD report, and your pre-hearing responses suggest that when you issue final versions of the next major set of voucher and public housing regulations, you expect that HUD will close those 9 items. Is that right? Okay, so we're getting close.
Yes.
I think just 2 last things from reviewing the pre-hearing responses, which was a lot. The
You think?
we got to do our due diligence. Trust but verify. So the overtime number, I was concerned about the overtime numbers. There were some where folks are making in overtime almost the same that they're making in salary. And this was, I think, 15.
Yeah, it's in our maintenance department.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, so 24 and 25.
And I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why are some folks making, so looking at 24
Mm-hmm.
specifically, you got some folks making, about as much in overtime as in salary.
I mean, from looking at the description, electricians, some of the on-call folks. So I don't want to speculate. I know that the team don't know. And one was officer, so you can see that, but your team keeps records of overtime? Yeah, no.
We keep records of overtime, the reasons for the overtime that's been approved in reference to activity. So a lot of that would be associated with on-call activity. So when a resident calls after hours, then we have staff that are actually come out. What ends up happening is that we have staff, to be honest, we have a union agreement, and that union agreement doesn't require everybody to work overtime, so they don't have to do callbacks. So I have a lot of maintenance staff that don't come out to assist the residents after hours. So you have persons that are actually the same persons that are actually keep coming out for that. So that's why they have that overtime.
Okay. And would that apply to the electrician, police officer, and motor vehicle operator?
That would be for those that's under me, yes.
Oh, before you leave, Ms. Heath,
Mhm.
the electrician and the motor vehicle operator, will both of those be under you?
Yes, it will be.
Okay. Chief, for a police officer, why would we see such substantial overtime for an individual officer?
Yeah.
With a second line.
Yeah. Good evening, Chief Mike Reese. Yeah, most of our overtime is predicated upon violent crime primarily. So
Okay.
we have an uptick in violent crime. We have to adjust resources. We have be quite frank, we have a critical staffing issue. So that's where it generates a lot of overtime.
Okay.
And I did approve some overtime, just so you know, Mr. Chairman, because of a lot of violent activity back.
Do you anticipate seeing improvement in staffing in the next, let's say, 2 months?
Well, yeah, we have been addressing some recruiting and retention strategies since I've been here. They are working. It's a slow process. In this area in particular, it's very, very challenging for competing resources with law enforcement, to be frank. Just the whole benefits package, money, everything. So we have a lot of transition. We're trying to we have some strategies where we're trying to slow down the recruiting process and our attrition process. It's working, but it is a challenge. It's ongoing.
Okay, we've spoken about this at some of our hearings. All right, we will keep our eye on that and look for ways to support. But thank you, Chief. So I'm going to wrap up there. And I want to again thank you, Director Pettigrew, your team, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't, for the work that you are doing. Yeah, I'll note as we close, something that I thought during the testimony today, Director, your honeymoon period is over. Mine is too, and that's all right. At this point, folks, they don't want plans, they want results, because what they recognize and what I think we recognize is that today's testimony, that August HUD letter, today's Washington Post article, these aren't abstract policy issues. These are issues that affect people's lives and their homes, and we take it and must take it with that level of seriousness and urgency. you know, my assumption is that you do. You know, so I just want to make sure we continue to center the seriousness of this work. You know, we take oversight seriously, but again, it's not about oversight, it's about progress. That's what we all want to see.
Understand? And in all due respect, man, we've been winning. I mean, we're making progress. Like I said, this is can't be fixed overnight. And I think to some degree, people are not managing expectations here. I can't solve every problem right away. But I do know that me and my team are winning. And so as long as we're moving the needle, I feel good. And I get it, you know, if it comes to that point, I understand, but it's not like we're sitting around on our armed hands just saying do nothing. I mean, some of these people that came forward today, they'll tell you we're out there all the time. I mean, you know, but again, hey, listen, emergencies pop up, things happen. I mean, you know, this whole audit thing, it just it comes, it pops up, and here you are. You know, me, you know, Langston and the power going out, we couldn't control that. So, you know, we're hit with a lot of different stuff on a daily basis, and we still got to make the trains run. And so, you know, you can't be everywhere all of the time. So, and I think people just need to understand that. I want that for the record. It's not like we're sitting around, like I said, twiddling our thumbs here. I mean, we all work hard. I mean, we all work a lot of hours to try to make sure that we're servicing people. And I get it that some people are frustrated they haven't gotten to, but everybody now wants to run to the front of the line. And I get it. But the reality is we're helping people, and people know it, and we see it.
Yeah. Well, you know, we want to keep measuring it, hearing the feedback, the good and the bad. And you know, we heard some bad today, but we heard some good. There are ways that we measure progress that are data, and then there are ways that we measure progress based on what people are feeling and seeing. The thing I most want to see is that nobody's running away from accountability.
No.
So I appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. And I appreciate the public for coming out to testify. And for those who watched, there are a lot of people who were watching who didn't testify. And I do want to note that as we close that if you weren't able to testify today and you want to submit written testimony for the record for this hearing, you can do that. It will be made part of the official record. So if you're interested in doing that, submit testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov, or call 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today, Thursday, March 13th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. That concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 7:52 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.